extremely effective?
Absolutely. The Rafale jets that Indian Air Force has are the most advanced capabilities to the critical operation Sindoor. Rafale jets were the ones that had delivered the 5 laser-guided bombs, and apart from that also used the CALP missiles to attack the bases in Pakistan. Currently, we are undertaking a further expansion of the Rafale fleet to 140 aircraft to the MMRCA contract, and we are in talks with France for production of the Rafale jets in India as well. Currently, President Droupadi Murmu has, who is the Supreme Commander of the Indian Forces, took a sortie in a two-seater variant of the Rafale.
Yes.
President Murmu was briefed on the operational characteristics of the Rafale as well just prior to her flight, and has visited the Ambala Air Base.
Absolutely, Ishan. Ishan, I have to take a short break right now. We will stay with these live pictures from Ambala, Haryana, as President Droupadi Murmu will be taking a sortie in the Rafale fighter jet from the Ambala Air Base. Getting you more updates coming in, viewers. President Murmu taking a sortie in the Rafale jet. She had earlier taken a sortie in the Sukhoi fighter jet.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts.
Parking in Dharavi, it's a tough ask. Don't talk about cars, they have to be parked at some remote location. Scooters, well, they line the streets, blocking shops and doorways. Neighbors, they often are found fighting with each other for inches of spaces. Talking about ambulances, it's hard for them to enter the space because most of the times they get stuck. Well, as an MSME center, a lot of small-scale businesses, they run here and they require raw materials to be delivered. The delivery trucks, well, they cannot enter these narrow lanes. Now, the only option is labours, resulting higher cost. Hence, the parking has become a major issue in this area.
मेरा नाम शहाबुद्दीन शेख है। ये गली इतनी कंजेस्टेड है ना कि अंदर कोई भी मटेरियल जाने के लिए बहुत दिक्कत है। अभी आप पार्किंग को देख सकते हैं कितना कंजेस्टेड एरिया है। जाता तो बहुत फायदा होगा, सारा बिजनेस को फायदा होगा, लेकिन ऐसा लगता नहीं कि गाड़ी अंदर जा सकता है यहाँ पे।
There is a no parking board clearly mentioned over here. Still, you can see behind me lots of cars being parked in the middle of the road. resulting in traffic jams and also police challans.
मेरा नाम कृष्णमूर्ति है उर्फ कन्ना। तो ये 4 व्हीलर का तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। 4 व्हीलर तो अंदर आ नहीं सकता है, बाहर खड़ा करने से लोग स्क्रैच कर देते हैं और चालान कटता है अभी इसका आरटीओ का। और इसके लिए जब तक रास्ता खुलेगा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट होएगा नहीं, तब तक कुछ होएगा नहीं इधर।
For families who dream of buying a scooter for themselves, it's easy. But finding a parking space and also a safer space, it's a bigger task. So we can conclude that becoming a scooter owner is really easy here, but finding a place to park, that's a big task.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना।
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10 a.m. with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Bihar will be going to polls in less than a week from now. There are a lot of controversies that are unfolding, starting from Prashant Kishore to Asaduddin Owaisi, who has now waded into the latest controversy. We're getting you that and a lot more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. India-China hold fresh border talks focus on managing and stabilizing the western sector on the line of control. India issues fresh NOTAM for air exercises in central India for 25 days. NOTAM to come into effect on November 3rd. President Droupadi Murmu arrives at Ambala Air Base set to take a sortie in Rafale fighter jet.
उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री? 17% है, 3% है और 14% है। 14% है तेजस्वी और आप देते हैं टिकट उनको कितना? 14 है तो 36% टिकट दिया।
AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi hits out at Indi block over Bihar polls, questioning why no Muslim face was chosen for the deputy chief minister's position. Israel strikes Gaza after Hamas violated United States brokered ceasefire. Over 26 Palestinians have been killed. Over 80 people have been killed, including 4 police officers and anti-narcotics raids in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro.
some breaking news that's coming in. This one is from Assam, where a political controversy has now erupted in Assam's border district of Sri Bhumi after a local Congress leader was captured on camera singing the Bangladesh national anthem during a party meeting. The video clip has now gone viral, sparking intense outrage among citizens and politicians, providing potent ammunition for the opposition. This is the latest set of controversy that has ruled Assam. The appeasement politics of the Congress party, their vote bank politics and their secret love for Pakistan and Bangladesh is known to everybody. But today we learned that it has been out in the open and for public display of the secret that makes people question the allegiance of the grand old party. This is about a Congress leader who you see on the left of your screens, who has been heard singing the Bangladesh national anthem at a Congress event in the state of Assam. The BJP has responded to that controversy. Let's take a look.
Illegal Bangladeshis, Rohingyas, now they are also openly siding and singing the national anthem of Bangladesh from their party office during party programs in Assam. This means Congress ka haath ab Bangladesh ke saath, it is very, very clear. The agenda is clear. Sam Pitroda, Syeda Hamid, other leaders of Congress, they have justified illegal Bangladeshis coming into the country, giving them gas cylinders, giving them jobs that belongs to Indians. We have seen the manner in which they have had a soft corner for these illegals from Bangladesh. And now we are seeing that open support is being given to the idea of Greater Bangladesh. The Congress party wants that India should be divided. Our states, particularly the northeast states, should be divided. And look at the manner in which, just in BJP Virod, they are ready to stand with somebody and those elements that are harming the interests of India. Congress's love for Pakistan was well known. They gave clean chit to Pakistan on 26/11, Samjhota blast, Pulwama. They took no action after 26/11 on Pakistan. We know that crores of infiltrators for Bangladesh were settled in India by the Congress government during that time. And today, when an attempt is made to detect, to delete and to deport these illegals, the Congress party has openly declared their support for such illegals and for such Rohingyas.
Now, this is the latest controversy surrounding the Congress party. This is about how the Sri Bhumi District Committee of the Congress party in Assam organized a party meeting in the Indira Bhavan, and it was held on the 27th of October, that is just 2 days back. Now, Sri Bhumi is a border district with Bangladesh. Amid the party meeting, one leader started singing the national anthem of Bangladesh. The meeting was attended by local reporters there, and the entire episode was captured on camera. The video clip immediately went viral on social media, with people and politicians reacting sharply to the blunder that has been made by the Congress party. There are people and politicians who have been asking, with the BJP leading from the forefront, who is saying that it was a stupidity for the Congress to have performed such an act and that the party must come out to clarify the position on that. The state BJP, in fact, has questioned whether it was a mere coincidence or Congress is trying to appease Bangladesh origin Muslim vote bank in Assam ahead of the 2026 assembly elections. All right, on that note, I'm also being joined by Manab Deka. He's a BJP MLA from Assam. A very good morning to you, Manab. This is our latest controversy that has been surrounding the Congress party, and the Congress must come out and clarify itself. This is a district which is bordering Bangladesh, and the leader, the Congress party local leader there, has been heard singing the Bangladesh national anthem on Indian soil.
See, this is a basically deliberate attempt by the Congress party. Now, Congress in Assam is only left by those Bangladeshi voters. This is nothing but appeasement politics. अभी कोई भी जो indigenous people of Assam, they are no more with Congress party. So they want to appease those Bangladeshi voters to get some more seats in mostly Bangladeshi people populated area. This is nothing, just the appeasement politics of Bangladeshi Miyas.
Manav, also, do you think this is a kind of appeasement politics that the Congress party is now focusing on, keeping in mind how elections are going to come up in the state next year?
See, if you come to the ground reality, once that Gaurav Gogoi became president of Congress party in Assam, lots of things are coming up. His Bangladeshi, his Pakistani links. Now Bangladesh is mostly controlled by Pakistan. So they are no more in between indigenous Assamese people. So this is deliberately a appeasement politics of Congress party for the Bangladeshi voters.
All right, Manav Deka, thank you very much for sharing us your opinion on that latest controversy that has been surrounding the Congress party. Meanwhile, let's also have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Battle for Bihar heats up. NDA star campaigners get ready. Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini leaves for Patna. He will address various public rallies in pole-bound Bihar. Chetak helicopter showered flower petals on the statue of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as the full dress rehearsal is underway ahead of the Rashtriya Ekta Divas on 31st of October to commemorate the 150th anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Farmers' agitation in Nagpur, led by former minister and Prahar party leader Bachu Kadu, continues for the second day, demanding immediate Moving on to more breaking news that's coming in, we learned that unidentified armed men have assassinated Nasrat, the son of Amir Mohammed, also known as Pahalwan Musa, and Abu Zar, a key official of the Islamic State of Khorasan province, that is ISKP, in Pakistan's Peshawar city. Nasrat Pahalwan was one of ISKP's most prominent figures who reportedly planned several attacks in Kabul and surrounding provinces during 2022 and 23. He also led an important ISKP base in Pakistan known as Pahalwan Center. Nasrat was killed in urban and guerrilla warfare and had trained individuals in foreign countries as well. The killing of this senior ISKP official in Peshawar clearly reveals where the group operates and who might be supporting them. Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast on that note. Gursimran, please share more details about the latest attack that's happened.
See, with the killing of Nasrat Pahalwan in Pakistan, one thing is very clear, that what Afghan have been telling time and again, the Afghan regime led by Taliban, that Pakistan is a base for the ISIS, and that is very true, because killing of a top commander of the IS Khorasan province makes it very clear that they have been operating from the soil of Pakistan, and it was Pakistan that has been giving them shelter. It was what was alleged by Zabiullah Mujahid soon after the clashes along the Durand line broke out, and now with the killing of Nasrat Pahalwan that has taken place in the heart of Pakistan, one thing comes very clear, that the allegations that were made on Pakistan with regards to the fighters of the IS they were picking from the Islamabad and Lahore and then taking them to the centers, and also this Pahalwan center that he was operating in the heart of Pakistan, that is also actually a testimony for what Afghanistan Taliban have been saying. Pakistan has time and again rejected these claims, but now with the killing of Nasrat Pahalwan that has taken place in Pakistan, it is very evident that Pakistan stands exposed. All their lies that they have been trying to peddle for last couple of years, especially after the recent conflict that we have seen along the Durand line, they try to actually divert from the core issue of ISIS, and they try to put the blame on Afghanistan for the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan. But now with this killing, it is evident.
All right, Gursimran, thank you very much for sharing us those details. This is a big development that has come to fore as far as the ISKP is concerned. Moving on to some other stories, full dress rehearsal are underway at Kevadia ahead of the Rashtriya Ekta Divas on 31st of October to commemorate the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Take a look at this report.
आज इस एकता परेड में 54 राज्य पुलिस एवं केंद्रीय पुलिस बलों के ये ध्वज जो हमारे तिरंगे की सच्ची ताकत है, पूज्य सरदार के अखंड भारत के विचार एवं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के संगठित भारत के जज्बे को हिंदुस्तान के सीने में जिंदा रखने हेतु संकल्पबद्ध है। 54 ध्वज वाहकों के हाथों में ये प्रत्येक ध्वज अपने आप में कई वीर गाथाओं को समेटे हुए एक भारत के लिए कटिबद्ध होने का संदेश दे रहे हैं। इनमें से कई ध्वजों को निशान का सम्मान भी प्राप्त है।
All right, now straight away cutting to visuals that we're getting from Ambala in Haryana, where President Droupadi Murmu will be taking a sortie at the Rafale. This is a huge muscle flex that India will be showcasing 6 months after Operation Sindoor happened. And why this is important, ladies and gentlemen, is because this base, the Ambala Air Base, is the same base that had struck Pakistan during the time of Operation Sindoor, and that is why it is extremely significant with the President of India going to fly a sortie, going to take a sortie in the Rafale jet. This is one of the most high-tech and France's fighter jet on which President Murmu will be on. She previously flew at the Su-300, Su-300 at Sukhoi 300 in the year 2023. It is a Supreme Sindoor muscle flex Rafale jet is what the President Murmu will be flying on. President Murmu will be taking a sortie in a Rafale jet from the Ambala Air Force Base in Haryana. The Rashtrapati Bhavan had given an announcement for the same yesterday. India had used these jets to launch attacks on terrorist hideouts in Pakistan as a part of Operation Sindoor. Earlier, former presidents like APJ Abdul Kalam and Pratibha Patil had both taken sorties in fighter jets. In fact, Abdul Kalam and Pratibha Patil had undertook sorties in Sukhoi 30 MKI as well. Murmu herself had taken a sortie in Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jet back on 8th of April 2023, making her the third president of India to do so. And today she will be taking a sortie on the Rafale fighter jet. Lalit, my colleague, is joining us live from Ambala on that note. Lalit, when is the event going to start? Okay, we seem to have lost that line with Lalit, but these are the latest shots that we are getting in from Ambala in Haryana, where President Droupadi Murmu is all set to take a sortie in the Rafale jet. The event is going to begin in just some moments from now. President Droupadi Murmu is at the Air Force Station in Ambala and will take a sortie in Rafale aircraft. This is for the second time that the President will take a sortie in the fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Niranjan, my colleague, is joining us live on the bulletin right now. Niranjan, yes.
This is significant for several reasons, and the most important reason being that the timing of it is extremely significant, given that we have different military drills underway in different parts of not just the country, but the Asian subcontinent, where India is directly involved. Just last night, a little after 8 p.m., we broke the news of India sounding a NOTAM or notice to airmen across central India, including Gwalior, a base that was used when we struck Balakot. That was one of the bases from where our fighter jets took off. We have the western border ranging from Gujarat to Rajasthan, where a massive military exercise is already underway and will continue to be underway, exercise Trishul, for the next almost 10 to 12 days. Now, the fact that the President is taking a sortie at this point, when there are drills in the western border, when there are aerial exercises on the eastern border, where we are also conducting, different weapon testing, firing drills that are underway off the west.
All right, we seem to have problems connecting with Niranjan's phone line, but we'll try connecting back with him shortly. Now, in view of her visit to Ambala Air Base, which is one of the crucial operational air base of the IAF, there have been massive security arrangements that have already been made, and The visit was scheduled on October 18, but the event was postponed in the view of tense atmosphere in the state of Haryana in view of the 2 suicides that had happened. But today, finally, we see the live visuals that are coming in from the Ambala airbase. Earlier in 2023 as well, the President of India had taken a sortie in Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter aircraft at the Tezpur Air Force Station in Assam. On September 10, 2020, in fact, the 4th generation and the most advanced Rafale jets were inducted into the Indian Air Force at the Ambala airbase. The jets were also used during Operation Sindoor, the military operation that was carried out by India against Pakistan following the Pahalgam terrorist attack. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, President Murmu taking a sortie on Rafale is of prime significance. All right, Niranjan is back with us on the phone line.
So this is Pakistan into believing Rafale, which they did even more significant.
All right, we seem to have erratic network there with Niranjan. We'll try connecting back with him on the phone line. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you a context of what's happening on air right now, President Murmu is at the Ambala Air Base in Haryana. Just in some moments from now, she will be taking a sortie in the Rafale at the Ambala Air Base. And why we are calling this a significant move and a strong message to Pakistan is because Rafale jets were the jets that were used similarly in Operation Sindoor against Pakistan to strike the hideouts, the terrorist hideout in Pakistan. And Ambala Air Base is also the base from which the aircrafts flew, that the same base that had struck Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, the Press Information Bureau on yesterday also had fact-checked a viral deepfake video featuring President Droupadi Murmu in which she's seen making false claims that the Prime Minister Modi is using her as a prop to elevate Rafale's PR. So a strong message that has come in from the PIB and from President Murmu as well, a strong message that India is sending to Pakistan, where President Murmu has now all set to take a sortie on Rafale. My colleague Lalit is with us on the phone line on that. Lalit, please share more details. Commander of Armed Forces, President Droupadi Murmu, who will be taking a sortie in an Indian Air Force combat fighter. And in a statement, in fact, Rashtrapati Bhavan had said that the President of India, Droupadi Murmu, will visit Ambala. She's already in Ambala, where she will be taking a sortie in Rafale. Earlier on April of 8, 2023, the President took a sortie in Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter aircraft at Tezpur's IAF station in Assam. She will be the first President to fly in IAF's most modern Rafale fighter aircraft. Droupadi Murmu has already flown in a Sukhoi 30 MKI in 2023. Now, President Murmu was scheduled to visit Ambala for the same event on October of 18, but had to postpone her visit due to unknown reasons. It will be her maiden visit to one of oldest Indian Air Force stations, which houses one of the squadrons of the French-built fighter aircraft Rafale. The Rafale jet is considered a 4.5 generation aircraft and is armed with unmatched weapon system and sensors with multi-role capability. As earlier reported, besides jamming enemy radars, the Rafale has the capability to strike the targets from an unchallenged standoff range of more than 300 kilometers, and the same was seen during Operation Sindoor time. The Rafale jets are loaded with India-specific modifications, including Israeli helmet-mounted displays, radar warning services, low-band jammers, 10-hour flight data recording, infrared search and tracking systems, among the others. Now, the earlier sortie of President Murmu in a Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter was at the Tezpur Air Force Station in Assam on April 8, 2023. The President was airborne for around 30 minutes. The same is expected to be done today as well. President Murmu is now the third president and the second woman president to undertake such a sortie. Prior to her, former presidents like Pratibha Patil and APJ Abdul Kalam had also flown in the fighter jet. All right, Ishan is joining us live on that note. Ishan, this is a very, very significant move and a message that India is sending out to the world and especially to Pakistan.
Absolutely. We are showing that the operational preparedness of India is at its peak. We are undertaking multiple exercises in multiple regions at the same time concurrently, and the current flight of President Droupadi Murmu, who is the Supreme Commander of the Indian Air Force, Army and Navy, is being undertaken today as well. So this significantly shows that India's level of preparedness is at a very high level right now. And the flight in Rafale is also very significant because Rafale was the primary aircraft to launch, that was used to launch attacks against the Pakistani air bases at multiple locations. And now the most advanced aircraft in the Indian arsenal is also the Rafale aircraft. President Murmu will be taking a sortie in the twin-seater version of the Rafale. And she was briefed about the sortie prior to her boarding. And this entire event showcases the conciseness and showcases the coordination amongst the three militaries of the Indian Army, Air Force and Navy.
Person sitting, okay? Absolutely, Ishan. In fact, like you were just saying, that this is a very strong message that India is sending out to the world and to Pakistan especially, ladies and gentlemen. This is the live visuals that we are getting from Ambala Air Base. And in just some moments from now, President of India, Droupadi Murmu, will be flying the Rafale fighter jet, will be taking a sortie. It is supposed to last for nearly 30 minutes. The sortie is supposed to last for nearly 30 minutes. And we're tracking that live story for you. We'll be coming back to that right after a short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to...
All right, we stay with those live pictures that are coming in, viewers, from the Ambala Air Base in Haryana, where President Droupadi Murmu has arrived just a short while back. She is set to take a sortie in the Rafale fighter jet. President Droupadi Murmu, ladies and gentlemen, holds the position of Supreme Commander of the Indian Armed Forces, scheduled to take a flight in a Rafale fighter jet from the Ambala Air Force Station in Haryana. The Rafale jet holds immense significance, and so does this airbase, ladies and gentlemen. The pictures on your screen, the live visuals that we are getting for you as preparations remain underway before the President is set to take her sortie. She is set to become the first Indian head of state to experience a flight in a Rafale, following a tradition of Indian presidents taking sorties in Indian Air Force fighter jets. Previously, the President has flown in a Sukhoi 30 MKI on the 8th of April in 2023 from the Tezpur Air Force Station in Assam, thereby becoming the third president and the second woman head of state to do so. Earlier, it was Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and Pratibha Patil who had both taken sorties in the Sukhoi 30 MKI jets from the Lohegao Air Base in Pune. This was on the 8th of June 2006 and 25th of November 2009 respectively. And now we have these live visuals that are coming in from the Ambala Air Base in Haryana, where President Droupadi Murmu is set to take a sortie in the Rafale fighter jet. This is, of course, a big message from India, strategic signaling over there, coming just 6 months after India successfully executed Operation Sindoor, sending a tough and hard message to terror state Pakistan. And this jet, ladies and gentlemen, the visuals of which are now on your screens, this mighty jet is has been integral to Operation Sindoor. And on the phone line, we have our senior executive editor, Niranjan, who will give us more details. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, this is a significant message, especially given that Ambala is one of the key bases that was used by India. Not the only base. It is not the only base that struck Pakistan or from where we struck Pakistan, but it was a key base which was used by the Indian Air Force to ensure that we taught Pakistan a lesson during Operation Sindoor. And that is why the fact that our president is flying the Rafale from the Ambala Air Base becomes extremely significant. And this is not the first sortie that our president is taking on a fighter jet. In the past, she's taken a sortie on the Sukhoi 30 MKI. And this time around, she's on the Rafale, which played a key role. By the way, Pakistan tried its best to peddle the narrative that it targeted the Rafales, that it shot down a couple of Rafales, when the fact is it was our Air Force that brought down at least 10 to 12 aircraft belonging to the Pakistan Air Force. And that is why this entire sortie becomes extremely significant for India and for our armed forces. It's a message coming at a time when our armed forces are holding different drills in different parts of India. And this is extremely significant given the exercises that are already ongoing in the western border. We have exercises ongoing at the eastern border. And the president is sending a message that she stands with our armed forces and that we are ready, we are in a state of preparedness, and we will take Pakistan head-on if required. Now, that, of course, is the intended message. The Ambala Air Base, very close to the border with Pakistan, the Ambala Air Base in Haryana, and this is one of the key bases that was used by our armed forces during Operation Sindoor. And she had, of course, taken a sortie in the Sukhoi 30 Mark 1 Air fighter aircraft. This was in April 2023. There was no ongoing conflict then. This was at the Tezpur Air Force Station. And also trying to get someone on the phone line on the significance of the president taking a sortie on the Rafale. And let me tell you that as far as Ambala Air Base is concerned, Ambala Air Base is extremely critical in the context of Operation Sindoor. The Ambala Air Base was a critical air base that was used by our Indian Air Force during Operation Sindoor, and the Rafale mostly operated from the Ambala Air Base. This is a critical air base for our armed forces, and these are live pictures coming in on the news agency ANI. The preparations are being made. The last-minute checks are being done. And the fact that Ambala has been chosen for the president to take this flight tells you that it is symbolic for many reasons. Also, because it was from Ambala that Rafale jets crossed into Pakistan skies, and this is where we sent. This is from where we sent, most missiles into Pakistan. Most of the jets come from Ambala. The jets that targeted Pakistan, that bombed Pakistan's air bases. Most of them operated from here, and at least 9 terror launch pads, at least 9 air bases, and different targets that were struck by our armed forces, in which over 150 of just the Pakistani armed forces were killed. Apart from terrorists, of course, the total casualty of Operation Sindoor is still not known because Pakistan continues to hide it. And the fact is, this is significant for several reasons. And the most important reason being it's the kind of role that Ambala played in Operation Sindoor. And this is the home to the Golden Arrow Squadron. Home to the Golden Arrows. Home to the Golden Arrows is what Ambala Air Base is called because it is a critical squadron of the Rafale fighter jets. Rafale Golden Arrow Squadron played a decisive role in the conflict with Pakistan. And on the 7th of May, when we hit most of those targets, it was from Ambala that our Rafales crossed into Pakistan, destroyed the terror launch pads and Air Force bases. I have Major Samar Paltur joining us on the broadcast right now. Let me go across to him. Major Tur, you're live on Republic. We're looking at the pictures of the president's sortie, the last-minute checks being done. I see Air Chief Marshal there, just making sure that everything is in place for our president. Why is Ambala critical? Major Tur, you're from that Ambala lead in Operation Sindoor. If you can explain to our viewers why it becomes critical in that context. Major Tur.
Let us not forget that, you see, Ambala is like one of the key strategic air bases and one of the air bases which will have the first response from the nearest to Delhi. So this is where we have the Jaguars and we have the Mirage and now we have the Rafale stationed here. Let us also not forget the criticality of the Chandigarh airbase, which is a very important airbase as well. I wouldn't like to go in depth in terms of other airbases, but what I'm saying is that any activity initiated by the enemy from the western airspace, the first response would be from the northern region, would be from the Ambala airbase, and that is one of the major reasons why we have the medium-range fighter aircrafts with the name of Rafale, which are stationed there, and with the decommissioning of the MiG-21s, which were mainly based at Chandigarh Air Base. So I think the new incoming Rafales will also be stationed in Chandigarh. So these two places are very critical to counter the enemy from the western front and for the protection of Delhi. And let us not forget that one of the missiles that were intercepted was over Sirsa. Again, it is in Haryana. So Haryana airspace is critical for the enemy's entry into the Indian airspace. That is the most likely approach of the enemy air force. So that is why Ambala is of very critical relevance and importance. And it's a highly upgraded and a well-protected airbase with anti-air assets as well. So this is one of the major reasons, and it is a message which especially the 3 NOTAMs which have been issued, the tri-services exercise which are going to take place, the involvement of the Space Command, the involvement of satellites which are being deployed on behalf of the Navy and Army. They are going to be in use. AIS systems are going to be in use. And proper electronic warfare and countermeasure warfare systems are going to be used here. The Suraksha Kavach systems and direct energy weapon systems, like everything that the tri-forces have procured and made in India and have been procured by the forces are going to be utilized. They are going to be tested. They are going to be validated. Not that they've not been validated before, but here a proper coordination with the three tri-forces would be an actual simulation of a war scenario. And this is something really big, which is happening at a very enormous scale. And I think it is time that we give it critical importance and attention to show the military might and the technical upgradation of our tri-forces when it comes to urban warfare.
Yes, Major Toor, interesting that you mentioned that, because that was going to be my next question. As Niranjan was saying as well, this is coming at a time when India has issued multiple notices to airmen. There are several military drills that are being conducted across the country, on the western borders, across central India, and even in the Bay of Bengal region. So how do you essentially view this as far as the larger strategic signaling to Pakistan is concerned?
See, if you see the map and you, impose the NOTAMs, so you would realize that the western sector, the central India and the Bay of Bengal, they all are in alignment. And this is basically going to be the corridor where the Indian Air Force's movement is going to be extreme and very busy. And that is one of the major reasons why NOTAM has been issued, and there has been an increase in the height of all the NOTAMs. So this is the actual war scenario where this corridor is going to be extensively used by the Indian Air Force. And this is to counter any misadventure by any anti-national element in the eastern part of our country and to the western part of our country, as well as all the Air Force movement, reinforcement, and logistics, which is going to be, doing its movement through air, is going to be mainly from the central Indian sector, because it is away from any and missile system. It is secure, it is safe, and because of this, it comes into one parallel with each other. So this is basically being done as a simulation of an actual war. Marshal Asif Munir himself mentioned that before anything happens from the
All right, we'll connect to Major Toor in just a short while from now. We seem to have lost that connection. But first on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen, the live and breaking visuals on your screen of the president just in moments from now is set to board that Rafale fighter jet and take her first sortie in this aircraft. And Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, ladies and gentlemen, President Droupadi Murmu, this is her first sortie in an Indian Air Force combat fighter jet. All right, we stay with those live pictures that are coming in from Ambala Air Base. In just moments from now, the president will board Indian Air Force's most modern Rafale fighter aircraft. This is her first sortie, and she comes third in a line of presidents who have previously taken sorties in the Indian Air Force's most prestigious fleets of aircrafts. This, ladies and gentlemen, is her maiden visit to one of the oldest Indian Air Force stations, which houses one of the squadrons of the French-built fighter aircraft Rafale. And as Major Toor was explaining, this Ambala Air Base holds critical and strategic significance especially in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, because this was the very airbase that housed our fighter jets, the very airbase from where our jets took off and bombed terror state Pakistan. The Rafale jet, which has also been of very critical importance in Operation Sindoor, is considered a 4.5 generation fighter aircraft. It is armed with unmatched weapon systems and sensors with multi-role capabilities. These are loaded with India-specific modifications, including Israeli helmet-mounted displays, radar warning receivers, low-band jammers, 10-hour flight data recording, infrared search and tracking systems, among many other such facilities. All right, we have Air Vice Marshal Arun Bhaskar Gupta joining me on the phone line. Mr. Bhaskar, thank you for speaking to us this morning, sir. How do you view the President's strategic signaling to the armed forces and, of course, to the enemies across the border?
Ma'am, we'll talk about the enemies later, but it's a matter of great honor and pride for Indian Air Force as such and this nation that the President herself has chosen to take a sortie on this craft. And it's a great honor for us. And it also reinforces the fact that this was the platform which we used so successfully in recent operations. And the Commander of Armed Forces is taking a sortie on it. Great honor.
Right. Air Vice Marshal Gupta, this is coming at a time just 6 months after India successfully executed Operation Sindoor. Of course, there is a larger message to the forces from the President that we stand united in one voice and one stand against the enemy. And also, sir, this is coming at a time when India is conducting multiple military and strategic exercises across the various borders. So, sir, if you can just explain and elaborate a bit about how you view the larger message and the strategic signaling that is currently being showcased by Bharat.
There is a lot of narrative going around nowadays that this happened, what happened. We rely on what Indian Air Force has briefed us, and that's absolutely correct, what their spokesperson and our Air Chief has been briefing us. We have been very successful in the use of this aircraft, and it was shown in delivery of weapons and the effect which this platform has had on the operations overall.
All right, sir. Air Vice Marshal Arun Gupta, thank you for giving us your take. We'll quickly go across to Air Commodore A.S. Bahel joining us on the phone line. Air Commodore, thank you for speaking to Republic TV, sir. How do you view the President's move of taking a sortie in the Rafale fighter jet?
First time the President is flying a fighter aircraft. She has flown earlier on Sukhoi 30 aircraft. What is important is two important elements that are taking place right now. First thing is the sortie is being flown after Operation, where Rafale took a very important step. It's the 4.5 generation. It used the Scalp missiles to target a number of important target systems in Pakistan. At the same time, now we are going to conduct an exercise Trishul, in which is going to start from October 30th, and Rafale is going to play an important role in that, especially in both air domains. It's a very, very important time for the President to fly, and especially if Pakistan was making loose comments which the Rafale company itself had said were not true. And the President's confidence in this aircraft is going to be very visible when we look at how she's going to fly today, a 4.5 generation, the best aircraft that we have in the Indian Air Force. It's a matter of great pride for us. And also that it is happening just a day before the major exercise Trishul is going to start, which will have all the three services involved, and which is a clear message to Pakistan to back away from any terror activity. And it is also showing that the head of the armed forces, the supreme commander, has supreme confidence on Rafale, and Rafale would be one of the key factors if any new war takes place in future or Operation Sindoor 2.0 is carried out.
Right. Air Commodore Behel, if I can request you, sir, to just explain the significance of this particular airbase, the Ambala airbase. Of course, we know now the kind of role that it played during Operation Sindoor, but even otherwise, especially at a time when India, along its western borders, is stepping up its military vigilance and sending out a larger strategic message.
That's actually the best question that you asked. The airbase is located in part of India and is equidistant from both Pakistan and the line of actual control with China. It is a very, very important base. Is one of the reasons why one of the scones of Rafale is also placed in the northeast. So when we look at this base, it is going to play a key role both in air dominance as well as air superiority mission and also in flying deep strike mission. So we are now upgrading our air defense system, and Sudarshan Chakra is going to come into being in another 7 to 8 years. Major part of it will be in the minister had announced on August 15th. And subsequently, if we want to carry out deep strikes inside Pakistan, especially on the light, that is towards the Gilgit-Baltistan area, or towards Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, or towards line of actual control that is in Ladakh and other areas in which are close to the Chinese territory of Tibet. So this particular air base played a very, very important role, not just in 1965 and 1971 war, but it is also going to play a very important role in case the hostilities in a single front than two front wars.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving us your take, Air Commodore Behel. We also have on the phone line retired Air Vice Marshal Rakesh Khatri joining us on Republic TV on this very special broadcast. Air Vice Marshal Khatri, sir, your first word on the President's sortie on the Rafale jet.
Good morning, everyone. It's a matter of pride that the Supreme Commander is embarking on Rafale today. I have 2 points in this regard. One is it shows sheer gut and courage and the physical fitness of the Supreme Commander, that is Madam Droupadi Murmu. And it's a matter of pride for the Air Force also that she is taking the flight on the Rafale. It shows a very, very strong signal also to the entire world that what kind of air power we are and how confident is our Supreme Commander and the whole nation on this prestigious frontline aircraft of the Indian Air Force.
Yes. Air Vice Marshal Khatri, you know, we've been a part of the forces. You've been there. You've seen this, exercise through and through. So how do you really see Pakistan viewing this from the other side of the border? Because we are pretty sure that Islamabad might be, getting jitters as of this moment as the president stands united with the armed forces.
Yeah, it shows a great, strong signal to our adversary on both the sides, and of course more so in the on the western side. And Pakistan would definitely, as you are rightly saying, that they would be getting the jitters. Of course, as it is, they have got the good lesson in Op Sindoor, and it shall further enhance and bolster the strength of the Indian Air Force and the nation per se. So they need to be wary of this side and India, and we need to be very, very feeling very pride and proud of what Supreme Commander is doing at this moment of time, and we are really proud of her.
Right, sir. And Air Vice Marshal Khatri, one final question, sir, before I let you go. Post-Operation Sindoor, India has really upped its military game. We're seeing a spate of exercises that are being conducted across the country to step up military vigilance. How do you view this strategic shift in policy, sir, and the hard line that India has taken?
See, this was the call of the time, and in fact, this was required very much because as our DG Air Operations also had said that Bhai bin hoye na preet. So I would reiterate the same thing in my words that unless you take the punitive action, and it has been too much that we will take, they should not test our patience and all those things. Those were the gone things in the past, and now we had to take the action, and our tolerance is only and only restricted to not to use the nuclear power or the nuclear assets, because that is our policy, not to use as a first deterrent. Our deterrence is now only this much, not to use this thing. Otherwise, there is no restriction, and we are very, very proud of our government that they have given the full authority and full right to the armed forces, that they, as they feel appropriate, they can take the action. And this kind of freedom and independence and the trust and the confidence they are showing in the armed forces is phenomenal. And this would definitely give a very, very strong signal to our adversaries.
Yes, sir. Air Vice Marshal Khatri, for those of our viewers who are just tuning in, if you can just explain the strategic significance of this particular airbase, sir, that is the Ambala airbase.
I would not be able to, I should not be explaining much, but this has been right from the independence. This has been a very, very premier base, and being very close to the borders, and it has a very, very strategic importance, and that is why we are fully equipped on this base. And also, this has been the frontline base of the Indian Air Force, and very capable of taking any action, and its reach is very close to the Pakistan, and therefore this has been our pride of our Western Air Command, and we are really, in case of any need, this base, of course, shall take all the actions which are required.
All right, Air Vice Marshal Rakesh Khatri, sir, thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us your take on this move by the President of India. Meanwhile, viewers, we stay with those live pictures, as in just a short while from now, that Rafale jet that you see on your screens will be taking off from the Ambala Air Base Station, with President of India, Srimati Droupadi Murmu, taking her first sortie on board the Indian Air Force's most modern fighter combat aircraft. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a maiden visit to one of the oldest Indian Air Force stations, as was being said by our experts who joined us this morning. This houses one of the squadrons of the French-built fighter aircraft, that is the Rafale. The Rafale is considered a 4.5 generation fighter aircraft armed with unmatched weapon systems and sensors with multi-role capabilities. These are loaded with India-specific modifications, including helmet-mounted displays, radar warning receivers, low-band jammers, 10-hour flight data recording, infrared search and tracking systems, among many other things. The earlier sortie of President Droupadi Murmu was in a Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter aircraft. This was from the Tezpur Air Force Station on the 8th of April in Assam in 2023. The President was airborne for around 30 minutes, flying over the Brahmaputra and Tezpur Valley with the mighty Himalayas on one side. And President Droupadi Murmu is the third president and the second woman president to undertake such a sortie. Prior to her, it was former presidents like Pratibha Patil and APJ Abdul Kalam who had also flown in the fighter jet. In terms of the significance, viewers, the Ambala Air Base, as was being explained by our experts, holds immense critical importance due to its location very close to the western borders of India, as well as the role that it played during India's immensely successful execution of Operation Sindoor. For viewers, it was this very Air Force station, the Ambala Air Base, from which our fighter jets took off and struck the terror bases in Pakistan. All right, we also have Ishan, my colleague, joining me live on this broadcast. Ishan, you know, we've spoken so much about the strategic significance and the larger messaging, to the armed forces and as well as to the enemy. What more can you tell us?
Ambala base is possibly one of the most important bases of the western front of India. Ambala base is where the 17th Golden Arrow Squadron of the Rafales were inducted into and are based out of. Rafale aircraft is the most advanced aircraft, and the claims of Pakistan of shooting down, false claims of Pakistan of shooting down Rafale aircraft have been completely dismissed by the Indian Air Force. And this today's flight of our president taking flight in the Rafale aircraft is going to be a very significant show of force amongst the ongoing exercises spanning all the way from Rajasthan to Gujarat, to the Arabian Sea, to Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean, to the upcoming exercises with the United States and multiple other nations. This is a complete force projection that India is showing that it has complete dominance in this particular region of the world. We have seen that President Murmu is taking a sortie in the most advanced aircraft of the Indian Air Force, that is the 4.5 generation aircraft Rafale. It's a twin engine aircraft and it is the most capable equipment in the Indian Air Force's arsenal. Apart from that, President Murmu had earlier taken flight in a Su-30 MKI. The Su-30 MKI is also one of the most, is also a very capable aircraft and is the largest number present in the Indian Air Force. Around 230 Sukhoi aircrafts are present in the current fleet. We have also come across information that the MRFA deal, wherein we are planning to induct another 114 of these Rafale aircraft, is also under advanced talk stage, and we are hoping to see that those inductions will also happen soon. Given all these information, we can see that India is in a very highly advanced stage and is currently undergoing a transformation. This transformation is based primarily out of the current DAC announcement of around 80,000 crores, wherein a lot of the aircraft and a lot of equipment is being inducted. This all coming together is a fantastic show of force to not only Pakistan but all the world that we are ready, we are prepared, and we are here.
You know, Sean, President Murmu is the first president to fly in the IAF's most modern Rafale fighter aircraft, like you were talking about. And this is also very important because, you know, it signals the confidence of the Indian Air Force after Operation Sindoor.
Absolutely, this is a very significant importance that President Murmu is flying in the Rafale aircraft, because right now we are under preparations for a very large scale exercise near the in West Bengal, in the Arabian Sea, in the Bay of Bengal, and with multiple other nations such as the current naval exercises with the United States Navy in Diego Garcia base and the upcoming large-scale quad exercises in Guam. We are showing that we have the ability not only to project power regionally, but we have the ability to project power globally.
That is right. Just take with these pictures coming in from the Ambala Air Base, viewers, where the President of India, Droupadi Murmu, is in Ambala and she is taking a sortie in the Rafale. The President took a sortie in Sukhoi 30 fighter aircraft earlier at the Tezpur IAF station in Assam. Going back to my colleague Ishan, who's joining us once more. Ishan, you know, we are staying with these pictures coming in from Ambala Air Base. And this is the maiden visit of President Murmu to one of the oldest Indian Air Force stations, which houses one of the squadrons of the French-built fighter aircraft Rafale. So this is very significant, one of the oldest Air Force stations.
Yes, Ambala Air Force Station is a very prominent Air Force station because it has been providing operational support to the Western Front for a very long time. Starting all the way back from the 1971 war, the Ambala Air Base played a crucial role in India's ability to project air power in the western region. This was a very important base, not only because of that, because of the recent visit of Rajnath Singh to Longewala. We know that during Longewala, Battle of Longewala, Air Force played a crucial role in disabling the armor coming into the Rajasthan sector through the Longewala side, and we were able to destroy a lot of the Pakistani tanks, and it was all those sorties were flown out of Ambala. And even during Operation Sindoor, Ambala Air Base played a very crucial role by providing a lot of the support, and sorties that had taken off, they all were from the Ambala Air Base only.
Yes, absolutely, Ishan. So live pictures coming in from Ambala Air Base, and the President of India is also called the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, and her taking a Rafale sortie is very significant. Viewers, we are staying with these pictures which are coming in on Republic TV of President Murmu taking a Rafale sortie. Rafale sortie is an aircraft which has helped address the long-standing capability gaps in the Indian Air Force. It's a very, very strong addition to the Indian Air Force, and we saw the kind of capability that the Rafale has when Operation Sindoor was ongoing, and India showed its air dominance because the Rafale is equipped with advanced weapons like the Meteor missile, BVR, and many such capabilities. Ishan, just take our viewers through why Rafale is the numero uno aircraft of the Indian Air Force.
Rafale is a twin-engine 4.5 gen aircraft. It has advanced radar capabilities. It has around 6 hardpoint, allowing it to carry up to 5.
Ishan, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Because I really want to get in our defense experts. Air Commodore Vijendra Singh Sivach is joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here. Air Commodore, we see that the Rafale is a very capable aircraft, and the way India showed its dominance, it's especially of the Indian Air Force during Operation Sindoor, takes away any doubts on India's defense capabilities. What is the biggest significance, according to you, of President Murmu taking the Rafale sortie right now?
You see, it's a very historic moment and a proud moment for all of us that our President, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and being a lady, she had earlier flown in a Su-30 aircraft, and now she is getting airborne in Rafale aircraft. So one, of course, it shows women empowerment, and then adventurous and daredevil spirit of our Commander-in-Chief. And of course, it sent a message to all the countrymen and to our particularly the defense forces to raise their morale, motivation level. It will also go a long way in encouraging and motivating young ladies, young girls to join Air Force, fly fighter aircraft. You already have girl officers, lady officers flying your Rafale and other most modern aircraft, fighter aircraft. So and of course, the selection of Rafale had done wonders during Operation Sindoor. It has paralyzed the air defense system of our adversary Pakistan, and we had complete air supremacy, air dominance over them. So they're not able to respond after we had attacked their airports and all that from standoff missiles and, of course, air-to-ground missiles and air-to-air missiles. It was complete, dominance over them. We paralyzed their radar system, radar jamming, etc. So it's a great message which is being sent by our, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And she happened to be a lady, so that's another very important message on the role of the women in our country. How high they can rise and there's nothing which they cannot achieve or they cannot do. So it's a proud moment for all of us.
सुखोई में सॉर्टी लेने के बाद आज रफाल में सॉर्टी लेंगी और वो पहली राष्ट्रपति होंगी जिन्होंने दो अलग अलग लड़ाकू जहाजों में सॉर्टी भरी है। तो जाहिर सी बात है, एक महिला होने के नाते, एक ट्राइबल महिला होने के नाते पूरे देश के लिए खास बहुत ऐतिहासिक पल।
बिल्कुल, और ये ऐतिहासिक पल, ये गर्व महसूस कराने वाला पल, और महिलाओं के लिए खासतौर पर अगर हम देखें तो अब पहले अगर हम देखें तो कई क्षेत्रों में महिलाओं की एंट्री पर पाबंदियां लगी हुई थी, लेकिन अब उन सभी पाबंदियों को हटा दिया गया है। हर क्षेत्र में महिलाएं आगे बढ़ रही हैं और उसी की एक जीती जागती मिसाल भी इस समय हम दिखा रहे हैं। और खासतौर पर महिलाओं की अगर हम बात करें तो एक अलग ही मैसेज भी इन तस्वीरों के जरिए महिलाओं में जाएगा कि आप सपने देखें, मेहनत करें और लगातार आगे बढ़ें, उन सपनों को पूरा करें। इन तस्वीरों के माध्यम से हम देख पा रहे हैं। और खासतौर पर रक्षा क्षेत्र में जिस तरीके से महिलाओं की अब एंट्री हुई है, उसके बाद में भी ये तस्वीरें। वापस आते हैं विशाल आपके पास।
All right, getting these live pictures coming from the Ambala Air Base. So pictures coming in of the Supreme Commander of Armed Forces, President Murmu, taking a sortie in the Indian Air Force combat fighter. All right, live with us, we've been joined by defense experts so we can break down the significance of this event that we are seeing. Air Commodore A.S. Behel, retired Indian Air Force officers joining us. Thank you for joining us live with us. Air Commodore, we were talking about the Rafale aircraft and the kind of capabilities it adds to the Indian Air Force. So there's no doubt it's one of the most advanced aircrafts that India has.
Absolutely. It is 4.5 generation low observable twin engine fighter aircraft, and it is one of the latest technology with the Indian Air Force today. We have 2 squads, that is 36 aircraft, and also that this aircraft was used in the recent Ops Sindoor, and in which it carried the Scalp long-range missiles, that is with over 300 kilometers range. And whilst being in the Indian territory, they took on very, very important target systems in Pakistan. Secondly, this aircraft is also used both for air dominance, air superiority, that means taking on the enemy aircraft in air, as well as striking deep strike targets which are located well inside the hostile territory. And there's also a significance. The president flying today is primarily because we are going to go in for a major tri-service exercise from tomorrow, which is called Exercise Trishul, which is being conducted from Rajasthan to Kutch and in the areas of Saurashtra coast, where all the 3 services, that is the Army, Navy and Air Forces, are taking part. And Rafale will be playing a very important role in that, in both air dominance as well as deep strike mission practices. These aircraft provide the grounds where the Army and Air Force can then take over and carry out their own missions. Means when you have such aircraft, they also ensure that we are able to take on, that is, the Army is able to take on their missions and the Navy is able to take on their missions, especially the amphibious operations. It is matter of great pride that our President is going to fly this aircraft, which also shows that she is in extremely fit form. You know that the fighter aircraft, and it's not the first time that she's flown. In April 2023, she flew the Sukhoi 30 MKI aircraft, and now she's going to fly the Rafale, the latest in the series of technology. But when we look at a president, and that too a woman president flying this, it shows 2 things. A, it shows that she is extremely fit, being the supreme commander of the armed forces. She's supremely confident of an aircraft on which the Pakistan was trying to give false narratives. And secondly, that she is also encouraging all the young girls out there watching this sortie going to take place, that there is a great scope for women fighter pilots in the IF. IF was one of the first few services to start with the women pilots in taking on in combat role. Even in our helicopter pilots and transport pilots fly in the tactical battle area, undertaking hugely, missions that are very, very dangerous. Missions they undertake, and our women pilots have always shown that they are as good as any male pilot that we can speak of. So it's a matter of great pride, not just for Indian Air Force, but also for India, that their president is having confidence, is fit, and is leading from the front.
Yes, Air Commodore Behel, what we have said right now, it definitely shows that the Rafale is not just a fighter, it's not just an aircraft, it's not just the most modern Rafale fighter aircraft, but it's also a big message to India's adversaries, especially Pakistan. Air Commodore.
Absolutely, you are absolutely right. And when we are undertaking this flight, just before off Trishul, remember Pakistan is right now in a very tight situation where it is being hounded by Baluchistan Liberation Army on one side, and on the other side, Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan making their life hell in the western parts, that is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area, and they are holding meetings right now in Istanbul with Afghanistan and with Taliban. And in this time when the president is flying, we are also telling them a message that if you ever do anything funny, this side of the front will also open up, and Op Sindoor 2.0 will take into business, because we haven't stopped our Op Sindoor. And if any act of terror is carried out, that act of terror would be considered as an act of war. And this time we are not going to discriminate between the terror elements and those who are promoting terror from across the border. That means the message is to the Munir gang, that is Munir, Malik and Mirza, the three characters who have been involved in ensuring that cross-border terrorism takes place. And when they tried this with Afghanistan, Afghanistan also gave them a bloody nose. And our president's mission is also a message to them that, look, our president, like you guys hide behind your soldiers, our president leads from the front. And remember this sortie, there'll be high G forces. This is a fighter aircraft, advanced fighter. It can go on to 8 and 9 Gs, means 8 to 9 times your body weight. That's the kind your blood flows down your legs, and it's hardly reaching your heart. And at that period of time, you're barely open your eyes, and you're doing combat. And this is what this aircraft is capable of. This is what our president of the country, supreme commander of the armed forces, is showing to the world that, look, we don't hide behind our soldiers, we lead from the front. And it is a message to Pakistan that if you conduct any stupid act of terror, you're going to pay like hell.
Absolutely. Getting pictures coming in of President Murmu at the Ambala Air Base, live pictures from the Ambala Air Base. I just want to go back to Air Commodore Behel. Now, we also know that India has launched a large-scale tri-service exercise Trishul along the western border with Pakistan, and that also underscores the readiness to counter any provocation and strengthen defense preparedness amid tensions with Pakistan. And that has also sent a message to Pakistan. We see that Pakistan is restricting its airspace. At the same time, we see that President Murmu is taking a sortie, or a Rafale sortie. How do you really read these two parallel developments together?
Very nice question. In fact, you yourself are sending as an anchor a message to Munir that, look, we are doing everything possible to show our operational preparedness and to get you away from the act of terror and path of terror, but you are making sure that hundreds of terror elements are being lined up very close to Lipa Valley and other line of control areas where you want them to push them into Indian territory. And if you do that, and if they come and do any act of terror, you are going to pay for it. And this time we are going to hound you, and we are going to search for you where you are located. And also this exercise Trishul that you mentioned, it's a tri-service exercise, which means Air Force, Army and Navy are going to take part in it. It is mostly being carried out in Rajasthan sector as well as in the Kutch area near Sir Creek as well as on Saurashtra coast. And amphibious operations will also be practiced. And it is the Air Force that provides the ground and Air Force that provides the air control which allows these missions to take place. And if you have to carry out amphibious landing in an area, let us say in Balochistan or in Karachi, near Karachi, we are sending them a message very clearly. Look, Balochistan Liberation Army has already carried out their announcement that they are a free country. They consider themselves liberated as on 15th May 2025. And if we carry out any kind of amphibious operations, I can assure you Balochistan would become liberated in no time. And why is Munir not taking this message is because he's damn scared today. And he's scared because the way he has brought up his air defenses, the way he has carried out and sent the NOTAMs, the way he has made his Karachi Corps as well as Bawalpur Corps. Remember, Bawalpur Corps was the place where we carried out a strike on Jaish-e-Mohammed targets in Bawalpur, where we had knocked off large number of relatives of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief, and which made Pakistani generals come there and put national flag. And it was a great moment where Masood Azhar had clearly said that, God, why don't you take me instead of my family? And through your channel, I'm telling Jaish-e-Mohammed chief, we are going to take you very soon and make your wish come true. And secondly, it was the Navy which did not participate in this in terms of it created a deterrent posture and made sure that Pakistan Navy remained close to coastal areas and their harbour areas, that is Karachi and Pasni. But they never ventured out into the Arabian Sea. This time we are telling them our Navy is Dil mange more. It is waiting. It is waiting for us to tell you, ki, look here, I mean business. We are the 7th largest navy, but in modernized terms, we are the 3rd most effective navy in the world. And in terms of indigenization, I think amongst the 3 services, Indian Navy has far outstripped all other services. And it is looking at 60 more ships that are going to come in very soon. As the aircraft will take off, it is sending a message to them that when the air dominance sorties are flown by Rafale in Exercise Trishul, it is a message to them, we are ready operationally and we are sending you a message, stop terror and stop propagation of terror and start saying what you are telling Afghanistan, not to promote terror. So, and you're also hitting at their targets inside Afghanistan by your Air Force. In fact, you are hitting at your own civilian targets in Tira Valley, where you killed about 36, whether women and children were largely part of that, when you bombed your own village. I mean, it's only Pakistan and Pakistan Air Force which can do such things where they bomb their own countrymen. In India, it never takes place. Even when we had a problem in Kashmir, our army it was mostly focused on winning hearts and minds campaign. And it is a completely different ballgame. We never used our Air Force for combat missions within our own territory. Whereas Pakistan, both their army and Air Force are scared. They are scared today. And why are they scared is because of this visual that you are seeing where the aircraft is lining up virtually on the runway and moving out. And in this aircraft is Supreme Commander of our armed forces, that is Droupadi Murmu.
Yes, Air Commodore Behela. So as we see that President Murmu is all set to fly and she's on board the Rafale, I would also like to ask you, because our viewers will be very, very interested to know exactly what is happening inside that aircraft. We're talking about how is the in-flight handling taking place, talking about G-force maneuvers, the altitude, and what are the other modifications, the cockpit modifications, the briefing that the president has got.
Normally, whenever we fly any mission, there's a briefing carried out, irrespective of how the senior the person may be. And since the Supreme Commander is flying, we'll be very worried about her safety. And for this reason, we would have ensured that we have given her a top-class briefing in which the person who's taking her would be telling her all the combat situations that she'll be encountering whilst in air. We will not do actual combat, but we'll be doing maneuvering. And she would have been briefed about that. She would have been briefed about safety features. She would have been briefed about the ejection seat handle, that in case anything happens. Now, remember, this is a twin-engine aircraft. So even if one engine something happens, there is another engine to bring the aircraft back home safely. But all these safety measures would be briefed to her. Plus, she would be wearing a G suit, an anti-G suit. Anti-G suit means which looks into the G forces that take place whenever you carry out any maneuver, whether it's in the vertical like a looping maneuver like this, or it is in the horizontal like a turning maneuver. In high G conditions, that is 4 to 5 to 6 Gs, you find that your blood gets drained to your legs and to your feet. And it becomes very difficult for the heart to pump up the blood to your brain. At this time, we wear an anti-G suit which reduces these G forces by 1.5 times and doesn't allow the blood to come down so much into your feet. So it can only reduce, but the president being so fit and the president being fit mentally and morally also, she knows she is doing the right thing and that she's leading from the front. It gives a different kind of josh to the person who's saying, I'm leading India today, I'm leading one of the world's best armed forces. You may say we are the third largest army, the fourth largest air force, the seventh largest navy, but let me assure you, we are the most professional armed forces in the world. We are respected world over. Whenever there are difficult peacekeeping operations, Indians are always asked for. And I still remember an incident where our helicopters picked up Pakistani battalion when it was encircled by those militant elements which were going to hit at it in Africa. So there have been numerous conditions where those nations who are hostile to us also, we save their personnel when we are abroad during peacekeeping operations. That is the kind of professionalism that is displayed by our armed forces. And it's also the Army, Navy and Air Force who have displayed themselves well anywhere. Now, when the aircraft is going to take off, it is going to use the reheat. Reheat is the afterburners that are lit up behind the exhaust. You see the fire that comes out, that is the afterburner fire. And thereafter, as the aircraft rolls, it starts gaining acceleration very, very fast because two top-class engines of Rolls-Royce would be powering it, and Safran engines, and it would be giving it such amount of thrust that it virtually, now you can see it's rolling and accelerating. And so when it gets airborne, it is already achieving very close of thrust to weight ratio as 1:1. And this is the time when it gets airborne, undercarriage is the first thing that is retracted and thereby reducing the drag, that is friction on the aircraft. And now you can accelerate even much faster. So when you get airborne, the G forces come into being, the aircraft is put up in a nose-up attitude, and thereafter it climbs away to a safe height where you would now undertake maneuvers. You generally remain within the sector which is close to the Ambala airfield, so that if there is anything which is taking place, that is weather or any problems with the aircraft, you can come back and land safely as we have our Supreme Commander on board.
Yes, absolutely, Air Commodore. You're trying to explain to us, what is really happening inside the cockpit as the Rafale sortie will be taking off. Just a little bit of a experience we can share, perhaps. Whenever a Rafale lifts off, how does it really feel? Because we know the president is on the Rafale. The moment that it lifts off, okay, we see that happening right now.
As well as some hours on Sukhoi 30 Jaguars and the other fighter aircraft. One thing I have seen, and I've also taken some VIPs on board when I've taken them in trainer aircraft, or I've taken some journalists like yourself on board where they filmed, missions taking place from air. And now you can see the aircraft taking off. And as it takes off, you see first thing that is going up is the undercarriage. You can see the fire behind. That's the afterburner. That means extra fuel is being thrown outside on the jet exhaust and it is being burned, which gives it rapid power and acceleration. See, as the aircraft is moving away from us, it's becoming a speck because of the distance and the speed which it has already picked up. And you can see the nose attitude is about 10 to 15 degrees above the horizon, which means that it is trading both speed and vertical elevation at the same time. And it is coming up to a place where they are now going to climb probably to between 3 to 5 kilometers of altitude to undertake a few maneuvers that are going to be flown there. Now, inside the cockpit, the pilot would be very concentrating on the speed and altitude when he's close to the ground, because there is hardly any vertical elevation available. But once he goes above ground, there is a lot of time for him now to start comprehending situation, and he would be explaining the president what is happening right throughout this. When he commenced his role and whether the seat belts are tight. And thereafter, once he's got airborne, he'll be telling her that, look, we are now going to climb to so-and-so height, we'll be going to sector, or we'll remain overhead, and that we will be undertaking these maneuvers. Probably we will carry out some turns initially with less G, thereafter with a little bit more of G, and maybe a few barrel rolls or some of the aerobatic maneuvers if the conditions are so positive at that period of time.
Yes, Air Commodore. How long will the sortie be in terms of time? And what about the altitude? Will it be maintaining moderate or high altitude in this case?
Normally, we fly, whenever we take the VIPs, we fly between 3 to 5 kilometers of altitude, because normally around 3 to 5 kilometers gives us a safe altitude. And it also, we can practice some maneuvers at those altitudes. But at the same time, you require oxygen, because at 5 kilometers, virtually there is no oxygen available and in the outside air. I mean, there is oxygen, but it's too less. So we are now having, if you see, the president would be wearing a mask in a helmet, which would make sure that the oxygen is coming to her. Then the G suit is also put onto the aircraft structure so that there is air pressure being built on the legs so that the blood doesn't flow down to the feet. At the same time, she would be briefed. She's already been briefed on ground on the instruments that are there, on the head-up displays that are there. But she would be briefed in air also. If you look on the left side on this top, you will see the speed and you can see the altitude, and you can see that the altitude is increasing. So it is going to be made so interesting for her. And she'll be also showed ground features from top that, look, we are over Ambala town, or we are on the left, you can see this canal and you see this bridge. Like that, it will be oriented to her. And then she'll be told if there is any maneuver that will be carried out, like a steep turn or a barrel roll, then if if a physical condition is permitting it, then they would be briefing her that this is going to happen. But definitely some rolls would be shown to her. You see a small wing in front of the nose, very close to the nose, that is called a canard, which gives it extra maneuverability and lift at critical angles of attack when you are turning at high Gs. So this is the key factors that she has to keep in mind. But I'm sure the way she's fit, the way she has the josh, she'll be really enjoying this sortie. It takes me back to my own time when I used to take some VIPs on board. And I had one pleasure of flying with the chief. And you know what he did to me was, he said, you just shut up and let me fly this sortie. He had never flown that aircraft, but he was so happy flying it. And after I had shown him the basics, he just virtually took over. Now, those are very happy memories that I have of the Indian Air Force. And seeing her fly in this aircraft, I'm actually feeling a little jealous, because I would like to sit in the cockpit myself and perhaps take on those who are across the border and tell them, look, we still have one of the best pilots today flying these aircraft, and we have the Supreme Commander leading them from the front.
Taking it forward on that note, Air Commander A.S. Behel, sir, if you could just explain to us also what the messaging behind such a sortie is when the Commander-in-Chief flies in India's frontline fighter jets from the Ambala Air Base, also known for its prowess. It was also one of the air bases under attack during Operation Sindoor, and we had the visual of the Prime Minister also visiting there and taking a photograph in front of that S-400 battery with the Rafales and Sukhois in the backdrop. And now we have the President of India, just 6 months later after Operation Sindoor, taking a sortie in Rafale. Perhaps this could be one of those aircraft that took participation and was in fact involved in the operation. And now the optics of the Commander-in-Chief there, taking off in a similar aircraft and now taking a sortie with our fighter pilots today. What message does it send to the IAF as well in terms of the confidence that our Commander-in-Chief has in the abilities of our forces, at the same time the message to the enemy, sir?
Yeah, actually a brilliant question. The strategic messaging is to three people. The first one is definitely to the enemy or hostile people that, look, our president has confidence. We are undertaking operational preparedness missions. And if you undertake anything, if you do anything funny in future, we are going to give you such a reply that you are going to wish that you never thought of being born again. Now that is one message, strategic message to Munir, to Pakistani generals that look, our president, our supreme commander has full faith on this aircraft. They were talking so many things about Rafale, and let me tell you this: they had given 4 Rafale numbers, and 3 of them I remember. The tail numbers, you can see on the tail there are numbers written: 021, 022, and 027. BS 021, 022, and 027. They had given this to one of the Western journalists, and they had told him that, look, these are the aircraft that we had shot down. You know, we are going to probably fly those aircraft in a quad exercise. Quad means quadrilateral, which includes Australia, Japan, US and India, these 4 countries. And we are going to fly those 3 tail number aircraft just to show to the Pakistanis, these are the tail numbers that you were talking of. And here our Rafales are flying in the quadrilateral exercise that is going to take place in November. So the Pakistanis have a habit of lying, and Pakistanis have a habit of telling long tales and narratives. And those narratives are being, shredded to pieces when the aircraft in which the President Murmu has just taken off. And it is clearly indicated to them that this is the confidence that our president has. So one message is to them. The second message is to all the Indian Air Force pilots, and especially to women aspirants who want to join the Indian Air Force, that it is such a safe Air Force, it is such a professional Air Force, and its Air Force has always achieved its outcomes. And look, the president herself is flying on this, and it's going to motivate a large number of women, because whenever I interact, when I go to colleges and I talk to students, when I talk to girls, not so many boys today are keen to join the armed forces, but the way the girls tell me that they are keen, and especially to become a fighter pilot and to fly the country's most advanced aircraft. And there are women who are pilots who are flying this aircraft, Shivangi being one of them, and she has just gone for her course she just finished her course in flight instructor school. So when we are talking of messaging to the women, to the pilots within the Indian Air Force, and to the Air Force itself, that look, I'm proud of you, that I'm confident of you, that I'm confident that you are going to take me and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces for a sortie. You're going to show us that we are the best in the world. And third message is to the countrymen. It is to the countrymen that the Supreme Commander understands the difficulties of the armed forces. Supreme Commander understands that the Indian Air Force is going to play a vital role in any future warfare, and that Indian Air Force is one of the prime instruments that the country would be using in terms of hostilities, especially when you are launching. Remember those Brahmas when it was launched for Sukhoi 30 MKI and Scalp missiles that were launched from Rafale. And these aircraft, these missiles played havoc with Pakistan. We are showing them that we have missiles that have a range of 450 kilometers. We are telling them that these aircraft are so flexible fighter aircraft, unlike drones, they can go right up to Bay Arabian Sea, and there they can launch their weapons anywhere inside Pakistan, including those areas that are on their western side. So Pakistanis don't have a safe haven. Earlier they used to consider Afghanistan as a strategic depth. Today Afghanistan has been, has been given such a raw deal by Pakistan that they themselves have gone against them. You cannot go inside another country's territory and carry out strikes, whether it is in Post, whether it is in Paktia, or whether it is in Kabul. And they are today so anti-Pakistan, Taliban. And remember in 2021 when Taliban had taken over controls from Americans. And Americans, what did they do? 20 years, they took away Afghanistan from Taliban, ruled it, and 20 years later they gave back Afghanistan to Taliban, and that's the time Pakistan thought that strategic depth has come and that India will never have good relations with Afghanistan. But today the scene has completely changed. Today the Pakistan Air Force, which bombs its own people, goes and bombs in areas inside Afghanistan, breaks their sovereignty, carries out attacks at night when the people were sleeping, and makes large number of women and children die who are innocents. And that is the reason why the Taliban showed them with their uniforms on sticks and taking them around and showing them to everybody that this is what they're going to do to the Pakistan army. And it is a message to Pakistan also that if you create any problems, this is one front which can also open up. It can open up also in Balochistan by our navy, and it can also open up in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Pakistan occupied Kashmir, which is ours and which they have to give to us very soon. And if they don't, the day will not be very far when the POKs themselves will be saying, Indians, please come. And as it is, they have been on protest for so long against the Pakistan government and the army. The army is not considered in high regard in Pakistan. Even in Punjab, after Labaks were killed in hundreds very recently when Pakistan Rangers opened fire on a large number of Labak supporters and members. So Pakistan virtually is burning today. A message to them that if they don't want to implode, it would be good to maintain good relations with everybody.
Indeed, Air Commodore Beheran, a strong message going into Pakistan. I would also like to understand from you the mind of a fighter pilot. We all know that Rafale is India's most advanced 4.5 generation fighter aircraft, and that it's not really built for comfort, it's built for battle. And today when a fighter pilot is sitting in that front cockpit there with the President of India, his Commander-in-Chief right behind him, you have flown the chief yourself, you were just mentioning, what goes into the mind of the fighter pilot? We know that our pilots have to be in peak physical form to maneuver these frontline and state-of-the-art aircraft. We have President of India also sitting in there. She's 67 years old, and she's also going to be experiencing a lot of what a pilot goes through. Obviously, the maneuvers would be slightly more different as to how it would be during an aggressive maneuvering situation while exercises or in combat situation. But do tell us what goes into the mind of the fighter pilot, as well as what would President Murmu be experiencing right now as she is in the sky in that Rafale?
That's a very nice question. The president would be taken through those harsh maneuvers that we carry out in combat, both in the vertical and in the horizontal. That means taking the aircraft up, down like that, and then turning away from the enemy, and then positioning for a quick radar kill. We won't be doing all these maneuvers, but we will be doing basic handling and maybe some rolls if the situation permits. But at the same time, let me assure you, when the pilot is flying, or even if you are flying with a VIP or VVIP, I tell you something very great, When we are sitting in the cockpit, earlier I used to think when I was a kid, when I used to see the MiG-21s land at Jamnagar, and I felt that I must join the NDA and one day become a fighter pilot. And let me tell you that the mind, and at that time I used to feel fear, when your high-speed aircraft is coming for landing. But when you're sitting in the cockpit, there is no fear because your mind is going over checks, procedures, your mind is going over instruments, you're looking at parameters. And then when you're taking off, you're concentrating, you're seeing how fast the aircraft is accelerating, you're looking at the first marker, registering your speed. And then as your speed is coming for takeoff, you're lifting your nose up and then you're keeping it there and the aircraft virtually gets airborne on its own thereafter. But then you are again concentrating on various instruments that are in front of you. At the same time, you're also being fed with the G forces that come into being moment you get into the airborne, because now you are in a three-dimensional environment. But all the time, now as you're getting airborne and you're looking for other aircraft, if there are any nearby, you're ensuring that you are safe from them. If there is a formation, you're quickly getting into position, into formation, so that you can clear each other's tail for combat later. And in case you are single, then you're looking at the missions that you're going to fly. And in that mission, what are the various maneuvers that you're going to carry out? You're also looking on ground to see the navigational features. Even though now modern aircraft have inertial navigation systems, they have GPS, and there is a standby to GPS also, which is carried by the pilots nowadays. So there's so many facilities available. In our time, there were no facilities. We used to call MTD, moving thumb display. On the map, you had a map in front, a million map, and from that you're looking at important features that were on the map, looking at ground when those features are coming at the time that you were supposed to reach there. And this is how we used to do navigation. But today it's much more easier. And towards my end of my career, I did fly with a lot of advanced features of the aircraft, which helped me to concentrate more on the air combat side than on just purely navigating or looking for other aircraft, because now today your aircraft has such advanced radars and electronic warfare systems that it tells you much before, and especially with network-centric environment, you're getting pictures from other fighter aircrafts also, and you're also getting pictures from ground radars, and you're being told where the threat is likely to come, emerge, what is the electronic warfare systems that you must use to self-protect yourself, which Rafale has. All these facilities Rafale has. And you're using, communication systems which are virtually jam-proof. So it's a great privilege to fly an aircraft which is 4.5 generation. And now the Indian Air Force is looking at 5th generation aircraft. AMCA is going to be produced in India. We have already gone for an expression of interest. There are a large number of private companies that have, given their, like L&T, Reliance, Mahindra, many Adani, many big companies have given, and even Tata Advanced Aircraft Systems Limited has given their interest. And I'm 100% sure that when our private industry with the government, that is PSUs, HAL, when they come together, we are going to produce not just 5th generation, we are going to produce the 6th generation aircraft. And I can assure you, by the time this aircraft AMCA will be flying, it will be closer to being 6th generation than it will be 5th generation. I have so much of confidence on indigenous capability, and I have so much of confidence on our scientists as well as our researchers. And last thing that I want to say is that when you are flying in the air, there is no time to think. You're concentrating on what you're going to do ahead, because your speed of flying is close to thousands of kilometers per hour. So your ground is moving fast, things are happening very fast. And at that period of time, the only thing that comes to your mind is mission first. Like we always say, India first, it is mission first. What is the next objective I have to achieve, and whether I'm positioned to achieve that objective or not, which is the next maneuver that I have to carry out, whether I've got the parameters in terms of speed, height, angle of attack, whether I have achieved those, and then whether I've got the turn that I was supposed to execute in a particular rate that I've been able to do that. And then next, what am I going to do? So the mind continues like this. The normal sorties are of about 25-30 minutes to 45 to 50 minutes, depending on what type of missions. But when we go for long strike missions, and especially with the air-to-air refueling, you find that the air-to-air refuelers give us a great bit of flexibility, both time in the air as well as range of the aircraft, where you can go very deep inside or very far away and carry out strike missions. So the air-to-air refueling has virtually brought in a paradigm change and is considered as a force multiplier. So when you are in the air, even when you are flying missions which are as large as 6 to 8 hours or 4 to 5 hours, you are still concentrating on what you're going to do next. What is your fuel now? When do you need air-to-air refueling? Where are you going to do air-to-air refueling? What patterns you will fly? How you will ensure that the hose that comes into the nozzle of your air-to-air refueler is going to work out with speeds and precision that you are supposed to fly. So a fighter pilot's mind is continuously active with large amount of things. He's looking, scanning at instruments, he's looking at radar, he's looking at electronic warfare systems, he's communicating with his other members who are flying along with him. It is indeed a privilege which only the Indian Air Force has given to the pilots of the Indian Air Force, especially veterans like us.
Thank you so much, Air Commodore Behel, for joining us this morning and putting into context this very, very impressive, complex sortie that President of India, our Commander-in-Chief, is taking from Ambala Air Base in a Rafale. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the visuals from moments ago when the Rafale took off with the President of India. And she is at the moment in the skies, soaring high, along with Indian Air Force's confidence. We'll be right back after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, with more details on this historic Rafale sortie of President of India, Droupadi Murmu. Stay tuned.
इसमें मौजूद हैं और ये तस्वीरें इस समय आपको दिखा रहे हैं जब टेक ऑफ इस समय विमान कर चुका है राफेल, जिसमें राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, two US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर शाही पनीर masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by...
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, President of India is taking a historic sortie in the Rafale aircraft from the Ambala Air Base. She's in the sky, taking off just moments ago. And ladies and gentlemen, when we come right back after that short break, we'll bring you fresh visuals coming in from the Ambala Air Base. Stay tuned to Republic as we come right back after this very short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, two US Navy planes...
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area.
आज इस एकता परेड में 54 राज्य पुलिस एवं केंद्रीय पुलिस बलों के ये ध्वज जो हमारे तिरंगे की सच्ची ताकत है, पूज्य सरदार के अखंड भारत के विचार एवं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के संगठित भारत के जज्बे को हिंदुस्तान के सीने में जिंदा रखने हेतु संकल्पबद्ध है। 54 ध्वज वाहकों के हाथों में ये प्रत्येक ध्वज अपने आप में कई वीर गाथाओं को समेटे हुए एक भारत के लिए कटिबद्ध होने का संदेश दे रहे हैं। इनमें से कई ध्वजों को निशान का सम्मान भी प्राप्त है।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From the Ram Janmabhoomi case to Sabrimala, from Narmada to Kaveri, where faith met law, where history waited for a verdict. Padma Shri 2025 recipient, Senior Advocate C.S. Vaidyanathan on the legal side of things this weekend only on Republic TV.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious drills off the Saurashtra coast and multi-domain exercises involving cyber, electromagnetic and unmanned systems. The army has reportedly deployed more than 20,000 soldiers along with main battle tanks, howitzers, armed helicopters and various missile systems. Meanwhile, the Indian Air Force will soon initiate high-tempo operations known as the Maha Gurjar military exercise, fielding frontline fighters like the Rafales and Su-30 MKIs, special mission aircraft, helicopters, remotely piloted drones, and force enablers such as IL-78 mid-air refuelers and AEW&C platforms. The Indian Navy has also deployed frigates and destroyers off the Gujarat coast to support intensive maneuvers as part of this comprehensive tri-service exercise. The Ministry of Defence has said the drill aims to demonstrate joint operational capability, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. India wants to show that its armed forces are ready for any challenge along the western border, including areas that are strategically sensitive, like Sortie.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12 p.m. this afternoon. Breaking news is coming in. US President Donald Trump has hinted at a trade deal with India soon and has lauded his relationship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, stating that he has great respect for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this is the big breaking development coming in at 12 p.m. this Wednesday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, where President Trump, who is in South Korea for a bilateral meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping, has hinted towards a trade deal coming in with India very soon. This is the first major statement by President Trump on India and US trade deal prospects, which was supposed to be finalized by fall of 2025. Let's first listen into what US President Donald Trump exactly said on a possible trade deal very soon with India.
I've ended 8 wars in 8 months, and in many instances, trade has played a big part in getting those wars ended. On top of it all, tariffs now projected to reduce our deficit by $4 trillion over the next 10 years, and I think actually much more than that. That's national security, because you can't have deficits and you can't have debt all over the place. And it stops inflation and strengthening the dollar and ultimately balancing our federal budget, which I think we're going to do very quickly, only because of our policy of fair tariffs. And for any company that does not wish to pay the tariff, I say, you could build your factory in America. If you build your factory in America, there is zero tariffs. But, again, going back to the wars, it's so important. If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India, and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship. Likewise, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is a great guy, and the Field Marshal, they have a Field Marshal. You know why he's a Field Marshal? He's a great fighter.
And over the last 2 days, I guess we took out 4. But there are very few of them. There are very few of them now. That's down, I hear that's down about 80% by water. The drugs by water down, as you know, about 80% down. And I would imagine it's going to be pretty close to 100%. Nobody wants to do it. And we'll be, and we already are. We're stopping them on land also.
Sir, what is China?
We're actually making our country safe. Think of it. I'm just saying as I speak to you, very simply, we're making our country safe. It's a beautiful thing.
Sir, what is China doing to justify removing fentanyl tariffs?
Well, I think they're going to do things that, they have an industry that has to do with drugs. The fentanyl has other reasons for being. And we have to get rid of it. We have to stop it. And now we're stopping it at the border to a very much larger extent than ever before. Under Biden, you had open borders. This stuff was flowing in. I think they killed 300,000 people last year. Fentanyl, drugs coming through the southern border. And now nobody gets through the southern border. We just had another report of a 0. 0 people came. We are very tough at the border. And we're allowing people into our country, but they're coming in legally through the legal process. And I want to commend, I have to tell you, our border agents, our border patrol agents, they've been amazing. And ICE these people do such a great job. What they're doing, Memphis is making tremendous progress, as you know, is extremely dangerous, and already it's down to less than 50%. A lot of criminals, career criminals, people that came in illegally have been brought back to their countries and never to come back again. We tell them if you come back again, it's going to be brutal.
Wait, and sorry, just to clarify, so China's going to be working with U.S. law enforcement on fentanyl, or how is that going to work?
China's going to be working with me.
Okay.
Okay, they're going to be working with me, and we're going to do something, I believe. I mean, look, we have to have the meeting. Our meeting tomorrow, that's a big meeting. And fentanyl will be one of the things that we're discussing, importantly. We'll be discussing the farmers, we'll be discussing a lot of things, but fentanyl will be one of the things we're discussing.
What did you mean last night when you said you were prepared to send more than the National Guard into American cities?
Sure, I would. I would do that if it was necessary. You know, if it was necessary, I'd do that, but it hasn't been necessary. We're doing a great job without that, but yeah, if it was necessary. As you know, I'm allowed to do that.
Do you mean other branches of the military you would send in, or?
If it were, who are you with?
The New York Times.
Oh, wow, that's very good, very good. Well, if you write it correctly, I'll give you the answer. But, you know, if I want to enact a certain act, I'm allowed to do it routinely, and about 50% of presidents have used that, as you know, and I'd be allowed to do whatever I want. But we haven't chosen to do that because we're doing very well without it. But I'd be allowed to do that, you understand that. And the courts wouldn't get involved, nobody would get involved, and I could send the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, I could send anybody I wanted. But I haven't done that because we're doing so well without it. Washington, D.C. continues to be amazing, safe, and it's really great. As I said, Memphis, where we are now, is doing really well. It's down, I think, almost 70%. And within 2-3 weeks, it'll be down to almost no crime. Now, we're taking a lot of bad people out. We're incarcerating some very bad people, some gangs. They have a lot of bad gangs there, and we're taking care of it. And we're doing things that, frankly, local law enforcement is going to have a hard time doing. We were all set to go last Saturday into San Francisco. We look forward to that. We would have solved that problem in less than a month. But at the behest of a couple of really great people, very successful, great civic-minded people, they said, we'd love to try doing it ourselves, and that's okay. And we worked with the mayor, and we're working with those people, but we didn't surge the city. And I said, if we surge, it's going to go a lot quicker, and it's much more effective. But I want to give them a chance to do it themselves if they can. If they can't do it themselves, we'll solve San Francisco in 3 weeks.
On the southern border, President Sheinbaum of Mexico said that the tariff truce with the U.S. has been extended for talks. How long are you willing to wait for that to play out?
Well, I like the extension with Mexico because, you know, we're doing very well with that extension. We get a lot of tariffs. They're paying a lot of money. As you know, a lot of car companies are moving from Mexico back into the United States. They took our car companies a long time ago, 30 years ago and more. We lost about 57% of our automobile manufacturing over the decades. And it's all coming back because of tariffs. It's all coming back. And the tariffs are really national security as much as anything else. It's national security in many ways, but one of the ways that it's national security is we're building up great wealth because of tariffs, and that, you know, you need wealth to be secure. But it's, in a more traditional sense, also national security, very important. But we're bringing back our auto plants that deserted us 20 and 30 years ago. They're all coming back. Last night, I met with Mr. Toyota, and we had an amazing meeting. I said, what's your name? Toyota. I said, you're rich. And he's going to invest, think of this, $10 billion in the United States to build manufacturing plants. They'll build their cars with American workers largely. They have the right to send some experts. But they're going to be building cars in the United States. So we're getting all of our manufacturing back in the car business. And AI, we're leading China, we're leading the world in AI. We're getting them rapid approvals on energy. I've allowed them to produce their own energy for each plant, so that rather than relying on an old and somewhat weak grid, the electric grid, they build their own energy, and then if they have excess energy, they sell it back into the grid. So it's great. It's really worked out well. It's allowing them to build rapidly, and they are building all over the United States.
Sir, could we get your reaction to Israel striking in Gaza again?
Well, as I understand it, they took out an Israeli soldier. I just heard about it a little while ago. They killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back, and they should hit back. When that happens, they should hit back.
Do you think does that worry you about the ceasefire? Does that jeopardize the ceasefire in any way?
No, nothing's going to jeopardize. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be.
Shehzad Poonawala, the BJP spokesperson who will be addressing.
चलिए रेडी है सब लोग? मित्रों, सभी का स्वागत है। मित्रों, इंडी अलायंस की एक ही पहचान, जुबान पे संविधान पर मन में वोट बैंक की दुकान, और इसके बहुत सारे मिल चुके हैं प्रमाण। जो लोग कल तक पाकिस्तान को कहते थे कि पाकिस्तान तू मेरा भाईजान, आज कांग्रेस पार्टी बन चुकी है बांग्लादेश की कदरदान, और इसका भी आज सामने प्रमाण आ चुका है। मित्रों, जुबान पर संविधान रखने वाले मन में वोट बैंक की दुकान इस कदर चला रहे हैं कि अब केवल बांग्लादेशी अवैध घुसपैठियों के साथ ही नहीं, केवल रोहिंग्याओं के साथ ही नहीं, बल्कि ऑफिशियली कांग्रेस पार्टी किस प्रकार से भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े एजेंडे में उतर आई है, इसका प्रमाण सामने आया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले हमने देखा है कि एक प्रवोक करने की कोशिश की गई, भारत के नॉर्थ ईस्ट को, भारत के अभिन्न अंग को किसी और देश का हिस्सा बताकर किस प्रकार से एक भारत के टुकड़े करने की मानसिकता सामने निकल कर आई। और कांग्रेस पार्टी जो लगातार कितने वर्षों से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ी है, देश में यूपीए के कालखंड में और कांग्रेस के जमाने में करोड़ों घुसपैठियों को बसाने का काम, अभी हमने सैम पित्रोदा से लेकर सैयदा हमीद और गुलाम मीर के बांग्लादेशी इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स के समर्थन में दिए गए बयानों का भी हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था। और अब तो ऑफिशियली पार्टी के मंच से कांग्रेस पार्टी बांग्लादेश के नेशनल एंथम को गाकर अपना समर्थन प्रकट करती है। आपने देखा होगा, सुबह से न्यूज चैनल्स में भी चल रहा है, ये शॉकिंग न्यूज है कि श्रीभूमि आसाम में कांग्रेस की एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग में, कांग्रेस के ऑफिशियल प्लेटफॉर्म से कांग्रेस के एक बड़े नेता बांग्लादेशी नेशनल एंथम गाते हैं। उसी देश का एंथम गा रहे हैं जिसने अभी अभी किस प्रकार से भारत के नॉर्थ ईस्ट, खास करके असम को भारत से अलग करने का, खंड खंड करने का, टुकड़े टुकड़े करने का अभी एक प्रोवोकेटिव जेस्चर भी किया है। और ये कोई पहली बार ऐसा नहीं है
All right, so that was BJP's press conference on the latest controversy that has erupted in the state of Assam after the Congress leader was heard singing the Bangladesh national anthem in Assam.
कॉर्नर रखना पाकिस्तानी आतंकी हमलों पर, सॉफ्ट स्टैंड लेना पाकिस्तान पर, 370 हो, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, उस पर सुर से सुर मिलाना। पर अब जिस प्रकार से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के साथ साथ आज खुलकर कांग्रेस पार्टी उस समय पर समर्थन दे रही है, एक बांग्लादेश का जब वहां से भारत को टुकड़े करने की और भारत के हिस्से हिस्से करने की बात आई है। और यह कोई संयोग नहीं है, यह सोचा समझा प्रयोग और उद्योग बन चुका है, वोट बैंक का उद्योग। क्योंकि इससे पहले आपने देखा होगा सैम पित्रोदा, जो भारत के नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को चाइनीज कहते हैं, वही सैम पित्रोदा ने अभी बयान दिया सितंबर में कि आई फील एट होम इन पाकिस्तान एंड बांग्लादेश। तो आप सोचिए कि बांग्लादेश का नेशनल एंथम भी कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से गाया जाता है, पाकिस्तान का तो गा ही रहे थे। फिर उसके बाद हमने देखा इससे पहले सैम पित्रोदा ने बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान के विषय में क्या स्टेटमेंट दिया था। इससे पहले सैम पित्रोदा ने खुलकर बोला कि क्या हुआ अगर बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ घुसकर आ गए देश में, हमें इसके ऊपर कोई आपत्ति नहीं जतानी चाहिए, थोड़ा एडजस्ट हम लोगों को कर देना चाहिए। आपने देखा होगा कि इससे पहले गुलाम मीर ने झारखंड चुनाव के समय पर खुलकर कहा था कि हमारा एजेंडा है घुसपैठियों को गैस सिलेंडर दे देना। सैयदा हमीद, जो कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रथम परिवार की बहुत करीबी मानी जाती है, प्लानिंग कमीशन में थी, उन्होंने भी कहा था कि असम एक बड़ा डेंजरस प्लेस है, असम बड़ा डेंजरस प्लेस है, और अगर कोई घुसपैठिया बांग्लादेशी आ गया है तो हमें उसे अपना लेना चाहिए, उसका भी तो ये जमीन है, उसकी भी तो ये जगह है, उसकी भी तो दुनिया है। तो बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के साथ खड़े होते होते आज देश विरोधी भारत के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वाले एजेंडे के साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी किस प्रकार से खड़ी है, उसका जो प्रमाण है वो हमें असम कांग्रेस के पार्टी कार्यालय से मिलता है, जब वहां से खुलकर बांग्लादेश का नेशनल एंथम गाया जाता है श्री भूमि से। और आप देखिए ये तब बयान आ रहा है जब कुछ ही दिन पहले प्रियांक खड़गे ने असम के युवाओं को अपमानित किया, कहा कि ये असम के यूथ में कौन सा टैलेंट है। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी वही पार्टी है जिसने भूपेन हजारिका जी का भी अपमान किया। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो 1962 में नेहरू जी ने बाय बाय असम कह दिया था। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसने नॉर्थ ईस्ट पर बम गिरवाए थे। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है, जब भारत जोड़ो यात्रा हुई तो राहुल गांधी जी के मैप से असम को गायब कर दिया था। तो सोचिए, एक तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी असम के युवाओं की, असम के जनता की, असम के लोगों का अपमान करती है, एक तरफ वो खुलकर बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठी, जो कि सारे के सारे कांग्रेस के जमाने में आए, अभी तो घुसपैठ नहीं होती है, केवल बंगाल छोड़ दीजिए तो सारी जगह बांग्लादेश इंडिया के बीच में फेंसिंग हो चुकी है लगभग। तो आज जिस प्रकार से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठी, जिनको वैलिड आईडी और प्रूफ और सारे संसाधन देने का काम कांग्रेस की सरकार ने किया, जब हमारी सरकार डी से डिटेक्ट, डी से डिलीट और डी से डिपोर्ट करती है इलीगल्स को, घुसपैठियों को, तो कांग्रेस बोलती है डी से हम डिवाइड करेंगे, डी से हम डिस्टोर्ट करेंगे और डी से हम डिफेंड करेंगे इलीगल्स को। और इसी श्रृंखला में आज कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ऑफिशियली अपना स्टैंड घोषित कर दिया है, जो भारत विरोधी स्टैंड है। कल तक ये बनते थे पाकिस्तान के भाईजान, आज बन चुके हैं बांग्लादेश, और बांग्लादेश में से जो निकल कर आया है भारत को टुकड़े करने वाले सुर, उसके कदरदान। और ये सारी चीजें जो कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी, इंडिया अलायंस के लोग, ये केवल और केवल वोट बैंक की राजनीति के चलते हम देख सकते हैं कि ये आज इस प्रकार से ये वोट बैंक के नाम पर भारत को टुकड़े करने के काम पर, केवल कांग्रेस पार्टी ही नहीं, ये जो घुसपैठिया प्रेम है, ये जो भारत विरोधी ताकतों के साथ मिल जाने का लक्ष्य है, वो केवल कांग्रेस के साथ साथ अब इंडिया अलायंस के बाकी दल भी कर रहे हैं। मानो कि टीएमसी हो, कांग्रेस हो, डीएमके हो, सब में पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ कैप, कैप मतलब कंपेटिटिव अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स की एक रेस छिड़ी हुई है। और कौन सबसे बड़ी कैप कंपेटिटिव अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स कर सकता है, इसकी एक कंपटीशन शुरू हो चुकी है। ये तुष्टीकरण का कंपटीशन और वोट बैंक का कंपटीशन है, जिसके चलते कांग्रेस पार्टी ऑफिशियली अपने मंच से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों का समर्थन करती है और दूसरी तरफ टीएमसी भी जो है वो कहती है कि वो है संविधान के साथ, पर किस प्रकार से जंगल राज और शरिया का राज वो चाहती है उसका प्रमाण देती है। अभी एसआईआर का फेज 2 अनाउंस किया गया इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा, और एसआईआर एक संवैधानिक दायित्व है, संवैधानिक अधिकार है इलेक्शन कमीशन का, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी माना है। देश में चुनाव हो, चुनाव से पहले इलेक्टोरल रोल बनते हैं, इलेक्टोरल रोल इंटेग्रिटी के साथ बने, उसमें कोई खामी या कमी ना हो, उसमें कोई डुप्लीकेट वोटर्स के नाम ना हो, उसमें कोई गलतियां ना हो, यह इंश्योर कराना इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया का काम है। इसीलिए एसआईआर एक्टिविटी आज से नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी 8 से 10 बार हो चुकी है। पर एसआईआर के नाम पर वोट बैंक करने वाले दंगे भड़काने के काम पर, यह एसआईआर के नाम पर फिर से जो दंगा भड़काऊ और भड़काने वाली जो भाईजान कमेटी है, वो फिर से कैसे काम पर आ चुकी है। अभी हमने एक बयान देखा है टीएमसी के नेता का, एक एमएलए है निशित मलिक, वो कहते हैं कि अगर एसआईआर इस देश में होगा और बंगाल में होगा और किसी का भी नाम काटा जाएगा तो वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को आग लगा देंगे। आई विल सेट ऑन फायर द वर्कर्स ऑफ द बीजेपी इफ एसआईआर एक्टिविटी इज डन। सुबह हमने देखा है मीडिया में यह बयान चल रहा है कि फिराद हकीम ने धमकी दी कि वो इलेक्शन कमीशन के पैर तोड़ देंगे, हाथ तोड़ देंगे अगर एसआईआर एक्टिविटी एक्सरसाइज की जाती है। ये वही फिराद हकीम है जिसने सेंट्रल फोर्सेस को भी धमकी दी है और मिनी पाकिस्तान की कल्पना लेकर वो मन में बैठे रहते हैं। ममता बनर्जी के बहुत ज्यादा करीबी मंत्री माने जाते हैं। अभिषेक बनर्जी ने भी धमकी दी है। किस प्रकार से संवैधानिक संस्था जब अपना काम करे तो जो संविधान के रक्षक बनते हैं वो संविधान के भक्षक कैसे होते हैं, उसका प्रमाण अभिषेक बनर्जी की तरफ से भी आया है। स्वयं ममता बनर्जी ने कहा कि अगर एसआईआर किया जाएगा तो देश में और बंगाल में दंगे हो जाएंगे। और ममता बनर्जी खुद लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जिम्मेदार है होम मिनिस्टर के रूप में बंगाल में। उनके एक और मंत्री सिद्दीकुल्ला चौधरी बोलते हैं कि एसआईआर से गर्दनें काटी जाएंगी। टीएमसी के अन्य नेता भी है ताजमुल हुसैन और सबीना यास्मीन, ये भी एसआईआर के खिलाफ दंगे भड़काने की बात करते हैं और खुले मंच से करते हैं। तो पूरी एक सीरीज, एक श्रृंखला है कि जब से ये एसआईआर एक्सरसाइज शुरू
All right, so those are the live shots of President Droupadi Murmu, who's just landed after taking a sortie in Rafale. This is at the Ambala Air Base, where just few moments back she had boarded the Rafale and had taken a sortie. After nearly 30 to 45 minutes, the sortie has now been completed. President Droupadi Murmu has now landed on the Ambala Air Base, and this is a strong message that India is sending. And this is a message not just to Pakistan, but to the world of India flexing its might, its muscle. And why is this significant is because, ladies and gentlemen, Ambala was one of the key air bases that was responsible for striking the terrorist hideouts in Pakistan during the time of Operation Sindoor. In fact, Rafale jets were also used during the operation. So two key important points that are the Rafale jets that were used during the time of Operation Sindoor, and the Ambala air base, which was one of the key air bases that was responsible for striking Pakistan. And President Droupadi Murmu taking a sortie in the Rafale at the Ambala Air Base is of prime significance in sending out a very strong message to Pakistan that no matter what, India is ready to take on every challenge head-on. President Droupadi Murmu took to the skies in a Rafale fighter jet flying from the Ambala Air Force Station. Group Captain Amit Gyani was the pilot of the aircraft carrying the president. He also is the commanding officer of the Indian Air Force's number 17 Squadron, the Golden Arrows. The Indian Air Force Chief, Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh also flew in another aircraft to escort the jet that was carrying the president. In fact, the Rashtrapati Bhavan had also issued a statement in this regard. It was in 2023, ladies and gentlemen, when President Murmu went on in a flight in the Indian Air Force's Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jet, and that was at the Tezpur Air Force Station in Assam. She spent about 30 minutes there in the air flying over the Brahmaputra River and the Tezpur Valley before returning safely to the base. And today as well, we see after 2023, in 2025, she is flying. She's taken a sortie in the Rafale fighter jet, and this has completely spooked Pakistan. This is at the Ambala Air Base from where the live visuals are coming across. Former presidents, in fact, APJ Abdul Kalam and Pratibha Patil, each of them had also taken a sortie in the Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jet at the Lehagaon Air Force Station near Pune. It was on 2006 and 2009 respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, this is of prime significance because the Indian Rafale jets are advanced multi-role fighter aircraft acquired by the Indian Air Force from Francis Dassault Aviation, and India had signed a deal in 2016 to purchase 36 of these Rafale jets, enhancing its air combat capabilities with the cutting-edge technology, including Meteor air-to-air missiles and the Scalp cruise missiles and advanced radar systems. In fact, Ishan is also joining us live on the broadcast on that. Ishan, the sortie has been completed. It was nearly a 30 to 45-minute long sortie. It is a very significant message that India is sending out to the world.
Absolutely. The message being sent here is clear that India is ready. We are seeing through the past few months that a multitude of exercises have taken place across the western and eastern fronts. Prior to that, we had seen exercises take place in the northeastern region as well. And currently, we are undergoing two massive exercises, that is Exercise Trishul and Exercise Cope India 2025. Cope India is about to begin in the western side of the nation. Showing this, the performance of the Air Force in both of these exercises has been a lot. During Trishul also, we had seen extensive maneuvers being done by the Indian Air Force, providing all kinds of electronic warfare suites, electronic warfare support, and the ability to communicate. And today we saw our President Droupadi Murmu fly in the most advanced aircraft of the Indian Air Force arsenal, that is the Rafale. The Rafale is a 4.5 generation aircraft having 14 hardpoints and the ability to carry Scalp missiles, spice bombs, and a lot more than what we are used to seeing. The Rafale is basically the answer to all of the questions being raised against the Indian security. The Pakistani side is also very afraid of this aircraft because they do not currently have any answer to this. And we had seen them scramble a lot, but all in vain. And today's flight shows the confidence of the Indian Air Force in this particular equipment, showing that the Air Force is ready for all challenges to come.
Well, absolutely, Ishan. In fact, we're staying on with those live visuals. Also, Ishan, take us through on why was Ambala Air Base chosen by the President? Was there a significance to that? Was that done intentionally? In fact, the Rashtrapati Bhavan had also issued a statement yesterday. Take us through the details.
Ambala Air Base is a very important base for the Indian Air Force. Starting from 1971, till the Sindoor operations, we have seen Ambala performing a crucial security role in the Western Front. It is basically the go-to air base for the Indian Air Force for all its fighter and dominance capabilities in this region. The Ambala base is also home to the squadron of Rafale fighters and
Yes, Ishan, absolutely. And like you were just pointing out, Ambala Air Base being one of the most significant during the time of Operation Sindoor, and hence that is why this is a very strong message that India is sending out today to the world. We're continuing with those live visuals from the Ambala Air Base, where the sortie of the Rafale jet in which the President Murmu was has just been completed. We're getting you that and a lot more for you right after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F.
The UP Minister Lakshminarayan Chaudhary says that Yogi government has announced an increase of 30 rupees per quintal in sugarcane prices for the 2025 to 2026 crushing season. The new rates are 400 rupees per quintal for the early variety and 390 per quintal for the normal variety. Let's listen in.
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने ये निर्णय किया है, उनके नेतृत्व में ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि अब के जो गन्ने का मूल्य है, जो 370 रुपए था उसे 400 रुपए क्विंटल कर दिया गया है और जो 360 था वो 390 किया गया है। मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में 2017 से लेके आज तक जो वृद्धि हुई है मूल्य की, वो 85 रुपए क्विंटल की वृद्धि की है हमने। 85 2017 से अब तक 85 रुपए क्विंटल की वृद्धि हमने की है, जिसमें 10 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल हमने 2018 में बढ़ाया, 17 में 21-22 में 25 रुपए क्विंटल बढ़ाया, 2023-24 में 20 रुपए क्विंटल बढ़ाया और 30 रुपए ये इसलिए कुल मिला के 85 रुपए क्विंटल की वृद्धि मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में गन्ने के मूल्य में हुई है।
Viewers, top headlines. President Droupadi Murmu undertakes historic Rafale sortie at Ambala Air Force Station. Republic gets inside details of rift within RJD and Congress. Sources say Tejasvi was miffed over. Asudin asking for the Muslim. In fact, the other news which is coming in, we see that Asudin OSC asked for Muslim Deputy CM of Bihar and says that if 3% gets Deputy CM, then why not a Muslim CM? TMC warns off a protest of SIR misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamta's vote bank includes infiltrators. Trump praises the PM. Modi says he's a tough and a nicest looking guy. Also goes on to repeat India-Pakistan ceasefire claim. Getting some updates coming in, viewers. NCP arrests Dawood's close associate, Danish merchant, alias in fact, Danish Chikna for drug operations in India. Now, we know that this associate has been arrested from Goa. Big update coming in. NCB arresting Dawood's close associate, Danish merchant, alias Danish Chikna for drug operations in India. And the location of this arrest is from Goa, viewers. So back to that, it's coming in on Republic TV. And just getting you all these updates coming in where we see that a close associate of Dawood has now been arrested. We'll try to connect to reporters in a short while from now, but this is the latest that we are getting for our viewers. So remember, in the past as well, we have seen how the NCB has been arresting Dawood's associates in different cases. In this case particularly, the NCB arresting Dawood's close associate, Danish, alias Danish Chikna for drug operations in India. Danish has been arrested from Goa. Let's go to Meenakshi, who's joining us live. Meenakshi, I'm coming across to you. Meenakshi, just take our viewers to the latest updates that we're getting for our viewers. We have seen how previously Dawood's aides have been arrested in cases of extortion, drug smuggling cases. Take our viewers through this latest update that we're getting for our viewers.
Dawood close aide Danish Chikna has been arrested by Mumbai NCB from Goa. From Mumbai NCB, we got to know that a late night operation carried out by NCB in Goa, and they arrested Danish Chikna. We know the real name of Danish Chikna is Danish Merchant, and from officials, we got to know that Danish Chikna, who played a major role to operate a huge drug factory in Dongri area in Mumbai, and earlier multiple arrested made multiple time he was arrested, but he continued his network in Mumbai and the other part of the country, and he closely monitored others areas, Mumbai's others area drug network, and he was working under Dawood Ibrahim network, and he was connected to directly Dawood Ibrahim. We got to know that, and we know in 2019 he was arrested from Rajasthan, and after some time he released, and not only in Dongri area, other parts of the country and other parts in Mumbai, he ran a huge network, drug network, huge drug factory. As we know that in last week, Syed Salim was arrested and he deported from Dubai to India, and that arrest has been made by Mumbai Crime Branch, and he was also close associate of Dawood Ibrahim. And the other person whose name is Salman, he is under scanner now, and we got to know that he is Mumbai Crime Branch is Mumbai Crime Branch trying to get him because he left from Dubai to Turkey. So the whole network of whole drug network of Dawood Ibrahim under scanner now, and this arrest is very important, a major arrest by NCB Mumbai from Goa.
Yes, Meenakshi, thank you for giving us those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. We're going to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. Let's move ahead because we're getting some more updates in terms of what is happening when it comes to the Bihar elections. The Congress and RJD alliance in Bihar is facing a major crisis due to internal conflicts. Allegations have surfaced that Congress observers were manhandled by RJD workers, leading to a breakdown in communication. Tejasvi Yadav, accompanied by Lalu Prasad, visited Delhi to meet Rahul Gandhi, but the meeting was refused. Following this, Tejasvi has announced RJD candidates in constituencies where Congress had hopes, further straining the alliance. Congress is reportedly unhappy with the RJD's aggressive stance and is seeking a more equitable seat-sharing arrangement. This rift has led to friendly fights in 11 seats, which could significantly impact the election outcome. This is what we see right now, viewers. The Congress and RJD alliance is facing a major crisis due to internal conflicts. The allegations have surfaced that Congress observers were manhandled by RJD workers, leading to a breakdown in communication. So as we count down to the Bihar elections, already we see that there has been a lot of rifts in the Mahagathbandhan, but the Mahagathbandhan has been denying these allegations which we are getting for you. Okay, so let's go to Prakash is joining us. Prakash, Tejasvi Yadav, accompanied by Lalu, visited Delhi to meet Rahul Gandhi, but the meeting was refused. That's the latest coming in.
Well, Lalu Yadav did visit Delhi as far as the IRCTC scam is concerned. And he had to make an appearance in the IRCTC scam after the summons were given by Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi, along with Tejasvi Yadav, Rabdi Devi, because the trial has to be started now. That's what the charges were framed against Tejasvi Yadav and Lalu Yadav. And during the course of the meeting, there were deliberations going on for the seat sharing, because there were many contentious seats on which the Congress and the RJD are pitted against each other, as well as the CPI. And when you sit for a negotiation, then there are certain seats on which multiple parties want to contest in the alliance, and on which there is no agreement, and which led to the chaos between the alliance parties. And that is what has come to the fore. Till the end, the symbol could not be distributed to one of the candidates, and as a part of the result, the nomination was cancelled as well. So these internal conflicts have come to the fore for sure, but one has to understand the political dynamics of this whole situation, because there are back channel negotiations between the parties as well, which looks to the outsider that there is internal conflict, but internally there is a friendly fight, and it helps the candidate, which we do not understand. But yes, there are friendly contests. I spoke to the Congress party workers also today, and General Secretary in charge. They are pitted against the Congress party, the RJD on 5 seats, 3 seats against the CPI. So on 8 to 10 seats, there are friendly contests. And yes, the internal conflict has surely come to the fore, because the NDA decided on its candidature, the candidate's name, way ahead. And till the end, the RJD and the Congress could not decide on the candidate's name. And with the intervention of Rahul Gandhi, also, earlier there were talks that Rahul Gandhi was very angry with the seat sharing, but later on Ashok Gehlot was sent to Patna to make an announcement pertaining to Tejasvi Yadav's chief ministerial candidature, and Ashok Gehlot, the senior leader of the Congress party, and also who is a close confidant of Rahul Gandhi, announced the name of Tejasvi Yadav, as well as Mukesh Sahni as the Deputy Chief Minister. And today we are told that Rahul Gandhi is apparently, he would be sharing the dais with Tejasvi Yadav in one of the rallies. So there were conflicts in between. Now it has been resolved. Tejasvi was angry. Mukesh Sahni wanted to walk out. In my interview, Mukesh Sahni did say that there were conflicts, and with the intervention of Rahul Gandhi, the alliance was saved for sure. And Rahul Gandhi was apparently unhappy with Tejasvi Yadav as well, because he was doing the hard bargaining. He did not want the Congress party to contest on the 70 seats which it had contested last time. And the reason given was that the strike rate of the Congress party was not very good, because it had contested 70 seats last time and it had won only 19, losing 51 seats. So, and that is why Tejasvi Yadav missed to form the government by 6 MLAs. And that is why what the reason was being given, that the Congress should contest on lesser number of seats and the strike rate of the RJD would be better. And that is why the friendly contest has appeared on. And now, earlier in between there were gaps, but now it has been resolved. I am joined by JDU spokesperson, chief spokesperson Neeraj Kumar. ये friendly fight हो रहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी और आरजेडी के बीच में. राहुल गांधी भी नाराज थे. आपको क्या लगता है कि इनका खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा इन्हें?
देखिए, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष है कि आप एनडीए को ही 2020 में देखिए. हमको नुकसान अपने आंतरिक संकट के कारण हुआ और बहुत कम मार्जिन से हमारी सरकार बनी. जनता का मैंडेट हमको मिला, लेकिन बहुत शॉर्टेस्ट मार्जिन था. लेकिन तेजस्वी जी को इसका अहंकार हो गया। अहंकार इस रूप में हुआ कि भाई कांग्रेस के स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट के खिलाफ भी उम्मीदवार दे रहे हैं, और सवाल इस बात का है कि फ्रेंडली फाइट का औचित्य क्या है जब एक लक्ष्य आपका है कि एनडीए की सरकार के खिलाफ। तो आखिर सीपीआई क्या सेकुलर नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी सेकुलर क्रेडेंशियल का नहीं है? आखिर ये ईगो का टकराव क्यों? और आपने राहुल गांधी जी का जो कट साइज किया है उसके बावजूद कांग्रेस पार्टी सरेंडर है। लेकिन सवाल इस बात का है कि अब जहाँ फ्रेंडली फाइट हो रहा है वहाँ किसके लिए वोट मांगिएगा? दोनों जाइए, तेजस्वी जी और राहुल जी, किसके लिए वोट मांगिएगा? जरा ये क्लैरिटी के साथ।
दोनों कैंडिडेट अपनी अपनी जोरदार
अपनी अपनी बात कर रहा है कि हम महागठबंधन के साथ ही हैं। तो सवाल ये है कि जो एक भ्रम की स्थिति पैदा आपने किया, और उसका गुनाहगार हालांकि उनका आंतरिक मामला है, लेकिन गुनाहगार केवल तेजस्वी यादव ही होंगे, दूसरा कोई गुनाहगार नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को आपने जिस ढंग से राजनीतिक रूप से जलील किया, अगर स्ट्राइक रेट की बात भी आप कर रहे हैं तो 2024 में क्या हुआ? 2024 में तो 4 पार्लियामेंट का चुनाव आप लोकसभा सीट जीते, कांग्रेस 3 जीता। तो आप इतना अंतर क्यों रहेगा कांग्रेस और इनके बीच? और एसआईआर की यात्रा में अपर हैंड साबित भी हो रहा था, एस्टेब्लिश हो रहा था पब्लिक में कि राहुल गांधी का है। इसलिए हम समझते हैं कि तेजस्वी यादव जानबूझ कर करके पूरे मामले को इस ढंग से उलझा दिया जिससे कि ग्रैंड अलायंस नाम का कोई चीज़ दिखाई नहीं पड़ रही।
There you have Neeraj Kumar of the JDU pointing out that there are a lot of internal bickerings among the Grand Alliance, and yes, when Tejaswi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi will go together for campaigning, suppose in the friendly fight contest, whom they will seek vote for, and it's an embarrassing situation for both Tejaswi Yadav as well as Rahul Gandhi, including the Congress party as a whole. And Neeraj Kumar was pointing out that it is Tejaswi's arrogance that has led to this chaos. Back to you.
That is right. And BJP is intensifying its Bihar campaign as well. Let's go straight across, cut across to what's happening as Rajnath Singh will also be holding multiple rallies.
चुनाव में मुद्दा साफ है कि आने वाले वर्षों में बिहार को विकसित राज्य बनाना है या फिर उसे जंगल राज की ओर ले जाना है। यह फैसला यदि करना है तो आप सभी को यह फैसला करना है। और आप जानते हैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषणा की है कि भारत को हमें विकसित भारत बनाना है 2047 तक। और भारत विकसित भारत तभी बनेगा जबकि हमारा बिहार यह विकसित बिहार बनेगा, तभी यह संभव है। कोई आप में से कह सकता है, हमारे विरोधी भी ये कह सकते हैं, कैसे आपके प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी भारत को विकसित भारत बना देंगे, दुनिया में सबसे धनवान बना देंगे 2047 तक? यह सवाल कोई पूछ सकता है। और बहनों भाइयों, अपनी बात आगे कहने के पहले मैं यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, हमारे प्रेस के मित्र यहां पर बैठे हैं, यहां पर बड़े जागरूक लोग हैं यहां के, यह भी मैं जानता हूं। हमारी कोई भी बात गलत हो, तो मैं आपसे यह निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि आप सार्वजनिक रूप से उसकी आलोचना करिएगा, मैं उसका स्वागत करूंगा। क्योंकि हमने जिंदगी में राजनीति की है तो जनता की आंखों में धूल झोंक कर राजनीति नहीं की है, जनता की नजरों में नजर मिलाकर मैंने राजनीति की। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, कोई ये सवाल पूछ सकता है, कैसे मोदी जी भारत को दुनिया का धनवान देश बना देंगे? कौन सा जादू है? जादू की छड़ी आप जानना चाहते हो तो आप सुन लो मेरे बहनों भाइयों। 2014 में जब मोदी जी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, हम लोगों की सरकार बनी थी, तो उस समय धन दौलत के आकार के मामले में, जिसे अंग्रेजी में इकोनॉमी की साइज बोलते हैं, धन दौलत के आकार के मामले में हमारा भारत सारी दुनिया के देशों में धन दौलत के मामले में 11वें स्थान पर था। लेकिन 8, 9, 10 वर्षों के अंदर ही यह भारत धन दौलत के मामले में जो 11वें स्थान पर दुनिया में था, वह जंप लेकर आज दुनिया के देशों में 4थे स्थान पर आकर खड़ा हो गया है। बहनों भाइयों, यह करिश्मा है। इसलिए मैं दावे के साथ कह रहा हूं, भारत धनवान भारत बनेगा, भारत विकसित भारत बनेगा, दुनिया की कोई ताकत इसे नहीं रोक सकती। आज पहले भारत दुनिया में जाता था, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर भारत कुछ बोलता था तो भारत की बातों को जिस गंभीरता पूर्वक लिया जाना चाहिए नहीं लिया जाता था। लेकिन आज भारत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर, विश्व के मंचों पर भारत कुछ बोलता है तो सारी दुनिया कान खोलकर सुनती है कि भारत बोल क्या रहा है। मेरे बहनों भाइयों, यह है आज का भारत प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। अब जहां तक बिहार का सवाल है, बिहार में इसे आप स्वीकार करेंगे, नीतीश जी 20 वर्षों तक मुख्यमंत्री रहे। बहनों भाइयों, क्या है कोई महाकलाल ये उंगली उठाकर कह दे कि नीतीश जी के 20 वर्षों तक मुख्यमंत्री रहने के बावजूद उनके ऊपर एक भी भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप लगा? काजल की कोठरी में रहकर कोई बेदाग निकल गए, क्या यह छोटी बात है? और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का जहां तक सवाल है, बिहार के विकास के लिए उन्होंने सचमुच दिल्ली का खजाना खोल दिया। मैं बहुत विस्तार में जाकर उन सब सारी चीजों की चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता। एक उदाहरण आपको मैं देना चाहता हूं। यहां पर कांग्रेस और आरजेडी इन लोगों की सरकार थी और जिसे हम यूपीए की सरकार कहते थे। तो 10 सालों में केंद्र में जो यूपीए की सरकार थी, कांग्रेस नेतृत्व की सरकार थी, उसमें आरजेडी भी शामिल थी। उन्होंने बिहार के विकास के लिए केवल 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए दिए। लेकिन जानते हैं, 11 वर्षों के अंदर ही हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने बिहार के विकास के लिए 15 लाख करोड़ रुपए मुहैया कराए हैं। बहनों भाइयों, यह है इस बिहार के प्रति एक लगाव। बिहार सांस्कृतिक दृष्टि से बहुत ही एक अपना विशेष स्थान हमारे भारत में रखता है। हर दृष्टि एक से एक योग्य महापुरुष यहां पैदा हुए हैं, चाहे वह साहित्य का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का क्षेत्र हो। माता सीता भी कहीं की मानी जाती हैं तो बिहार की ही मानी जाती है। मेरे बहनों भाइयों, हम सभी लोग मानते हैं एक ऐसी ये पुण्य भूमि है। लेकिन क्या हो गया, इसके पहले कांग्रेस की जो सरकार थी, कांग्रेस नेतृत्व की यूपीए सरकार, क्यों नहीं उसने विकास किया? आज दोनों लोग एक दूसरे से गले से गला मिलाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व की एनडीए को हराना चाहते हैं, नीतीश जी को कुर्सी से हटाना चाहते हैं और नीतीश जी के ऊपर भी अनावश्यक अब भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप नीतीश जी पर नहीं लगा सकते। कहते हैं नीतीश जी अब हो गया बहुत। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, जो ईमानदार व्यक्ति है, जो ईमानदार व्यक्ति है, ताजपोशी होनी चाहिए तो उसी की ताजपोशी होनी चाहिए। इन लोगों ने तमाशा बना दिया और आप जानते हैं अभी आरजेडी ने, राजद ने चुनावी घोषणा पत्र जारी किया और उसने कहा है कि हर व्यक्ति के एक घर में एक को हम सरकारी नौकरी देंगे। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, यह संभव है? मेरे बहनों भाइयों, जो समझदार लोग हों, कम से कम उनसे मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि लगभग यहां 2 करोड़ 80 लाख घर हैं। क्या कोई ऐसा महापुरुष आ सकता है जो कि सभी घरों में 5 साल के अंदर सबको एक एक पक्की सरकारी नौकरी दे? मैं लालू जी और तेजस्वी जी से और राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि राहुल जी, तेजस्वी जी, लालू जी, क्या सच बोलकर राजनीति नहीं की जा सकती? राजनीतिक कामयाबी हासिल करने के लिए झूठ बोलना का यह आवश्यक है। राजनीतिक कामयाबी हासिल करने के लिए क्या जनता की आंखों में धूल झोंकना आवश्यक है? क्या अपने राज्य और देश की जनता की आंखों में आंख मिलाकर राजनीति नहीं की जा सकती? क्यों इतना सरासर आप झूठ बोल रहे हैं और कहते हो आपकी नीतीश कुमार जी ने कुछ किया ही नहीं, यहां एनडीए की सरकार ने कुछ नहीं किया? बहनों भाइयों, मेरी बात गलत हो फिर मैं कहना चाहता, लिख सकता है कोई अपने अखबारों में, बोल सकता है टेलीविजन के चैनल पर बिहार में जीडीपी, ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन जिसे बोलते हैं, जीडीपी, सकल घरेलू उत्पादन जिसे बोलते हैं, उसकी दर जानते हैं? 14% है, जो हिंदुस्तान में दूसरे स्थान पर यदि कोई राज्य है तो आपका राज्य बिहार है मेरे बहनों। उसके पहले का बिहार देख लीजिए और आज की बिहार देख लीजिए। 7000 किलोमीटर हाईवे का जाल बिछा दिया गया है और शायद बिहार हिंदुस्तान का अकेला राज्य है जहां पर 35% आरक्षण माताओं बहनों को मिला है, महिलाओं को मिला है मेरे बहनों। 125 यूनिट की बिजली फ्री और मुख्यमंत्री महिला रोजगार योजना के तहत 1,21,00,000 महिलाओं के खाते में 10,000 रुपया गया। कितना गया? 10,000 रुपया। या हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं, आप लोगों के खाते में हर परिवार में 10,000 रुपया गया है कि नहीं गया है? तो हाथ उठा के ताली बजाओ आप लोग भी। और यह सुन लीजिए, हमारा चुनावी घोषणा पत्र कल जारी होने वाला है। मेरे बहनों भाइयों, हम चुनावी घोषणा पत्र में जो कुछ भी कहेंगे अक्षरशः उसका पालन करेंगे। और आप ये कहेंगे कि आप ये कैसे दावा कर सकते हैं? तो मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, 2014 में हम लोग चुनाव लड़े, मैं ही उस समय पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष था। आप उठाकर देख लीजिए, चुनावी घोषणा पत्र जो तैयार हुआ उसमें जो भी कहा था अक्षरशः उसका 5 वर्षों के अंदर हम लोगों ने पालन किया। दूसरी बार जब चुनावी घोषणा पत्र बन रहा था तब मोदी जी ने कहा कि राजनाथ सिंह, आप भले ही राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नहीं हैं, लेकिन चुनावी घोषणा पत्र बनाने की जिम्मेदारी आपके कंधों में। और बहनों भाइयों, दूसरी बार भी जो चुनावी घोषणा पत्र में हम लोगों ने वादे किए थे अक्षरशः उसको पूरा किया। तीसरी बार भी जो चुनावी घोषणा पत्र बना उसमें भी मोदी जी ने कहा कि राजनाथ सिंह जी, आप लोग बैठकर चुनावी घोषणा पत्र बनाइए। उनको विश्वास था कि हम लोग जो बनाएंगे वही बातें लिखेंगे घोषणा पत्र में जिसको पूरा किया जा सके, जिस पर अमल किया जा सके। बहनों भाइयों, हम देश की जनता की आंखों में धूल नहीं झोलेंगे।
All right, viewers, taking a short break right now. We see Rajnath Singh campaigning ahead of the Bihar elections as the Bihar elections get closer and closer.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area.
Parking in Dharavi, it's a tough ask. Don't talk about cars, they have to be parked at some remote location. Scooters, well, they line the streets, blocking shops and doorways. Neighbors, they often are found fighting with each other for inches of spaces. Talking about ambulances, it's hard for them to enter the space because most of the times they get stuck. Well, as an MSME center, a lot of small-scale businesses, they run here and they require raw materials to be delivered. The delivery trucks, well, they cannot enter these narrow lanes. Now, the only option is labors, resulting higher cost. Hence, the parking has become a major issue in this area.
मेरा नाम शहाबुद्दीन शेख है। ये गली इतनी कंजेस्टेड है ना कि अंदर कोई भी मटेरियल जाने के लिए बहुत दिक्कत है। अभी आप पार्किंग को देख सकते हैं कितना कंजेस्टेड एरिया है। जाता तो बहुत फायदा होगा, सारा बिजनेस को फायदा होगा, लेकिन ऐसा लगता नहीं कि गाड़ी अंदर जा सकता है यहाँ पे।
There is a no parking board clearly mentioned over here. Still, you can see behind me lots of cars being parked in the middle of the road, resulting in traffic jams and also police challans.
मेरा नाम कृष्णमूर्ति है, उर्फ कन्ना। तो ये 4 व्हीलर का तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। 4 व्हीलर तो अंदर आ नहीं सकता है, बाहर खड़ा करने से लोग स्क्रैच कर देते हैं और चालान कटता है अभी इसका आरटीओ का। और इसके लिए जब तक रास्ता खुलेगा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट होएगा नहीं, तब तक कुछ होएगा नहीं इधर।
For families who dream of buying a scooter for themselves, it's easy. But finding a parking space and also a safer space, it's a bigger task. So we can conclude that becoming a scooter owner is really easy here, but finding a place to park, that's a big task.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 1 p.m. this Wednesday afternoon. A big breaking development is just about to break on Republic TV. Stay tuned as we come right back after this headlines at 1 p.m. President Droupadi Murmu undertakes historic Rafale sortie at Ambala Air Force Station. Republic gets inside details of the rift within RJD and the Congress. Sources say Tejaswi was miffed over.
अल्लाह का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री? 17% है, 3% है और 14% है। 14% है तेजस्वी और आप देते हैं टिकट उनको कितना? 14 है तो 36% टिकट दिया।
Asaduddin Owaisi asks for a Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar, says if 3% Mullah community gets a Deputy Chief Minister, why not Muslims get a Chief Minister? TMC warns of protest if SIR is misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamta's vote bank includes infiltrators. Trump praises Prime Minister Modi, says he's a tough, nice-looking guy. Also goes on to repeat India-Pakistan ceasefire claims.
वर मंडल जी बहादुरपुर से, मदन सहनी जी, भाई ये पांच लोगों को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। दरभंगा वालों, जिताओगे क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, मोदी जी तक आवाज जानी चाहिए। जिताओगे क्या? बैठिए आप सभी लोग। और आज एक कार्यक्रम में दरभंगा से आए हुए प्यारे भाइयों, बहनों, माताओं और मेरे जिगर के टुकड़े जैसे युवा मित्रों, आप सभी को राम राम। सबसे पहले सीता मैया की इस पवित्र भूमि को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। मेरे साथ जोर से बोलिए, सीता मैया की। श्याम माई, दुर्गा स्थान मंदिर, तिलकेश्वर महादेव, ये सभी देवस्थानों को प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, यहां आया हूं तब महाकवि विद्यापति, महान दार्शनिक मंडन मिश्र, विदुषी उभया भारती और जन नायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर को भी प्रणाम करता हूं। आज मैं मिथिला की धरती से स्वर कोकिला स्वर्गस्थ शारदा सिन्हा जी को भी प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी जी ने कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत रत्न देकर मिथिला और बिहार की धरती का सम्मान करने का काम किया है और उसके साथ साथ स्वर्गीय कोकिला जी को, स्वर कोकिला शारदा सिन्हा जी को पद्म विभूषण देकर पूरे मिथिला की संस्कृति का, कला का सम्मान करने का काम किया है। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताओ, 6 नवंबर को चुनाव है, कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, दबाएंगे। मोदी जी का हाथ मजबूत करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, मैं तो मिथिला वालों का, दरभंगा वालों का धन्यवाद करने आया हूं। गत चुनाव में 10 में से 9 सीटें आपने एनडीए की झोली में डाली थी ना? भाई एक क्यों छोड़ दिया? एक छोड़ोगे क्या? भाइयों बहनों, इस बार यहां से प्रण कर कर जाना है। 10 की 10 सीटें नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली में डालना है, नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली। भाइयों बहनों, मिथिला की बेटी, मिथिला का सम्मान, मैथिली ठाकुर को हमने यहां से चुनाव लड़ने के लिए चिन्हित किया है। मैथिली जी जैसे ही खड़ी रही, ढेर सारे लोगों ने इनके खिलाफ, ये महाठगबंधन ने इनके खिलाफ कई प्रचार का अपप्रचार किया है। मगर मैं आज यहां से लालू जी की पार्टी को कहकर जाता हूं, मैथिली ठाकुर जीतेगी और पूरे देश और दुनिया में मिथिला का सम्मान बनकर अपनी आवाज बनेगी। भाइयों बहनों, हमने मिथिला के सम्मान के लिए ढेर सारी चीजें की है। मैं एक एक कर कर पूछूंगा, किसने किया? ये सब मोदी जी ने किया है। आप बताएंगे मोदी जी ने किया? जरा जोर से बोलो, बताएंगे? तो मुझे बताओ, मैथिली भाषा को 8वीं अनुसूची में किसने रखा? अरे जोर से बोलो, किसने रखा? संविधान का अनुवाद मैथिली में किसने किया? मिथिला की पाग पर डाक टिकट किसने जारी किया? मधुबनी पेंटिंग का जीआई टैग किसने दिया? गुजरात में शाश्वत मिथिला महोत्सव किसने चालू किया? शारदा सिन्हा जी को पद्म विभूषण किसने दिया? मखाना बोर्ड की स्थापना किसने की? और अंत में इतनी सारी माताएं बहनें हैं, भव्य सीता माता का मंदिर कौन बना रहा है भाई? भाइयों बहनों, 550 साल से अयोध्या में रामलल्ला टेंट में बसते थे। टेंट में 550 साल से लेकर आज तक ये सारी पार्टियां, जदयू, कांग्रेस, ममता, बसपा, सपा, किसी ने राम मंदिर नहीं बनाने दिया। आपने हमारे गोपाल जी को 19 में चुनकर भेज दिया। मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने और डंके की चोट पर अयोध्या में रामलल्ला का मंदिर बन गया। रामलल्ला का मंदिर तो बन गया, सीता मैया का बनना चाहिए या नहीं बनना चाहिए? जरा जोर से बोलो, बनना चाहिए का नहीं बनना चाहिए? 850 करोड़ रुपए से सीता मैया का भव्य मंदिर बनाने की नींव श्री नीतीश कुमार और मैंने डाली है। आज मैं पूरे मिथिलांचल वालों को कहकर जाता हूं, मां सीता से जुड़े हुए सारे स्थानों को पवित्र यात्रा धाम में बदलने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। जहां पर मां सीता और राम का प्रथम मिलन हुआ, जहां पर मां सीता का जन्म हुआ, जहां पर सीता माता का अंतिम निवास हुआ, वो वही सभी स्थानों को बड़े बड़े मंदिरों के साथ जोड़कर पूरे सीता माता की स्मृति को हम राम सर्किट में जोड़ेंगे, रामायण सर्किट में जोड़ेंगे। और दुनिया भर के यात्री हमारे सीतामढ़ी में सीता माता के मंदिर को देखने आएंगे, मिथिलांचल में आएंगे। और
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Home Minister Amit Shah there in Darbhanga live in a massive rally for the BJP as the poll campaign intensifies. The phase 4 of Bihar elections, as you know, is on 6th of November. Less than 7 days now remaining, and Home Minister Amit Shah today in a massive rally for the BJP in Darbhanga. We'll bring you all the details coming in from the campaign trail in Bihar as the day progresses. Moving on to some significant breaking coming in on Hafiz Saeed and from Pakistan. 6 months after Operation Sindoor, the terror mastermind Masood Azhar has now surfaced, and this time his own voice is giving him away. Republic has accessed a 21-minute-long audio tape of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar for the first time since Operation Sindoor. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And in this clip, where Masood Azhar can be heard plotting what he is calling a global women-led jihad. The tape reveals Masood Azhar's indoctrination of women, urging them to take up arms and admitting in his own words that this cadre was wiped out. His cadre was wiped out by India after Operation Sindoor, and now in a desperate bid, Jaish-e-Mohammed's Masood Azhar has been cornered and has been weakened and is now trying to build a woman jihad brigade. This is the clearest sign, ladies and gentlemen, yet again that Operation Sindoor broke Jaish from within and it has destroyed its ranks. And now this audio tape is surfacing that Republic is bringing to you live and exclusive about his desperate call for a women-led global jihad pitch. Listen in.
उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी।
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the voice of a very scared Masood Azhar for the first time since Operation Sindoor, where in Bahawalpur and in Muridke, the Jaish-e-Mohammed and its terror outfits were decimated by India's Operation Sindoor. And now in a very desperate pitch, Jaish-e-Mohammed has come up with a new women-led jihad scheme where they are creating a women jihad brigade, and Masood Azhar is very desperately appealing to women there in Pakistan to join this brigade and join his fight of global jihad. Listen into his very scared voice after Operation Sindoor on how he admits that India's Operation Sindoor has decimated the entire rank and file of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and now how he wants to create a women-led jihad brigade. Listen in.
उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी।
Joining me live on the broadcast is Major General V.K. Datta, AVSM, SM, VSM. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I want to ask you this question, that after Operation Sindoor, the Jaish-e-Mohammed's new tactic is creating a women-led jihad brigade, and you heard the voice, the scared voice of Masood Azhar on that call that Republic has accessed 21-minute-long audio clips. We are playing only a portion of it that shows you how scared he is after India has decimated the rank and file of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Operation Sindoor. What are the implications of this new jihad brigade coming up, sir, led by women in Pakistan?
See, the thing is, this is just optics. A beaten organization, a beaten nation, that is Pakistan, whose government is sponsoring terrorism and trying to spread mayhem in India. And during Op Sindoor, we made it very clear that we will not distinguish between a sponsored terrorist or a state actor. There are no state or non-state actors. Everything is being controlled by the Pakistani army and the Pakistani ISI. Now, after having lost face in Op Sindoor, they have tried all kind of propaganda in Pakistan to assuage the feeling of the Pakistani Awam. They are trying to make a fool of their public. A failed field marshal, that is the army chief, a failed field marshal, he should feel ashamed of himself. This guy who can't even face the Afghanistan or the Afghanis or the TTP or the Baluch or the other movements which are going on in Sindh and the POK. So now as far as Masood Azhar is concerned, if you go back to his history, born in 1968 in Pakistan, he became a militant leader and a terrorist leader on the Droupadi scheme. And he is not only operating in South Asia, he spent his tentacles right up to Great Britain in UK. And he was designated as an international terrorist in 2019 by the United Nations. Now you ask someone, how does a UN designated international terrorist roam freely in Pakistan? Should not the government of Pakistan and the army and be held accountable that they are breeding such people who are international designated terrorists? Now as far as we are concerned, we are not bothered whether they raise a women brigade or they raise more cadres. They are all cannon fodder for us. I commanded 25 Infantry Division on the line of control, And every night we used to kill at least 5, 6 plus minus coming in and out. And the average during my time was in hundreds. And I had made an album and I was sending it across. अगर आप इधर आएंगे तो आपका ये असर होगा. You will be killed. And when you cross the line and you cross the fence of the security fence of the Indian line of control, your time in India is just about maximum 6 months to 2 years maximum. Now this guy was released. You are aware of the hijack in 1999. He was arrested in 1994 in Anantnag for being involved in terrorist activity. He had entered India under a Portuguese passport, forged Portuguese passport, and he was trying to spread his tentacles in J&K on best of the Pakistan ISI. This guy had raised Hizbul HUM, if you call Hazkatul HUM in J&K. Thereafter, he raised Lashkar-e-Toiba, and once he was arrested and placed in the prison here, there were a number of attempts to rescue this guy. There were a number of attacks on the prison. There were kidnappings of some foreign tourists, and finally they hijacked the IC-814, and his brother took it to Kandahar. And that is the time when we were left with no choice but to barter this guy for our passengers who were in Kandahar, because we could not afford a terrorist strike or a counter-commando strike in Kandahar, in Afghanistan, held by the Taliban. And had this plane not been permitted to take off from Amritsar, all these guys would have been sorted out by the National Security Guard, the Black Cat Commandos,
we are going
the counter-hijack force.
General Datta, we are going to, because if you listen into that audio clip, and I would like to play that once again for our viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Masood Azhar's first ever audio clip that has been released since Operation Sindoor. When we hit Bahawalpur and Muridke, Major General Datta was also there on those broadcasts with us, live analyzing it, and today he's back again with us. Let's listen into that audio clip one more time to show you how scared the Jaish-e-Mohammed ranks are as they now go on for a recruitment of a global women-led Jihad Brigade. Listen in.
उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी।
Just as we broke the audio clips of Masood Azhar, for the first time ever today, Republic is bringing you pictures of the Jaish terror camp, the Markaz. These are the visuals, exclusive visuals that Republic has access as Jaish-e-Mohammed, now lying in a state of decay, attempts to repair its broken ranks and its broken terror infrastructure. These are pictures for the first time ever of the Jaish terror camps, accessed from where Masood Azhar spoke. These are exclusive pictures, ladies and gentlemen, of Usman O Ali in Bahawalpur. These are pictures of a new terror camp after Markaz-e-Taiba was blown to smithereens. Ladies and gentlemen, this is allegedly the place, the new Jaish terror camp from where Masood Azhar was hiding and addressing the global-led women jihad call. On that audio tape, the 21-minute long audio tape that we are showing to you today, and this is the place which could potentially also be on the radar of the armed forces as they track the terror infrastructure activities sponsored by Pakistan in Pakistan. This is the same place in Bahawalpur, but a different camp, a new Jaish terror camp, and Republic is bringing you the exclusive visuals for the first time today. On the broadcast with me continues to remain Major General V.K. Datta. Sir, these are the visuals now coming in of the new Jaish terror camp that we are bringing to our viewers, and this is allegedly the place from where Masood Azhar was giving that call. Now that his terror infrastructure in Bahawalpur has been leveled off in one place, he's hiding to another, and now in fact attempting to portray a Hamas-esque tactic by bringing women to the fore in his terror operation. Sir, how dangerous can this be?
See, the thing is that it really makes no difference. The women, as far as we are concerned, they will not be crossing the line of control and come into India. They might sneak into the country or come in a disguise to try and do something. But our intelligence agencies are keeping a very close track on the entire movement of the Pakistani terrorist groups. And mind you, all their installations, all their locations are being marked on hourly basis by us. They are just a button away. Indeed. The moment a call comes, they will be finished in no time. So let Pakistan have no doubt about it, that whatever he may be doing, it is under the radar of the intelligence agencies, our satellite systems, our ground intelligence and our operatives.
Absolutely, sir. And these are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen of the new Jaish terror camp there that Republic is bringing you exclusively this afternoon. We'll be closely tracking all the developments coming in from Pakistan on this story. This is the new Jaish terror camp, ladies and gentlemen, from where Masood Azhar, the same audio tape that we just heard moments ago, this is allegedly that place where he was hiding and he was giving that global call for women-led jihad against India in a very, very stark and a very scared manner after Jaish-e-Mohammed's terror infrastructure was leveled off in Bahawalpur. This is an alternative site. This is allegedly a new Jaish terror camp that has come up in the same place in Pak Punjab in Bahawalpur, which is also now under monitoring of the Indian Armed Forces. Pictures are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is allegedly the place where Masood Azhar is hiding and had addressed that radio broadcast. That's the big breaking development coming in as Jaish-e-Mohammed now takes a women-led global jihad pivot with Jaish-ul-Mominat is the new name of the subsidiary organization of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is going to specifically indoctrinate women in Pakistan. They're going to open up an office in every district in Pakistan, says Masood Azhar, and then they're going to indoctrinate them in their lessons of global jihad and going to train them. Meanwhile, moving on to fresh breaking news updates coming in from Ambala Air Base, where President Murmu has just finished her sortie in the Rafale jet. And these are exclusive visuals that Republic is bringing to you, ladies and gentlemen, from earlier today when President Droupadi Murmu, India's commander-in-chief, standing there front and center in front of India's flagship 4.5 generation fighter jet, Rafale. That's the visual of our very proud and very strong Commander-in-Chief, President Droupadi Murmu, who was at the Ambala Air Base earlier this morning, who took a wonderful sortie in the Rafale jet with our IAF officers, and there she is on the tarmac of the Ambala Air Base. Allegedly the same airbase, ladies and gentlemen, that Pakistan claimed to have attacked. We saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi standing there with a battery of S-400 in the background and Sukhoi fighter jets in the background just a couple of months ago after Operation Sindoor, a couple of days ago after Operation Sindoor. And today, just 6 months later, we have President Murmu there giving us a thumbs up, sitting in the back seat of the Rafale, very comfortable, very strong, very confident, as India once again shows to the world how it has complete and full faith in the capabilities of its very, very capable and professional armed forces. President Murmu there took a sortie in the Rafale. Earlier, she had also taken a sortie in Sukhoi Mk3I. That was about 3 years ago. And today, she was there with women IAF officers, with all IAF officers, saluting them, standing with them shoulder to shoulder, India's commander-in-chief in the IAF fatigues there. And she took a wonderful sortie in the Rafale jet earlier today. Those are the visuals coming in from the Ambala base. They exude confidence, they exude India's strength, they exude a new India where our Commander-in-Chief has absolute faith in the capabilities of India's frontline warriors. Ambala Air Base, ladies and gentlemen, played a very, very important role during Operation Sindoor, be it air defense through its S-400 batteries or be it sorties of various fighter jets that took off from there, which involved in the biggest air-to-air combat that modern history has ever seen. President Droupadi Murmu there, standing all smiles, shoulder to shoulder, thumbs up for our Indian armed forces and their valor, and an inspiration to the entire nation and a generation of Indians who today see their commander-in-chief standing with pride with their frontline warriors who defended India's sovereignty, India's integrity, and India's defense during Operation Sindoor. That's the big breaking development coming in today. First visuals only on Republic of President Droupadi Murmu's earlier sortie on the Rafale fighter jet. Those are fresh visuals coming in, ladies and gentlemen, just moments after President Murmu completed her sortie. Most interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, that picture on your screen is worth 1,000 words. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, along with President Murmu, is Indian Air Force's pilot, Shivangi Singh. Now, she is the one who Pakistan allegedly had claimed that they had captured during Operation Sindoor, that fake news and disinformation campaign that Republic had busted along with the government of India and the Indian Air Force, where Pakistan had falsely claimed to have shot down a Rafale and captured a woman pilot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and the people of India and the people of Pakistan, if you're watching, left on your screen as we close up on that very grab, with a big smile on her face, right next to our Commander-in-Chief, President Droupadi Murmu, is Indian Air Force's Shivangi Singh. And that's the answer. That smile is worth 1,000 jets of Pakistan, and that picture is worth 1,000 clarifications that Khwaja Asif seeks on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian Air Force's Shivangi Singh, along with President Droupadi Murmu at the Ambala Air Base, after President Murmu took a very first-class sortie in India's most advanced fighter jet, 4.5 generation fighter jet, Rafale. These are the visuals coming in from the Ambala Air Base, and every Indian who's watching this visual right now is swelling with pride, is swelling with a lot of confidence as President Droupadi Murmu poses with Indian Air Force's pilot Shivangi Singh together. These are visuals coming in right after the sortie. Joining me live on the broadcast at the moment is Air Commodore Bijender Singh Siwaj. Air Commodore, sir, if you can hear me, the visual on your screen, how do you feel, sir, when you see there our very own pilot Shivangi Singh standing with our Commander-in-Chief, all smiles shoulder to shoulder after a Rafale sortie?
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir, I can hear you, sir. If you can hear us, do share your thoughts, sir, as you see this image on your screen at the moment. India's Commander-in-Chief, President Droupadi Murmu, along with IAF's Shivangi Singh, standing there shoulder to shoulder after the Rafale sortie today.
It's a great and historic moment in the annals of Indian Air Force and in India. Our Commander-in-Chief, who is a lady, a brave lady, very courageous lady, adventurous lady, and who cares for her, armed forces. She has taken time out to be with Indian Air Force and had a very full sortie in Rafale, which is the top-of-the-line fighter aircraft with us, which has proved its mettle during the Operation Sindoor, and for our pilots who had flown with her on the same aircraft and along with the chief who was escorting her in that aircraft. So it is really a great moment, great, occasion to celebrate. And it sends a very, strong message to the countrymen, particularly the armed forces, to motivate them, to encourage them, to raise their morale, which is already high, and to convey a message that women are as good as men, and even in some areas, they have overtaken the men. So this is women empowerment, and you see the pilot, Shivangi, she is also a Rafale pilot, and she has been very fortunate to be part of the Rafale team and who flew in that aircraft along with the, Air Chief. And so it's a very, great message, great achievement. Our president has sent a strong message to everyone around that Rafale is a very, very reliable, airworthy, very sophisticated, modern, very capable aerial platform. And message also goes to our adversaries that anytime they, sort of create problems for us, they will be given a befitting reply as we did during Operation Sindoor, where their entire Air Force and airfield were paralyzed. They just could not get airborne. And that was the miracle which was created by our Indian Air Force, Rafale aircraft, and of course their women pilots also have flown in them. So it's a historic moment.
Yes, sir.
We must all rejoice.
Indeed, sir, and thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Also joining me live right now on the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, is Air Vice Marshal B.K. Murli. And Air Vice Marshal Murli, if you can hear me, sir, it is an extremely proud day for India where our Commander-in-Chief has taken a sortie with Rafale at the Ambala Air Base. Also, these visuals on your screen running as we see Squadron Leader Shivangi posing with all smiles with President Murmu. Also, their Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh also present on the tarmac of the Ambala base. Do tell us about the significance of the optics of this event that we are seeing, where our Commander-in-Chief is standing tall, shoulder to shoulder with our armed forces and our Air Force, which played a first-class role during Operation Sindoor.
Absolutely. There is no denying that it's really a historic moment that the President of the country, who is the Supreme Commander of Armed Forces, has actually flown in a Rafale trainer from Ambala. And one must also remember that during the Op Sindoor, it's the aircraft from Ambala that took part, and many pilots were decorated with the Veer Chakra. So it's a matter of great honor. Today, this is not the first time that the President of the country has flown in a fighter aircraft. In fact, Dr. Abdul Kalam did that, and so did Pratibha Patil, and now President Droupadi Murmu. Now, you see, there are a couple of things that actually come to my mind immediately. Firstly, any aircraft that before it is declared airworthy, a team actually works on the aircraft and makes it ready. In fact, I have no doubt in my mind that the President of the country would have seen the incredible teamwork that has gone on to make the trainer aircraft ready. In fact, it's not only the pilot, it's the engineer, the technicians, and ground handling equipment, and so many ground staff. Everybody who was screened, especially for this particular sortie, they have actually come together and they have made the aircraft airworthy for President to fly. Now, that's an absolutely incredible, operation, which I'm sure President of India would have seen all that with our own eyes. And then secondly, it's a very, very clear message that, look, in the recent days, there has been a lot of negative publicity with Rafale, what with our adversary claiming, some losses of Rafale on our side, and then, a lot of media debate saying that why did we go for Rafale, so on and so forth. All that has now probably put to rest with the President of India flying this aircraft. It's a clear-cut message that, look, we have the capability. You want to actually, come and trouble us? You want to attack us? Yes, we have the capability to defend our sovereignty and defend our nation. And who better than the President of India to give such a message? It's not only to our countrymen. It is a message that has gone on to the whole world. And look, we have the capability, and we have that aircraft which we bought from Dassault from France, which has the capability to take on any adversary, be it in the north or in the east. In fact, in my opinion, is a historic day that's happened at Ambala Air Base with our President flying the trainer. And yes, Squad Leader Shivangi and the Chief of the Air Staff being with President of India adds to, actually much more color. And it's right on the part of the Chief of the Air Staff to be present when the President of India, Supreme Commander of Armed Forces, actually takes to the skies.
Well, certainly, Air Vice Marshal B.K. Murli, thank you for getting us your take on this very, very historic moment right on our screens. Thank you for getting us all those details. Also joining me live on this bulletin is Major General G.D. Bakshi. Major General, thank you for speaking to Republic. On our screens is the big message of President Murmu to Pakistan. We can see President Murmu standing there with squadron leader Shivangi, the same squadron leader that Pakistan claimed had taken into custody. So that is our President Droupadi Murmu completely shattering Pakistan's baseless claims. Your take on that, sir?
Absolutely. You know, it is a great honor. The President is the Supreme Commander of the Indian Armed Forces, and for her to get to a frontline squadron, you know, Ambala is the place from where some of the most deadly strikes in Operation Sindoor were launched. And there was also the Pakistani barrage of propaganda that they had shot down 6, 7 Rafales, etc., which was all crap. The simple fact is that in the COPE exercise, 3 of those Rafales, you know, whose numbers the Pakistanis had mentioned are being flown in front of foreign air forces to nail the Pakistani lie. Shivangi had done a tremendous job during these operations. She's a symbol of women empowerment in India. Women are flying the top of the line, front line fighter of the Indian Air Force, the Rafale. And it has proved to be so good that we are on the verge of ordering about another 140 more. So that just shows how well the aircraft has performed. It is a superb aircraft, and there were no Rafales lost. There was only one, as per the head of the Rafale firm. Only one Rafale had gone down due to technical reason, technical failure, you know, and that also was recovered. It managed to land. So it's a great morale booster for the President to visit the Rafale squadron. I think it is the Golden Arrows, if I'm not mistaken, but it is a big morale booster for the armed forces when their Supreme Commander herself, you know, takes to wing and comes to join our air warriors in their display of the might of India. You know, and this is a good signal to Pakistan. And it nails all the lies that Pakistan had tried to throw up during the Goebbelsian propaganda that Shivangi has been shot down, Shivangi has been captured. There is Shivangi flying, the Supreme Commander of the Indian Armed Forces.
Well, certainly, Major General, of course. In fact, Pakistan, would you say that Pakistan right now seems to be, you know, biting its nails completely in jitters and on the edge, especially given the fact that this is not the first time that Pakistan tried to peddle misinformation. In fact, this was just one amongst the many incidents, you know, one amongst the larger pattern of misinformation campaign that Pakistan seemed to peddle, especially after India's formidable Operation Sindoor. And with just one picture, the Supreme Commander of the Army, our President Droupadi Murmu, seems to have completely dismantled that narrative, that lie.
Absolutely. You know, the Pakistanis lie through their teeth. I have taken part in the 71 war. And you know, when the surrender ceremony was taking place in Dhaka, the Pakistanis in the West were claiming victory. That is the kind of delusional narratives that they try to peddle. You see, not with much success apparently, because their lies get found out. You know, you may be able to fool, you know, as Abraham Lincoln said, some of the people all the time, all the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And as time passes, with every day, more revelations are coming which nail the Pakistanis' lies and total misrepresentation of reality, right? They tried to paint that 7th of May. The task of the Pakistani Air Force was to protect the terror camps and their air bases. They failed. We hit all 9 terror camps without a scratch. Our aircraft came back, you know. And they were, you know, talking of illusory air battles, you know, of the Reichsstoffen circus kind of air battles of World War I, where hundreds of aircraft from both sides used to tangle. You know, this is the era of BVR, Beyond Visual Range Missiles. You don't even see your enemy. You shoot at 150, 200 kilometers, you knock the other aircraft out of the sky. And it was our S-400 which had shot down 5 high-quality Pakistani jet fighters, F-16, JF-17s, and 1 AVAC at a record range of 316 kilometers. That is a world record. You know, even the Russians, from whom we got this weapon, have not been able to down aircraft at that range. The maximum they have achieved is 200 plus over time. But this was a remarkable feat. And then, of course, if you count the aircraft on the ground, the air chief has told the world that we had destroyed about 13 aircraft. He's being modest. Actually, the OSINT sources seem to indicate about 19 Pakistani aircraft destroyed in the air and on the ground. So what victory are you talking of? I mean, it is delusional. And it is trying to, be escapist, trying to sort of get away from a harsh reality by trying to peddle fake narratives, which also failed. One of the prime fake narratives, the Pakistanis were full of it. The squadron leader, Shivangi, has been shot down, she's been captured, and all lurid nonsense was being mentioned. There she is, flying no less than the Supreme Commander of the Indian Armed Forces herself. A great day for our girls, great day for women power, and which just shows that our girls can do anything and everything.
Well, absolutely, Major General. Absolutely. In fact, like you were very, very correctly pointing out, Pakistan seems very oblivious to its mistakes, does not seem to learn from its mistakes at all. In fact, staying with these very same pictures, not just this picture with Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh, but also the fact that President Murmu, took this sortie in Rafale. This sort of also sends a very, very strong global message, not just to our adversaries, but also on a global stage as to the fact that, India is not just standing here to defend, but we have our arms up, ready to strike back and strike back hard if need be, if at all our security is threatened.
Most certainly. There is that exercise Tri-Shakti going on in Rajasthan, Gujarat area, with our strike corps rehearsing, and all the shenanigans that Pakistan were doing in the Sir Creek, they are now sweating. Their Navy chief has rushed there, with some 3 new hovercrafts. They will be blasted out of the waters if they ever dare to even look this way, you see. And therefore, at a time like this, when Pakistan is sweltering, when they have issued a NOTAM, they've stopped all their civilian flights all over southern Pakistan. I think this is very timely. The president's visit to the air station of Bala and her sortie with squadron leader Shivangi, real red-hot, Rafale pilot who's a flying training instructor. She's an instructor-grade pilot. That says something.
Certainly.
For women power. That says something for women power, and that she has flown the president. It adds to the whole, salience of the event. It is something unprecedented.
Absolutely, Major General G.T. Bakshi. In fact, our not-so-friendly neighbor seems to be on their, on their edge of the seat, completely rattled, completely backed up against the wall, and all after this historic, iconic moment that we are currently witnessing on our screens. President Murmu posing with Squadron Leader Shivangi Singh, her taking a sortie in Rafale. Thank you for getting us your take on this, Major General. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy CM for Bihar. Says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy CM, why not a Muslim CM? We'll get you all of this and much more. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal
From the Ram Janmabhoomi case to Sabrimala, from Narmada to Kaveri, where faith met law, where history waited for a verdict. Padma Shri 2025 recipient, Senior Advocate C.S. Vaidyanathan on the legal side of things this weekend only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the serious...
All right, on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy CM for Bihar, says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy CM, why not a Muslim Chief Minister?
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting a breaking news that is coming in. A rescue helicopter crashed on Labush Mountain in Nepal's Khumbu region during an Everest operation. What we are coming to know is that the pilot has been rescued. These are the live pictures. These are the live pictures that are coming on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. What we are getting to know is that the altitude air helicopter had taken off from Lukla without any passengers and was on a mission to rescue stranded tourists in Lobuche, which is located in Khumbu region when the accident occurred. What we are coming to know is that the pilot has been rescued. This is the fresh details that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen. The accident pictures, the visuals of the accident are on your screen. What it looks like is that the driver, the pilot of the chopper had a near-death experience, however, was rescued, is what we are getting to know. This was an altitude air helicopter which crashed in Solu Khumbu. It was a rescue chopper. It was on its way to carry out a rescue mission. It was on its way to rescue the tourists stranded. However, the chopper crashed is what are the latest updates on this story. All right, time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy CM. TMC warns of protest if SIR is misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamata's vote bank includes infiltrators. We'll get you this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The ultimate biking experience is incomplete without Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil. Can't do without it.
LIC brings its Navjeevan Shri for young professionals. Pay regular premiums. Enjoy life insurance. Earn guaranteed additions as a percentage of premium. Create a guaranteed corpus at maturity for your dream goals. Attractive incentives to existing policyholders. Buy today.
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages short of kinetic conflict. China's deployed network combines long-range surveillance radars, shore-based jamming arrays, vehicle-mounted and portable emitters, and frequency-agile signal management nodes. These systems are configured to detect, geolocate, and interfere with a wide band of signals, including GPS, tactical data links, maritime communications, and airborne sensor feeds. The overlapping coverage from multiple outposts creates localized pockets of dense electromagnetic activity where transient interference or deliberate denial can manifest intermittently and unpredictably. For carrier-based aircraft executing precision approaches, low-altitude patrols, or formation maneuvers, even brief disruptions to positioning or data link can produce cascading avionics anomalies that complicate pilot decision-making during critical flight phases. Operational patterns observed in the region show that China integrates jamming and deceptive emissions into broader command and control frameworks that prioritize area denial and early warning collection. Radar and electronic intelligence installations on these Spratly outposts are networked to higher echelon coastal defense nodes, allowing rapid adjustments in emission profiles to counter perceived threats. These nodes can switch frequencies, alter beam patterns, and activate high-power emitters on short notice, producing conditions that can mimic sudden internal equipment failures on affected platforms. Recorded incidents of localized GPS loss, temporary data link blackouts, and degraded satellite communications reported by naval units near these outposts align with the technical signatures expected from such coordinated electronic warfare activity. For rotary and fixed-wing platforms, the most acute vulnerabilities arise when multiple sensor inputs are blended for navigation and weapon employment. If GPS or other navigation signals are jammed or corrupted, the aircraft's internal systems can get wrong position updates, show false terrain or flight visuals, and make automatic carrier landing aids give bad or no guidance. Losing the data link to the carrier cuts off real-time telemetry and recovery instructions, forcing pilots to rely on hand flying in crowded, low-margin conditions. Jammers can also produce fake radar returns that clutter displays and give crews conflicting targets at the worst time. Because modern jamming can be short and intermittent, it often looks like an ordinary equipment fault, making it hard to tell if the cause was internal failure or outside interference. China's doctrine for the South China Sea emphasizes achieving.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood indoctrinating women. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to capture. Republic gets the inside details of rift within the RJD and Congress. Sources say that Tejaswi was miffed.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री? 17% है, 3% है और 14% है। 14% है तेजस्वी और आप देते हैं टिकट उनको कितना? 14 है तो 36% टिकट दिया।
Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy CM for Bihar, says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy CM, why not a Muslim Chief Minister? TMC warns of protest if SIR is misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamata's vote bank includes infiltrators.
Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, oh, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer, he's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know.
Trump praises PM Modi, says he's a tough, nicest looking guy. Also goes on to repeat India-Pakistan ceasefire claim.
All right, starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has given a big statement. He has slammed the Mahagathbandhan for fielding Mohammad Shahabuddin's son Osama Shahda from Raghunathpur Assembly constituency in Siwan district. He has said that the Uttar Pradesh has zero tolerance policy towards crime and criminals, while the RJD has in fact fielded a candidate whose family has a criminal background. Listen into that statement first. All right, Yogi Adityanath targeting the RJD there. He is in Siwan district in Bihar for public rallies. Bihar is going to polls. The first phase of polling starts on the 6th of November, the second on 11th of November, and the result day on the 14th. And amid all of this, Yogi has targeted the RJD for fielding Shahabuddin's son. Let's listen to that statement.
RJD ने यहाँ से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है वो अपनी खानदानी आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि के लिए इस पूरे क्षेत्र नहीं देश और दुनिया में कुख्यात रहा है। नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम।
All right, moving on to some other stories that we're tracking. This again is from Bihar, where the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has hit out at the Indi bloc over the Bihar elections, questioning why there is no Muslim CM face that was chosen for the chief minister post or the deputy chief minister. Taking a dig at Tejasvi Yadav and Mukesh Sahani, Owaisi questioned and asked, why cannot a Muhammad son become the deputy chief minister, and why a Muslim with a 17% of the total Bihar population not become the chief minister? This comment of the AIMIM chief has drawn sharp reactions from the BJP and the other parties of the NDA. Let's first listen into what Owaisi had to say. All right, we'll listen into that reactions shortly, but we've also been joined by Sanjay Jaiswal, who is an BJP MP from Bihar. Sanjay जी, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद आपका रिपब्लिक से बात करने के लिए। अभी देखा जा रहा है कि और ये एक पैटर्न रह चुका है हर इलेक्शंस में, जहाँ तक हम बात करें, be it Bihar, be it West Bengal, that appeasement politics comes into play so that they could win elections, so that they could gather votes. Do you think the statement by Asaduddin Owaisi, AIMIM chief, will appease the voters in the state, will give him an edge in the elections?
I don't think so, because somehow minorities in Bihar have agreed to be, if I'm properly use a word, then they have agreed to be, they have made master in Lalu Yadav's face. They do whatever Lalu Yadav orders, and they have agreed that we will only follow orders of Lalu Yadav. That's the reason why Tejasvi Yadav didn't took them seriously. He preferred to make Mukesh Sahani as a deputy CM candidate rather than any minority face, because he knows it very well that they don't have a choice. They can't do anything. They will only vote for RJD, and he is taking advantage of that. Naturally, everyone takes advantage in politics. We have seen it even in 2014 when Nitish Kumar was fighting separately and he has done a lot of good things to minority. Still, no minority voted for him. So that makes it sure that RJD is relaxed. Whatever we do with minorities, they will vote for us because they don't have a choice. And naturally, Tejasvi is taking advantage of that.
All right, yes. In fact, sir, please stay on with us because we have a different angle which we are tracking from Bihar, that is the rift within the Congress and the RJD. We'll come back to you on that. But first, let's listen in to what Asadun Owaisi had said on Muslim Chief Minister in Bihar.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब दिया। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री? मेरे भाई, फैसला आपको करना है। 17% है, 3% है और 14% है। 14% है तेजस्वी और आप देते हैं टिकट उनको कितना? 14 है तो 36% टिकट दिया। जो 17% है उनको क्या दिया? उनको लॉलीपॉप दिया और बोला कि बेटा चूसते रहना।
All right, now this comment by the AIMIM chief has drawn very sharp reactions. We're also getting in reactions and responses from the NDA. Now they say that the pattern for the opposition has always been the same in every election, that is to appease the voters to win elections. Listen in.
ओवैसी साहब और तेजस्वी जी के बीच का ये मामला है, लेकिन ये तो इतिहास गवाह है। अब्दुल बारी सिद्दीकी सीनियर लीडर है राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के। 2015 में महागठबंधन की सरकार बनी तो तेज प्रताप यादव से भी जूनियर उनको बना दिया गया ओथ लेने में। 5वें नंबर पर उनको ओथ दिलाया गया। मुसलमानों को दोयम दर्जा की राजनीतिक नागरिकता तो लालू परिवार देता ही रहा है। उसको डराते रहो, जलील करते रहो, दंगा में झोंकते रहो, दंगाइयों को संरक्षण देते रहो। तो ये तो लालू जी की कार्यशैली है। तेजस्वी यादव उसी लाइन पर चल रहे हैं।
ओवैसी साहब जो बोल रहे हैं वो ठीक बोल रहे हैं।
हमारी समझ से ओवैसी साहब ने जो कास्ट सर्वे के आधार पर जो क्लेम किया है, तो उसको क्लेम उनका अपना हो सकता है, राजनीतिक क्लेम, लेकिन सच्चाई केवल यही है कि मुसलमानों का केवल उपयोग लालू जी करते हैं, मुसलमानों को हक देने के मामले में पीछे रहते हैं।
तंत्र में किस तरीके की सोच को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य ओवैसी साहब कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि आपकी जीत नहीं होती, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि अगर आपके विधायक जीत के भी आते हैं तो वो आपका साथ छोड़ देते हैं। इस डर से आप मुसलमानों के बीच में कब तक भय की राजनीति करेंगे? और मैं एक बार फिर से मैं दोहराता हूँ, मुसलमानों के लिए मैं दोहराता हूँ कि भैया बहुत हो गया डर की राजनीति से अपने आप को इस्तेमाल करने देना, बहुत हो गया। निकली अब इन सारी चीजों से। कब तक डर के आप इसको नहीं है सत्ता में आए, इसके लिए वोट करेंगे? अरे लाइए ना, जिसको आप सत्ता में लाना चाहते हैं उसके लिए वोट कीजिए और उसकी जवाबदेही तय कीजिए।
देखिए, कौन क्या कह रहे हैं, नहीं कह रहे हैं, जनता क्या कह रही है वो महत्वपूर्ण है। और हमारे अल्पसंख्यक भाई भी सबको जानते हैं, सबको पहचानते हैं। तो इसलिए अल्पसंख्यक भाइयों के लिए, हमारे मुस्लिम भाइयों के हक के लिए, हित के लिए कौन लड़ रहा है ये किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं है। सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों को रोकने के लिए आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी ने आडवाणी जी का गिरफ्तार किया था। तेजस्वी जी लगातार सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। अब बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों को मदद पहुंचाते हैं। सबका चरित्र जनता को पता है।
मदद पहुंचा रहा है सांप्रदायिक
भाई, अब इसमें ज़्यादा हम कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये पता है सबको कि इस बार की लड़ाई जनता लड़ रही है, मजबूती से लड़ रही है। सभी धर्म, सभी जात के लोग तेजस्वी जी के समर्थन में।
ओवैसी साहब गलत क्या बोल रहे हैं? आप ही लोगों ने नारा दिया था कि जिसकी जितनी हिस्सेदारी उतनी भागीदारी उतनी हिस्सेदारी।
देखिए, तो हिस्सेदारी किसने कहा कि नहीं मिलेगी? किसी ने कहा? बराबर इंडिया गठबंधन, महागठबंधन के नेताओं ने कहा है कि और डिप्टी सीएम बनाए जाएंगे। तेजस्वी जी लगातार बोल रहे हैं अल्पसंख्यक भाइयों को उचित भागीदारी मिलेगी, ये हम डंके की चोट पर कह रहे हैं, इससे कोई इनकार नहीं कर सकता है।
ये बताइए 13% यादव है तो 51 सीट, 18% मुस्लिम है तो 19 सीट।
अब ये सीट
भागीदारी और हिस्सेदारी के हिसाब से तो ये नहीं हुआ।
ये सीटों की गिनती मत कीजिए, जो असली लड़ाई है इसको कमजोर करने की कोशिश मत कीजिए। ये लड़ाई है जिस सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों से हमारे अल्पसंख्यक भाई अच्छी तरह समझ रहे हैं कि इस लड़ाई को ताकत देने के लिए हमारे
अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जीत एनडीए का इस बार होने वाला है, इस बार होने वाला है। और समस्तीपुर वालों, समस्तीपुर की 10 सीट मोदी जी, नीतीश जी, चिराग पासवान जी, कुशवाहा जी, मांझी जी के झोली में डालनी है। मुझे बताओ 10 सीटों को जिताओगे क्या? जरा जोर से बोलो, जिताओगे भाई? भाइयों बहनों, समस्तीपुर जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी का जन्म स्थान है। यहां पर कर्पूरी ठाकुर ग्राम भी आया हुआ है और यहां अब तक लालू एंड कंपनी ने कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत रत्न नहीं मिलने दिया। मोदी जी ने 2024 में कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत रत्न देने का काम मोदी जी ने किया। मित्रों, मोदी जी ने किया। और ये लोग कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी से जननायक का बिरुद भी छीनना चाहते हैं। अरे लालू यादव जी, आप कान खोलकर सुन लो, जब तक एनडीए है कर्पूरी ठाकुर के जननायक को कोई छू नहीं सकता, कोई छू नहीं सकता। आपने जीवन भर कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी की अपमान किया, अवहेलना किया और अब कर्पूरी ठाकुर के नाम पर आप वोट मांगने निकले हो। समस्तीपुर वाले आपको जानते हैं। भाइयों बहनों, इस क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए हमने ढेर सारे काम किए हैं। दरभंगा में एक एम्स बनाने का काम, 1500 करोड़ रुपए से एम्स बनाने का काम हमारे प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। और मैं अभी दरभंगा गया था तो कुछ माताओं बहनों ने कहा कि आप एम्स तो बना दोगे, इलाज का रुपया कहां से आएगा? मैं आपको बताकर जाता हूं, बिहार के 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों को मोदी जी ने 5 लाख तक का इलाज मुफ्त कर दिया है। भाइयों बहनों, मुफ्त कर दिया है। भाइयों बहनों, मिथिला क्षेत्र में आईटी पार्क भी बन रहा है और समस्तीपुर वालों, एनडीए के घोषणा पत्र की राह देखना। समस्तीपुर में बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट भी बिहार सरकार बनाने जा रही है, बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री। और हमारा मकसद साफ है, जंगल राज से रोसड़ा और समस्तीपुर को मुक्त कराकर यहां उद्योग बसाने का हमारा लक्ष्य है। और यहां रोसड़ा वालों ने तो जंगल राज अच्छे से देखा है। यहां नरसंहार होते थे और दलितों का अपमान भी होता था। मोदी जी ने बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर जी के 14 अप्रैल को राष्ट्रीय समरसता दिवस घोषित किया। 26 नवंबर को संविधान दिवस घोषित किया और आंबेडकर जी के साथ जुड़े हुए 5 तीर्थ मऊ में जन्म स्थान, लंदन में अध्ययन स्थान, नागपुर में दीक्षा भूमि, दिल्ली में महापरिनिर्वाण स्थल और मुंबई में चैत्य भूमि, ये पांचों स्थान पर हमने अंबेडकर जी का स्मारक बनाने का काम किया है। भाइयों बहनों, ये बाबा साहेब के नाम पर राजनीति की रोटियां सेकती है, मगर हमारे बिहार के लाल बाबू जगजीवन राम को किसी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनते हुए रोका तो वो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रोका था, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रोका था। भाइयों बहनों, समस्तीपुर जिले में आमस दरभंगा सड़क का निर्माण, पटना पूर्णिया ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे, रक्सोस हल्दिया ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे, ये समस्तीपुर से होकर जाते हैं। 96 करोड़ से रोसड़ा शिवाजी नगर पथ का चौड़ीकरण, 62 करोड़ से शंकर घाट पर पुल का निर्माण, 42 करोड़ से सराय रंजन में मेडिकल कॉलेज और शिवाजी नगर पर आरसीसी पुल बनाने का काम भी किया। रेलवे में वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस बहुत सारी समस्तीपुर को कनेक्ट करती है और पूसा कृषि विश्वविद्यालय का नाम हमने राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी के नाम पर रखने का काम किया। भाइयों बहनों, ये विकास के कामों में लालू ने कुछ किया है क्या? जरा जोर से बोलो, लालू ने किया है? राबड़ी देवी ने कुछ किया है क्या? ऐसा नहीं है भाई, लालू और राबड़ी देवी ने भी किया है। मैं बताऊं आपको क्या किया है? मुझे बताओ, चारा घोटाला किसने किया? जरा जोर से बोलो, किसने किया? लैंड फॉर जॉब किसने किया? होटल घोटाला किया, अलग तारा घोटाला किया, बाढ़ राहत का घोटाला किया, एबी एक्सपोर्ट का घोटाला किया, आय से अधिक संपत्ति का घोटाला किया और कांग्रेस ने 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले, घोटाले और भ्रष्टाचार किया है। मुझे बताओ भाइयों बहनों, ये महागठबंधन बिहार का भला कर सकता है क्या? जरा जोर से बोलो, कर सकता है क्या? बिहार का भला केवल और केवल नीतीश कुमार और नरेंद्र मोदी की जोड़ी कर सकती है। नीतीश कुमार, यहां ढेर सारे युवा है, सभी युवा राजनीति में आना चाहते हैं। ये गठबंधन की 2 पार्टियां, एक पार्टी लालू प्रसाद यादव जी की, लालू प्रसाद जी अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं और दूसरी पार्टी कांग्रेस पार्टी, सोनिया जी अपने बेटे को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। मैं आज दोनों को कहकर जाता हूं, बिहार में ना सीएम का पद खाली है, ना दिल्ली में पीएम का पद खाली है। बिहार में नीतीश कुमार जी सीएम बनकर बैठे हैं और लालू जी, सोनिया जी दिल्ली में नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनकर बैठे हैं। आपका नंबर नहीं लगना है। मुझे बताओ भाई, जो लोग अपने बेटे बेटी की चिंता करे, वो बिहार के युवाओं की चिंता कर सकते हैं क्या? जरा जोर से बोलो, कर सकते हैं? बिहार के युवाओं की चिंता मोदी जी और नीतीश जी ही कर सकते हैं। अभी अभी हमारी एनडीए सरकार के नेता मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने 1 करोड़ 21 लाख जीविका दीदी के अकाउंट में सीधा 10,000 रुपया डालने का काम हमारे नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया। पूरे बिहार में 125 यूनिट बिजली फ्री कर दी, पटना में मेट्रो लाए, युवाओं को 2 वर्षों तक 1,000 रुपए का भत्ता मिलेगा, विधवा पेंशन 400 से बढ़ाकर 1100 किया, बुजुर्गों वाली पेंशन 400 से बढ़ाकर 1100 की और आंगनवाड़ी बहनों का भी 7,000 से बढ़ाकर 9,000 रुपया किया है। भाइयों बहनों, ये महागठबंधन जो है, महाठगबंधन जो है, उसने गरीबों का कोई काम नहीं किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश भर के 60 करोड़ गरीबों को 5 लाख तक का बीमा दिया, 5 किलो अनाज दिया, घरों में बिजली पहुंचाई, 4 करोड़ घर दिए, गैस के 10 करोड़ सिलेंडर दिए, 15 करोड़ शौचालय बनाए और देश भर के गरीबों के जीवन स्तर को ऊंचा उठाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। अंत में रोसड़ावारों, मैं आपको पूछना चाहता हूं, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए था या नहीं बनना चाहिए था? जरा जोर से बोलो, बनना चाहिए था या नहीं बनना चाहिए? 550 साल से लालू कांग्रेस एंड कंपनी राम मंदिर को रोक कर बैठे। आजादी के पहले अंग्रेजों ने रोका और आजादी के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके मिले हुए चट्टोपट्टों ने रोका। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अयोध्या में राम मंदिर का भूमि पूजन और उसका प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कर कर जय श्री राम कर दिया। और भाइयों बहनों, इसके साथ साथ अब सीतामढ़ी में सीता मैया का भी भव्य मंदिर 850 करोड़ से बन रहा है। 850। बिहार की नदियों पर पुल बनाना, कोसी की बाढ़ को रोकना, बाढ़ के पानी को किसान के खेत में पहुंचाना और हर गरीब का सम्मान करना, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है, नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया है। भाइयों बहनों, आज मैं समस्तीपुर की समस्त जनता को 2 हाथ जोड़कर विनंती करने आया हूं कि समस्तीपुर की 10 की 10 सीटों पर एनडीए के प्रत्याशियों को जिताइए। कमल फूल, तीर, हेलीकॉप्टर पर वोट दीजिए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार बनाइए।
All right, so that was the public rally of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is hitting out at the Congress and the RJD just before Bihar goes to polls for the first phase. That's on November 6th. We're getting you that and a lot more. But for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious drills off the Saurashtra coast and multi-domain exercises.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine...
Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood indoctrinating women. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to capture. Republic gets the inside details of rift within RJD and Congress. Sources say Tejasvi was miffed over not being invited by Rahul Gandhi.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब हुआ। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री?
So the OAC asked for Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar. Says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy Chief Minister, why not a Muslim CM? TMC warns of protest if SIR has been misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamta's vote bank includes infiltrators.
Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, oh, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer, he's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know.
President Trump praises Prime Minister Modi, calls him a tough and nicest looking guy.
Very warm welcome, viewers. 6 months after Operation Sindoor, the terror mastermind Masood Azhar has surfaced, and this time his own voice gives him away. Republic TV has accessed a 21-minute audio tape of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief for the first time since Operation Sindoor, where Masood Azhar can be heard plotting what he calls a global women jihad. That's right. The tape reveals Masood Azhar indoctrinating women, urging them to take up arms and admitting in his own words, that his cadre was wiped out after India's Operation Sindoor. In a desperate, Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar cornered and weakened now trying to build a women jihad brigade. The clearest sign yet that Operation Sindoor broke Jaish from within and destroyed its ranks.
उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी।
That's the desperation, that is the helplessness of Masood Azhar and the likes after Operation Sindoor. Very much visible, audible, I'd rather say, in this audio. And from Jaish-e-Mohammed to Lashkar-e-Taiba viewers, we see that women recruitment drives have been initiated by these terror outfits. From digital hawala to escape the FATF. For fundraising to rebuild the markaz, the terror headquarters that were decimated by the Indian forces during Operation Sindoor, to recruiting women now. They do not want education for women, they don't fight for rights for women, but here they are so helpless today that they are forced to recruit women for jihad, and that was Masood Azhar himself. You heard him, and Republic TV has accessed this audio that you just heard. That's an audio from Pakistan, and this comes 6 months after Operation Sindoor. Masood Azhar, in fact, has admitted that his family was wiped out, that the terrorists were wiped out. Let's take a listen to that audio once again.
उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी।
All right.
दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी।
All right, so that is Masood Azhar's audio as he once again laments and is desperate that his family and all those operating with him were wiped out. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast for more. Gursimran, well, it's quite evident that what Indian airstrikes, what the Indian forces have done, how the terror headquarters have been decimated, and this is for everyone to see. And now Masood Azhar, in fact, not just Jaish-e-Mohammed, but also Lashkar-e-Taiba, they all are now desperately recruiting women for jihad.
Yes, two things are very clear. That first is that the Indian strikes that they have carried out at the basis of these terror launchpads on the 6th and 7th of May. These strikes were so accurate that the cadre of these terror groups, including Jaish and Lashkar, was wiped out. And time and again, we have been getting the confirmation, and none other than the chief, they are coming out with the confirmation that they have suffered major losses. So this is the extent of India's precision strikes that India has carried out. The terror bases that operated on the Pakistani soil. The second thing is that these Pakistani terror groups, they are now trying to come out with these women brigades. They are hiring and recruiting these women so that they can wage the war against Union of India. And it is evident from several posters and now these audio clips that have come into being, in which it is clearly being said that they are here to wage a war against the Union of India. They have specifically mentioned time and again the foremost important thing, that is the Indian army. They are building it against. So it is very clear that once again the factory of the terrorism is getting activated in Pakistan. That was earlier said. We have seen this by the IGBSF and the senior officers of the Indian army. They have come on record stating that they are keeping a strict vigil on what is happening, and also the news that has come, the reports that suggest that the new bases are being built once again with the deadline of some in the month of February 2026 with the so-called Kashmir Solidarity Day. So this entire modus operandi of the Pakistani terror group now stands exposed with these two admissions coming.
Right. Just stay on with us. We have more breaking inputs coming in. Viewers, the 1,000 verses on jihad in... Okay, this is something written on the poster. This is a picture of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camp, and for the first time we're showing you those pictures of the Jaish terror camp. And this is a... Okay, there you have new Jaish terror camp. Major General G.D. Bakshi joins us on the broadcast. General Bakshi, Masood Azhar's tape is out after Operation Sindoor. He's literally, so desperate after his family is wiped out, terror headquarters decimated. He's now recruiting women. And also, Public TV has accessed the pictures of new Jaish terror camp.
When that Markaz Subhanallah at Rawalpur was hit, that is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Please don't forget that Osama bin Laden had paid $10 million to construct this terror university, where most of the nefarious plots against India were hatched and rehearsed and trained. The terrorists were trained here. This was hit hard on the 7th of May. Along with 9 total terror infrastructure targets, and 6 high-value terrorists were, eliminated. And these included, the brother-in-law and the younger brother of Azhar Masood. And a number of his family members were also killed. We had aimed that bomb for the exact room in which he was staying. It is just... unfortunate that this man, I think, may have gone out for a leak or something, and that is the time when the bomb hit. And his entire, more or less, family was wiped out, and he was heard wailing, "I wish I had died with them," etc., etc. This is a wish that we will fulfill when the next round of Sindoor happens. But the fact is that the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed was blasted to bits, along with the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and Hizbul Mujahideen. And, this time we did hit targets in the jungle so that Pakistan could deny and get away with those, try and get away with those kind of denials. We hit them in the middle of his towns and cities like Lahore and Rawalpur, so that they are there for the world to see. Devastating buildings. Devastated infrastructure. And now he is trying to recruit women. This man is pathetic. He is trying to see that some women terrorists get killed so that they can accuse India of atrocities and this and that. It just shows the level to which the Pakistanis can think. But let them be very clear. One more terror incident and it will be treated as an act of war. You use men, you use women, you use children, whatever you do. Any act of terror will be deemed an act of war and responded to accordingly. They're already sweating across the Sir Creek. Let them not invite trouble for themselves.
General Bakshi, many thanks for joining us with your understanding of the situation and your reaction. We will be cut across to Buxar now, where Yogi Adityanath is campaigning for the BJP ahead of polls.
ताड़का मारी और सुबाऊ का था
और इनके साथ वही व्यवहार होना चाहिए जो भगवान राम ने इनके साथ किया था। निस्सरहीन करो मही बुझ उठाए प्रण कीन, और यही प्रण इस चुनाव में आप सबको करना है। बिहार को अराजकता से मुक्त करने वाली एनडीए सरकार फिर से चाहिए। बिहार को विकास के पथ पर अग्रसर करने वाली एनडीए सरकार फिर से चाहिए। बिहार के विकास को आगे बढ़ाना है। बिहार में बिना भेदभाव के यहाँ के नौजवानों के लिए, यहाँ के गरीबों के लिए, यहाँ के किसानों के लिए, यहाँ की माता और बहनों के विकास के लिए और यहाँ के व्यापारियों की सुरक्षा के लिए एनडीए की डबल इंजन की सरकार आवश्यक है। और इसके लिए एनडीए ने अपने योग्यतम प्रत्याशी दिए हैं। आप सोचो बक्सर से प्रत्याशी बने हैं श्री आनंद मिश्रा, आईपीएस, ये 2011 बैच के आईपीएस हैं। मातृभूमि के प्रति लगाव, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने का जज्बा और बिहार के नौजवानों को फिर विकास के पथ पर अग्रसर करने के लिए कार्य कर सकें और इनको भी यूपीएससी के साथ साथ तमाम प्रतियोगी परीक्षाओं में आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्लेटफॉर्म दे सकें। इसके लिए उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मंच का उपयोग करते हुए वे बक्सर से प्रत्याशी बनकर के आपके बीच आए हैं। डुमराव से यहाँ डुमराव से श्री राहुल सिंह को प्रत्याशी बना करके उतारा गया है और ब्रह्मपुर से श्री हुलास पांडे जी को यहाँ पर एनडीए ने अपना प्रत्याशी बना करके उतारा है। आप सभी इन तीनों प्रत्याशियों को बना के भेजेंगे। पीछे तक आवाज आनी चाहिए। जहां तक मेरी आवाज जा रही है, दोनों हाथ उठा करके अपने संकल्प के साथ जोड़िए। इस धरा की पहचान को बनाइए। आने वाली पीढ़ी को कैसा भविष्य देना चाहते हैं? प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा विकसित भारत बनेगा तब जब विकसित बिहार बनेगा। विकसित बिहार के पत्थर हैं, विकसित बिहार के लिए एनडीए का आना आवश्यक है। डबल इंजन की सरकार बुलेट ट्रेन की तर्ज पर विकास के कार्यों को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ा सके। इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि डबल इंजन की एनडीए की सरकार बिहार में फिर से आए और इसके लिए इन तीनों प्रत्याशियों को श्री आनंद मिश्रा, श्री राहुल सिंह, श्री हुलास पांडे एनडीए के प्रत्याशी के रूप में आपके बीच में इन तीनों प्रत्याशियों को
That was Yogi Adityanath. Now he was campaigning for the NDA, also of course taking on the Mahagathbandhan over the Jungle Raj, the criminal record, backing the candidate and talking about how the criminals need to be wiped out in the state. Listen in.
तो आज आपके पास यहाँ आया हूँ, लेकिन भारत के यशस्वी गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा है मार्च 2026 तक भारत को ताड़का, मारीच और सुबह रूपी नक्सलवाद, उग्रवाद और आतंकवाद से मुक्त करके रख देंगे। आप गृह मंत्री जी के संकल्प के साथ हैं या नहीं है? नक्सलवाद समाप्त होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद समाप्त होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? अपराध समाप्त होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? होना चाहिए ना? तो इसके लिए कांग्रेस, आरजेडी और उनके जितने भी पार्टनर हैं जो अपराध की फैक्ट्री चलाते हैं, विकास के बैरियर हैं, इनको सत्ता में आने से रोकना पड़ेगा, इनको बेरोजगार करना पड़ेगा, तब नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार आएगा।
Shifting focus now, Pakistan and Bangladesh, they're deepening their diplomatic and military engagement. It's a subtle but significant shift that's unfolding in South Asia's strategic landscape. Now, recent meetings between top Pakistani generals and Bangladesh's interim leadership, coupled with offers like Karachi port access and defense cooperation, they all suggest a growing axis that could challenge India's eastern posture. This evolving relationship revives echoes of past alignments and introduces new pressure points along India's northeastern frontier. Here's the report.
As Bangladesh and Pakistan inch closer in military and strategic terms, a new axis appears to be forming in India's eastern neighborhood, one that demands not just attention but calibrated counterbalance. The growing warmth between Dhaka and Islamabad, marked by high-level exchanges and symbolic gestures, is not merely diplomatic. It carries undertones of coordinated intent. For India, the question is no longer whether this alignment poses a challenge, but how best to contain it. And in that equation, Myanmar emerges as a quiet but potent answer. Myanmar's geographic position is critical. It shares a long border with India's northeastern states and sits adjacent to southeastern Bangladesh. India and Myanmar have a history of joint counter-insurgency operations, particularly in the border regions of Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram. These operations have built trust between the militaries, and recent meetings between top commanders have reaffirmed a shared commitment to regional stability. Myanmar's military leadership, despite its internal complexities, has consistently engaged with India on defense cooperation, infrastructure development, and intelligence sharing. Projects like the Calaban multimodal transit and the India-Myanmar-Thailand highway are not just about connectivity. They are strategic arteries that allow India to project influence and maintain logistical depth in the region. This partnership becomes even more significant when viewed against the vulnerabilities in Bangladesh's geography. While India's Siliguri corridor is often cited as a strategic choke point, Bangladesh has two of its own, both exposed and within striking distance of Indian forces. The first lies near Tripura border. This corridor, barely 30 kilometers wide, is flanked by Indian territory and can be accessed rapidly by units stationed in Tripura and Mizoram. The terrain is familiar, the routes are mapped, and the formations are trained for swift, terrain-adapted operations. In a contingency scenario, this corridor could be severed within hours, isolating southeastern Bangladesh from its maritime assets and logistical hubs. The second corridor is located near Rangpur and Dinajpur, bordering northwest Bengal. It connects northern Bangladesh to the rest of the country and is equally exposed. Indian formations in Siliguri and Jalpaiguri have the capability to apply pressure here, effectively boxing in Bangladesh's northern flank. These vulnerabilities are not theoretical, they are operational realities that India's Eastern Command has rehearsed and prepared for. The Indian Army's presence in the region is formidable. The Eastern Command, headquartered in Kolkata, oversees 3 corps in Nagaland, 4 corps in Assam, and 33 corps in Sikkim. These formations are equipped for jungle warfare, high-altitude combat, and rapid deployment. The 4th Corps, based in Tejpur, is particularly critical, with its divisions spread across Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and the Tripura-Mizoram belt. Artillery brigades, mechanized units, and special forces are embedded across these states, supported by advanced surveillance systems and integrated air defense networks. The Indian Air Force complements this posture with strategic assets deployed across key air bases in Tejpur, Jorhat, Bagdogra, and Kalakunda. These bases host squadrons of Su-30 MKIs, transport aircraft, and UAV platforms capable of maintaining air superiority and logistical support across the eastern sector. The Eastern Air Command, headquartered in Shillong, coordinates operations across the region and has conducted multiple joint drills to validate rapid response capabilities. Exercises like Prachand Prahar have showcased India's ability to integrate drone warfare, loitering munitions, and electronic warfare in high-altitude terrain, precisely the kind of environment that defines the eastern frontier. In this context, Myanmar is more than a neighbor. It is a strategic partner that can help India shape outcomes in the region. Its cooperation allows India to maintain pressure on Bangladesh's southeastern flank, secure its own northeastern borders, and counterbalance any external influence that seeks to destabilize the region. As Pakistan and Bangladesh explore deeper ties, India's answer need not be loud. It must be layered, precise, and backed by partnerships that shift the balance quietly but decisively. Myanmar fits that role, not as a proxy, but as a stabilizing force that reinforces India's strategic depth and regional posture.
The Israeli military says that the ceasefire in Gaza is back in effect after it carried out heavy airstrikes across the Palestinian territory. The death toll from the overnight strikes climbed to 81 as per the hospital officials now. So, viewers, there was Israel carrying out strikes last night in Gaza, just less than 3 weeks after the ceasefire had come into effect, and it launched fresh strikes on the territory. And Israel Defense Forces, IDF, accused Hamas of targeting its troops in Rafah. And now what we know is that that Israel says that that ceasefire is now back. So it's a fragile truce, viewers, what we understand. These are powerful strikes that were carried out as Israel hit Gaza amid the ceasefire, and around 80 have been killed. It's been one of the deadliest days in Gaza. Nick is joining us from Tel Aviv right now. Nick, well, Israel carried out strikes that has killed at least 80, what we understand. Now, how fragile is this ceasefire, which Israel claims that it is now back?
Yeah, this is fragile, but Israel knew that it will happen because, unfortunately, in the past decades, it is happening all over again. Each time that we have a ceasefire agreement with Hamas checking the red lines of Israel, of Israeli army, and this time they are doing the same. They are firing at Israeli soldiers, and unfortunately, they are killing another soldier yesterday, and they also tried to manipulate Israel and to put a body of a soldier inside of a ground and then to discover him again. And to do it, they wanted with the Red Cross, but Israel, with the drone footage, showed to the world the manipulation of Hamas. So those two accidents lead Israel to respond with attacks on the targets of Hamas inside of Gaza. And I believe Hamas will continue to try and see what are the red lines of Israel, but the ceasefire will continue, I believe, and I also think that the broader Arab world will join Israel in an effort to bring a bigger, broader peace in the Middle East. Back to you.
Right. Many thanks for joining us, Nick, for those details coming in on that story, viewers. So that's the latest update, Republic TV, getting you from Israel now, as what we understand is that these are live shots coming in from Gaza. And all right, I think Nick is still with us. Nick, if you could help us understand what really had panned out, because we earlier had even J.D. Vance saying that there are little skirmishes, and Hamas denies that there were no troops that were targeted by its forces in Rafah. Israel Katz, meanwhile, accuses the group of crossing a bright red line.
Yeah, that's right. Israel now will try and be determined this time to, in any case of attack from Hamas, to respond with fire, with heavy response, because this time Israel has the back of the United States to eliminate Hamas army capabilities, to eliminate their power, and Israel will do it forcibly with a force if Hamas will not lay down the weapons as they agreed as part of the agreement. And now I think Hamas need to decide if they are doing it peacefully or if it will be by force. Of course, everybody prefer that it will be in peaceful way.
Right. Many thanks, Nick, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We'll keep a close eye on the developments in West Asia. Meanwhile, we were shifting our focus to the other stories. Now, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav flagged off the Run for Cyber Awareness Marathon organized by the MP Police to promote cyber security and awareness. Watch this report.
मैं आज रन फॉर अवेयरनेस साइबर अपराध के लिए खासकर यहाँ मध्य प्रदेश सरकार के स्पोर्ट्स और पुलिस विभाग द्वारा संयुक्त रूप से यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने जो साइबर अपराधों के प्रति जागरूकता के लिए अक्टूबर माह में अभियान चलाने का निर्णय किया था, उसका समापन और दौड़ के लिए आया था। और इस अभियान के माध्यम से एक तरफ हम जब नई तकनीक अपनाने की तरफ लोगों को प्रेरित करते हैं, तो उस तकनीक की चुनौतियों से जिसका दुरुपयोग होता है, ऐसे अपराधों को रोकने के लिए ये बहुत अच्छा अभियान चलाया गया। और कितना सरल हेल्पलाइन नंबर 1930 अगर ये रिलीज़ किया, जिसमें इस आधार पर हम अपने सभी प्रकार के साइबर अपराधों की जानकारी से पुलिस से जुड़ करके इन अपराधों पर नियंत्रण का काम करें। मेरी अपनी ओर से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी आभार और मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस के माध्यम से जनता को ये सुविधा और सौगात दी गई, इस बात की बधाई।
And from Bihar now, OIC asks for Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar, says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy Chief Minister post, why not a Muslim?
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages short of kinetic conflict. China's deployed network combines long-range surveillance radars, shore-based jamming arrays, vehicle-mounted and portable emitters, and frequency-agile signal management nodes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm afternoon, 3 p.m. This is Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. We are tracking a lot of big stories for you in this edition, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the Bihar poll ground is heating up, and right ahead of the phase 1 of elections, we come to know that RJD and Congress, they seem to be locking horns. So what is wrong within the Mahagathbandhan? We'll be getting you all of the details and much, much more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood indoctrinating women. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to capture. Republic gets the inside details of rift within RJD and Congress. Sources say Tejaswi was miffed.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब हुआ। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री?
Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy CM for Bihar. Says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy CM, why not a Muslim? TMC warns of protest if SIR is misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamata's vote bank includes infiltrators.
Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, oh, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer. He's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know.
Trump praises Prime Minister Modi, says he's a tough, nicest looking guy. Also goes on to repeat India-Pakistan ceasefire claim. A historic homecoming turns into a thunderous ultimatum as the 91-year-old Naga rebel leader T. Muiva lands in Ukhrul after 60 years in exile, reigniting the explosive demand for Nagalim. But in a big revelation, his top commander has admitted to fresh arms pipelines and alliances with Bangladesh and Myanmar's junta. Has the fragile peace just shattered? Our exclusive report from the heart of insurgency. Take a look.
These were the scenes when India's oldest living rebel returned home after more than half a century. 91-year-old Thuingaling Muiva is the General Secretary of the Nationalist Socialist Council of Nagalim, one of the most powerful Naga insurgent faction. It was from this same village that Muiva left in 1964, trekking through the jungles of northern Myanmar and setting up the insurgent camps with a tacit understanding with ideological camps of Maoist China.
After how many years you have seen him?
I think 30-40 years.
After 30-40 years. Where did you saw him last time?
I saw him last time at Dimapur.
Camp Hebron.
Yeah.
After that, now you have seen him?
This is the first time. This is the last one.
His return has reignited the Nagalim debate. A Naga flag, a separate land, and a separate constitution. That's what the demand for Nagalim is all about. The demand envisions uniting all Naga tribes under one administrative and cultural identity. Muiva's return also brings back memories of the violent past, years of conflict and bloodshed that forced the government of India to bring NSCN-IM on the negotiating table. Talks have now dragged on for more than 2 decades. Muiva's deputy Jen Atem shows no optimism.
You know, framework agreement was signed 10 years ago, and Indian government leadership is still yet to wake up. We are waiting for them to rise up from their hibernation.
If you talk the visit of Thuingaling Muiva to Manipur, how do you see it? Do you see it just as a homecoming, or is this visit political too?
Yes, being a political revolutionary, it is political as well as social.
But the most startling revelation comes from the chief of Naga army and a relative of Muiva.
People will remember that he has visited Senapati, but they will not remember how he really started the journey. So to me, as an acquaintance with him for quite a long time, the real journey of homecoming started from Tuchangal, from Eastern Nagaland. And that is not a very kind of pleasant journey. And starting from Changkut, and then struggle went on. And after Shillong Accord, for more than 20 years, guerrilla fighting, and then reorganizing, mobilization. And from there, we started like national campaign, and after that, international campaign.
This is the biggest admission made by the insurgent group. Remains to be seen as to how the government of India will respond to these ultimatums.
Viewers, amid this historic moment of the 90-year-old rebel leader coming back after 61 years in exile, the Nagalim debate has certainly reignited. We are getting you all the exclusive details on that and much more. In fact, here's a latest report that has been filed by my colleague Aniruddha. Take a look.
Winding up his week-long stay at his hometown, Ukhrul, and his birthplace, Somdal, Twingalang Muiva, the General Secretary and Toklonsa of the NSCN ZPRN, is returning to the NSCN IM's designated headquarters at Camp Hebron. But before leaving for Hebron, the NSCN IM leader will be addressing a huge gathering in Senapati. Right now we are in Senapati, and here you can see more than 50,000 people have gathered in a civic reception hosted in honor of Twingalang Muiva. The visit of Twingalang Muiva is crucial, important, politically and socially significant. It can be mentioned that as the talks between the government of India and the NSCN IM continues, the NSCN IM had been asserting that the integration of the Naga inhabited areas in Assam, Manipur, as well as parts of Arunachal Pradesh remains the top agenda and something which the NSCN IM will never compromise on. Given this, the visit of Twingalang Muiva to his hometown, Ukhrul, and his birthplace, Somdal, has been seen as a homecoming by many. But the NSCN IM leadership had been asserting that this is not just a homecoming, and in fact, it carries a deep political significance. The Deputy Atokilonsa of NSCN GPRN, General V.S. Atem, has also clearly stated that the visit of Twingalang Muiva always carries political significance, and the visit of a political leader will always have politics. However, they have also said that they don't carry any hidden agenda. The Senapati visit, how it turns out, will be very significant, and how it will be taken by the other civil society organization of Manipur, which is demographically very, very worse, will be seen in the coming days. With video journalist Ashok, I am Aniruddha Vakat for Republic Media Network from Senapati.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm being joined by my colleague Aniruddha on the very same story. Aniruddha, this is indeed a historic moment. 91-year-old Naga rebel leader has finally landed in Ukhrul after 60 years in exile. Talk to us about the significance of the moment, and also what is this explosive demand that he has made, this explosive ultimatum on Nagalim. Aniruddha.
Yes, this visit of Twingalang Muiva had very much significance in terms of, be it, we call it emotionally, or be it politically and socially. though it was being labeled as a homecoming of the NSC and IM leader Twingalang Muiva to his birthplace in Somdal, but what we have seen that NSC and IM leadership has also again and again asserted, be it General Atem or be it RH Rising or be it the Anthony Simre, for everyone this is more than a homecoming, and that this entire visit has got a lot of political and social significance. And nevertheless, the way Twingalang Muiva has today once again asserted the demand for integration of Naga areas in Manipur has once again sparked a debate over integration. And apart from that, if we also see the way that he has today addressed Senapati as Southern Nagalim.
Yes, Anirudh. Absolutely. In fact, we'll be very, very closely tracking this development that is coming in, especially this thunderous ultimatum that 91-year-old rebel leader Naga has given with respect to Nagalim. We'll be very, very closely tracking the story. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to some other stories that we are tracking. Now, US President Donald Trump hinted at a trade deal with India soon and lauded his relationship with Prime Minister Modi, stating that he has a great respect for the Prime Minister. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
And Pakistan. So I'm doing a trade deal with India, and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship. Likewise, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is a great guy, and the Field Marshal, they have a Field Marshal. You know why he's a Field Marshal? He's a great fighter. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And so I know them all. And I'm reading that 7 planes were shot down. They're going at it, and they're really starting to go. And it's a big thing. These are 2 nuclear nations. And they're really going at it. And I called Prime Minister Modi. I said, we can't make a trade deal with you. No, we must make a trade deal. I said, no, we can't. You're starting a war with Pakistan. We're not going to do it. And then I called Pakistan. I said, we're not going to do trade with you because you're fighting with India. And, 2 nuclear nations. And they said, no, you should let us fight. They both said that. They're warring. They're strong people.
All right, viewers, we're getting a breaking news that is coming in. But US President Donald Trump in Korea. These are the fresh visuals that we are getting in, and we'll be getting you the details on the meeting very, very shortly.
Giving me the honor of that magnificent piece of art, because it really was a piece of art that you presented to me today, and to be the first president of the United States that got that was really something very special. So I appreciate it very much, and I won't forget the trip. And we'll be working together, and you have a little bit of a cloud over your country, and we're going to get that cloud solved. You have a neighbor that hasn't been as nice as they could be, and I think they will be. I know Kim Jong-un very well, and I think things will work out very well. Tomorrow I meet with President Xi of China, and I look forward to that. And we've been talking a lot over the last month, and I think we're going to have something that's going to be very, very satisfactory to China and to us. I think we're going to have I think it's going to be a very good meeting. I look forward to it. Tomorrow morning we meet. And then I go back to the United States, and then I go around the United States, and the same thing happens, but we're doing very well. Our country is doing phenomenally well, better than I think it's ever done. We hit new highs in the stock markets, all of them. Every market's hit new highs, and they have, I think, 48 times since I've been 9 months. We've hit 48 times we've hit new highs, and many of you are investors in the United States from the standpoint of stocks. You put a lot of money in our stocks, so you're doing very well. I'd like to congratulate you. In some cases, you've doubled your money in about a year, and I'm very impressed with you. Your voters are very impressed with you. But we've done amazingly well. I don't think there's ever been anything like it, and we're over 17 trillion, probably up to $18 trillion of investment. In the last 4 years of the last administration, there were less than $1 trillion. And we're over 17 trillion. We're close to 18. I think we're going to be 21 or 22 trillion by the time I finish my first year. And in history, there's never been anything like that for any country, not even close. And part of that is the national security, given to us by the tariffs, properly used tariffs, very properly used. And other countries, as you know, have used them against us, but we never chose to use them very much. And we should have, and it's made a big difference. Our country is thriving. I think we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And a year ago, we were a very troubled nation, but we're not anymore. So I just think it's an honor to be with you. You've all done a fantastic job. You're fantastic leaders. We had a great meeting a week ago. You came all the way, and now you came here. But this isn't quite as far. This time I traveled far. But you've done a fantastic job. We're working together on rare earths, but we're working on a lot of things together, and it's all working out very well. But I just want to thank you for your hospitality, Mr. President. It's been great, and it's an honor, and we'll be back, and we'll see you again. And thank you very much. Thank you very much.
다음에는 우리
We will now turn to President.
That was US President Donald Trump in Gwangju, South Korea, where he is as part of the last leg of a 6-day Asia trip that includes stops in Malaysia and Japan. He, in fact, met with the South Korean president as well after addressing business leaders, in fact. All right, moving on to another story that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. At least 64 people, including 4 police officers, were killed in Rio de Janeiro in what the officials described as one of the most violent anti-narcotics operations in Brazil's recent history, as well as the deadliest in the city. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Rio burns. Brazil bleeds. Streets turn into war zones. Drug cartels unleash total mayhem. Police under heavy fire. City held hostage. Brazil is witnessing one of its worst outbreaks of violence in years. Rio de Janeiro has turned into a conflict zone as drug cartels wage war against the government forces. In the span of just 1 hour, over 80 people, including civilians, have been killed in clashes between security forces and cartel members. The violence erupted after authorities launched Operation Containment, a massive crackdown involving 2,500 police personnel, targeting organized crime networks across Rio. Cartels that control up to 70% of city's drug trade retaliated fiercely, setting up barricades, torching buses and cars, using FPV drones and armed with explosives to attack the police units. Streets in the city's northern districts remain blocked, and residents report continuous gunfire through the night. Authorities confirm that more than 80 suspected militants have been arrested so far, though the operations are still underway. Governor Claudio Castro has accused President Lula da Silva of failing to act decisively, alleging the federal government has refused to deploy the military despite escalating casualties. The federal administration, however, maintains that the local police forces remain in control and that further action will depend on situation's evolution. As Rio burns, Brazil stands at a critical juncture, battling not just crime but a growing crisis of authority and trust.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our focus to some other stories that we are tracking from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
IMD has issued a yellow warning for light spells of rain, very likely over the next 3 hours across multiple districts in Maharashtra. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami interacted with the ITBP personnel in the border region of Munsiari. The Chief Minister joined the ITBP Jawans in chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai. BSF dog squad comprising Indian breeds Rampur Hound and Mudhol Hound showcasing their operational skills as full dress rehearsals underway at Kevadia. A total of 4 people were arrested following an encounter with the police for illegally transporting the cattle. 2 of the accused got injured during the operation. A full dress rehearsal underway at Kevadia ahead of the Rashtriya Ekta Divas on the 31st of October to commemorate the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Take a look.
आज इस एकता परेड में 54 राज्य पुलिस एवं केंद्रीय पुलिस बलों के ये ध्वज जो हमारे तिरंगे की सच्ची ताकत है, पूज्य सरदार के अखंड भारत के विचार एवं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के संगठित भारत के जज्बे को हिंदुस्तान के सीने में जिंदा रखने हेतु संकल्पबद्ध है। 54 ध्वज वाहकों के हाथों में ये प्रत्येक ध्वज अपने आप में कई वीर गाथाओं को समेटे हुए एक भारत के लिए कटिबद्ध होने का संदेश दे रहे हैं। इनमें से कई ध्वजों को निशान का सम्मान भी प्राप्त है।
Breaking news coming in. NCB arrests Dawood Ibrahim's close associate Danish merchant alias Danish Chikta for drug operations in India. Danish has in fact been arrested from Goa. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking. Danish had been on the radar of law enforcement for several years and is believed to have been running a drug manufacturing unit in Mumbai's Dongri and also supplying narcotics across India. I'm being joined by my colleague Meenakshi on the bulletin. Meenakshi, tell us more about this arrest that we are getting in. This, of course, is a huge blow to the drug syndicate of Dawood Ibrahim.
Yes, it's a major blow to the syndicate of Dawood Ibrahim and this Danish. We are getting information. Republic has exclusive inputs on this story. What is this input? This Danish, the eldest son of Dawood Ibrahim, long-time confidant, Yusuf Chikna, and he is known to share close links with Dawood Ibrahim from the long time. And police had tracking this Danish Chikna, whose real name is Danish Merchant. But every time he managed to evade arrest. And in the last night from Goa, NCB Mumbai has been arrested this Danish Chikna, who was running a syndicate, who was running a drug factory in Dongri area, Mumbai, and now he is taken to Mumbai for further interrogation. Now, officials believe that from his interrogation, they will get important information regarding Dawood Ibrahim links, and his interrogation could uncover exclusive inputs, exclusive information of Dawood Ibrahim gang. And he is very important guy because he was running not only in Dongri, Mumbai area, drug factory, he was running drug network across India, across the country, several states. Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, several states as Gujarat, exclusive inputs only on Republic. We are getting information about this Danish merchant. And after being arrested in Goa, he will be taken in Mumbai, as I told earlier. And several times he was arrested in Rajasthan and Mumbai. But after arrest...
Yes. Absolutely. We'll be very, very closely tracking this story. Meenakshi, thank you for getting us these updates. India extends invitation to Pakistan for 2030 Commonwealth Games amidst tensions. A major controversy that's waiting to explode. Here's more on that.
Amid the ongoing tensions with Pakistan, India has confirmed it will allow Pakistani athletes to participate in the 2030 Commonwealth Games in Ahmedabad. The centre prioritizes its sporting ambitions, recognizing that excluding Pakistan could harm its candidature. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar recently announced Ahmedabad as the host city for the 2030 Games. The event is expected to showcase India's sporting capabilities and infrastructure, aligning with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of world-class facilities and nurturing talent. The 2030 Commonwealth Games will mark the 100th anniversary of the event, originally held in Hamilton in Canada in 1930.
Viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood's indoctrinating women. We'll be getting you all of this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार
Parking in Dharavi, it's a tough ask. Don't talk about cars. They have to be parked at some remote location. Scooters, well, they line the streets, blocking shops and doorways. Neighbors, they often are found fighting with each other for inches of spaces. Talking about ambulances, it's hard for them to enter the space because most of the times they get stuck. Well, as an MSME center, a lot of small-scale businesses, they run here and they require raw materials to be delivered. The delivery trucks, well, they cannot enter these narrow lanes. Now, the only option is laborers, resulting higher cost. Hence, the parking has become a major issue in this area.
मेरा नाम शाहबुद्दीन शेख है। ये गली इतनी कंजेस्टेड है ना कि अंदर कोई भी मटेरियल जाने के लिए बहुत दिक्कत है। अभी आप पार्किंग को देख सकते हैं कितना कंजेस्टेड एरिया है। जाता तो बहुत फायदा होगा, सारा बिजनेस को फायदा होगा, लेकिन ऐसा लगता नहीं कि गाड़ी अंदर जा सकता है यहाँ पे।
There is a no parking board clearly mentioned over here. Still, you can see behind me lots of cars being parked in the middle of the road, resulting in traffic jams and also police challans.
मेरा नाम कृष्णमूर्ति है, उर्फ कन्ना। तो ये 4 व्हीलर का तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। 4 व्हीलर तो अंदर आ नहीं सकता है, बाहर खड़ा करने से लोग स्क्रैच कर देते हैं और चालान कटता है अभी इसका RTO का। और इसके लिए जब तक रास्ता खुलेगा नहीं, डेवलपमेंट होएगा नहीं, तब तक कुछ होएगा नहीं इधर।
For families who dream of buying a scooter for themselves, it's easy. But finding a parking space and also a safer space, it's a bigger task. So we can conclude that becoming a scooter owner is really easy here, but finding a place to park, that's a big task.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood indoctrinating women. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to capture. Republic gets the inside details. A rift within RJD and Congress. Sources say Tejasvi was miffed over Rahul not giving him time for meeting.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? उनको जवाब दिया। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री?
Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar, says if 3% Mullah gets a Deputy Chief Minister post, why not a Muslim CM? TMC warns the protest if SIR misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamata's vote bank includes infiltrators.
Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, oh, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer, he's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know.
Says he's a tough, nicest looking guy. Also goes on to repeat India-Pak ceasefire claim. Very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Raksha Mishra with you. We start with news from Bihar. Viewers, the Congress and the RJD, the alliance is facing a major crisis due to internal conflicts, as we've been reporting. Now, allegations have surfaced that Congress observers were manhandled by RJD workers that led to a breakdown in communication. Tejasvi Yadav, accompanied by Lalu Prasad Yadav, visited Delhi to meet Rahul Gandhi, but the meeting was refused. Following this, Tejasvi announced RJD candidates in the constituencies where Congress had hopes, further straining the alliance. The Congress is reportedly unhappy with the RJD's aggressive stance and is seeking a more equitable seat-sharing arrangement. Now, the rift has led to friendly fights in 11 seats that could significantly impact the election outcome. Prakash joins us on the broadcast for more. Prakash, well, Republic TV had been, of course, tracking this story very closely. There have been direct fights in several seats between the RJD and Congress. Now there's some inside scoop coming in of how RJD workers manhandled Congress, and then Tejasvi Yadav was not given time for a meeting by Rahul Gandhi as well.
Well, Tejasvi Yadav did visit Delhi along with his father Lalu Yadav for a court case in IRCT scam in which they were summoned and the charges were framed and the trial would start. And yes, there were tough negotiations that were going on. And Rahul Gandhi was also unhappy with the way things unfolded in Bihar because the Congress party had last contested 70 seats in 2020 and it had won only 19. So the plea given by Tejasvi Yadav was that since the strike rate of the Congress party was very less, only 19 seats in comparison to what they had contested.
Or I will try and fix that audio connection with Prakash there. We have a reaction coming in from Amit Shah also, who has been campaigning in Bihar, made a big statement yet again saying that there is no vacancy for the CM's post in the state and the PM post in the country. Listen in.
ये गठबंधन की दो पार्टियां, एक पार्टी लालू प्रसाद यादव जी की, लालू प्रसाद जी अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, और दूसरी पार्टी कांग्रेस पार्टी सोनिया जी अपने बेटे को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। मैं आज दोनों को कहकर जाता हूं, बिहार में ना सीएम का पद खाली है, ना दिल्ली में पीएम का पद खाली है। बिहार में नीतीश कुमार जी सीएम बनकर बैठे हैं और लालू जी, सोनिया जी दिल्ली में नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनकर बैठे हैं।
All right, now AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi meanwhile has hit out at Indy over the Bihar elections, questioning why no Muslim face was chosen for the deputy chief minister's post. He took a dig at Tejasvi Yadav and Mukesh Sahni, because Mukesh Sahni, remember, is known as the son of Malla, he's from the Malla community, and he has been nominated as the deputy chief minister's face for Mahargabandhan. Now, Owaisi asked, and I quote, why can't a Muhammad son become deputy chief minister? Listen in.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब हुआ। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री? मेरे भाई, फैसला आपको करना है। 17% है, 3% है और 14% है। 14% है तेजस्वी, और आप देते हैं टिकट उनको कितना? 14 है तो 36% टिकट दिया। जो 17% है उनको क्या दिया? उनको लॉलीपॉप दिया और बोला कि बेटा चूसते रहना।
Now, NDA's campaign is continuing in full swing. In the latest, NDA leaders say that the pattern for opposition has always been the same in every election, that is to appease the voters to win elections. Listen in.
ओवैसी साहब और तेजस्वी जी के बीच का ये मामला है, लेकिन ये तो इतिहास गवाह है। अब्दुल बारी सिद्दीकी सीनियर लीडर है राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के। 2015 में महागठबंधन की सरकार बनी तो तेज प्रताप यादव से भी जूनियर उनको बना दिया गया ओथ लेने में। 5वें नंबर पर उनको ओथ दिलाया गया। मुसलमानों को दोयम दर्जा की राजनीतिक नागरिकता तो लालू परिवार देता ही रहा है। उसको डराते रहो, जलील करते रहो, दंगा में झोंकते रहो, दंगाइयों को संरक्षण देते रहो। तो ये तो लालू जी की कार्यशैली है। तेजस्वी यादव उसी लाइन पर चल रहे हैं।
ओवैसी साहब जो बोल रहे हैं वो ठीक बोल रहे हैं।
हमारी समझ से ओवैसी साहब ने जो कास्ट सर्वे के आधार पर जो क्लेम किया है, तो उसको क्लेम उनका अपना हो सकता है, राजनीतिक क्लेम, लेकिन सच्चाई केवल यही है कि मुसलमानों का केवल उपयोग लालू जी करते हैं, मुसलमानों को हक देने के मामले में पीछे रहते हैं।
तंत्र में किस तरीके की सोच को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य ओवैसी साहब कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि आपकी जीत नहीं होती, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि अगर आपके विधायक जीत के भी आते हैं तो वो आपका साथ छोड़ देते हैं। इस डर से आप मुसलमानों के बीच में कब तक भय की राजनीति करेंगे? और मैं एक बार फिर से मैं दोहराता हूँ, मुसलमानों के लिए मैं दोहराता हूँ कि भैया बहुत हो गया डर की राजनीति से अपने आप को इस्तेमाल करने देना, बहुत हो गया। निकली अब इन सारी चीजों से। कब तक डर के आप इसको नहीं है सत्ता में आए, इसके लिए वोट करेंगे? अरे लाइए ना, जिसको आप सत्ता में लाना चाहते हैं उसके लिए वोट कीजिए और उसकी जवाबदेही तय कीजिए।
देखिए, कौन क्या कह रहे हैं, नहीं कह रहे हैं, जनता क्या कह रही है वो महत्वपूर्ण है। और हमारे अल्पसंख्यक भाई भी सबको जानते हैं, सबको पहचानते हैं। तो इसलिए अल्पसंख्यक भाइयों के लिए, हमारे मुस्लिम भाइयों के हक के लिए, हित के लिए कौन लड़ रहा है, ये किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं है। सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों को रोकने के लिए आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी ने आडवाणी जी का गिरफ्तार किया था। तेजस्वी जी लगातार सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। अब बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों को मदद पहुंचाते हैं। सबका चरित्र जनता को पता है।
मदद पहुंचा रहा है सांप्रदायिक शक्ति
भाई, अब इसमें ज़्यादा हम कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये पता है सबको कि इस बार की लड़ाई जनता लड़ रही है, मजबूती से लड़ रही है। सभी धर्म, सभी जात के लोग तेजस्वी जी के समर्थन में।
ओवैसी साहब गलत क्या बोल रहे हैं? आप ही लोगों ने नारा दिया था कि जिसकी जितनी हिस्सेदारी उतनी भागीदारी उतनी हिस्सेदारी।
देखिए, तो हिस्सेदारी किसने कहा कि नहीं मिलेगी? किसी ने कहा? बराबर इंडिया गठबंधन, महागठबंधन के नेताओं ने कहा है कि और डिप्टी सीएम बनाए जाएंगे। तेजस्वी जी लगातार बोल रहे हैं अल्पसंख्यक भाइयों को उचित भागीदारी मिलेगी। ये हम डंके की चोट पर कह रहे हैं, इससे कोई इनकार नहीं कर सकता है।
ये बताइए, 13% यादव है तो 51 सीट, 18% मुस्लिम है तो 19 सीट।
अब ये सीट
भागीदारी और हिस्सेदारी के हिसाब से तो ये नहीं हुआ।
ये सीटों की गिनती मत कीजिए। जो असली लड़ाई है इसको कमज़ोर करने की कोशिश मत कीजिए। ये लड़ाई है जिस सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों से हमारे अल्पसंख्यक भाई अच्छी तरह समझ रहे हैं कि इस लड़ाई को ताकत देने के लिए हमारे साथ खड़े हैं, और उनको वाजिब हक, उनका जो हकूक़ है, उनका जो सम्मान है, वो उनको मिलकर रहेगा।
Meanwhile, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath slammed the Mahagathbandhan for fielding Mohammad Shahabuddin's son Osama Shahab from Raghunathpur Assembly constituency in Siwan. Now, Yogi said that UP has a zero-tolerance policy towards crime and criminals, while the RJD has fielded a candidate whose family has a criminal background, which is well known across the country. Listen in.
RJD ने यहाँ से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है वो अपनी खानदानी आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि के लिए इस पूरे क्षेत्र नहीं, देश और दुनिया में कुख्यात रहा है। नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम।
All right, we have some breaking news coming in from Nagpur in Maharashtra, where farmers are protesting for loan waivers under the leadership of Prahar Janashakti Party leader Bachchu Kaddu. Protesters have completely blocked the Nagpur-Hyderabad highway. They blocked traffic for approximately 20 kilometers. Trucks, cars, two-wheelers all stranded in long queues. Activists have also begun blocking smaller roads, attempting to block traffic by placing thorny trees on the road. A rail roko movement has also begun. Protesting farmers have blocked the Nagpur to Mumbai Samruddhi highway as well. There you have the visuals. The government is continuously engaging, what we understand, in dialogue to end the protests. And a delegation from the Maharashtra government is scheduled to visit shortly to meet the protesters. You get this aerial view. These are drone images of the protests, and several vehicles have been stopped, and there you have the situation from ground zero in Nagpur. The entire highway has been blocked due to the protesting farmers. These are visuals from Nagpur in Maharashtra, viewers. Visuals right now on your screens, and Maharashtra government delegation will be soon meeting these protesters. You can see even on the railway tracks, the rail roko pradarshan, that is the stoppage, halting of trains by the protesters. Also, you can see they are all there on the tracks. Traffic has been blocked for approximately 20 kilometers. That's quite a lot. Trucks, cars, two-wheelers, all are stranded. As you can see, the activists have begun blocking the smaller roads as well. And even thorny trees have been put down on the road. Tracks, railway tracks also being occupied. सत्य प्रकाश joins us on the phone line from सत्य प्रकाश, हमें बताएं क्या ताज़ा जानकारी आप हासिल कर पा रहे हैं नागपुर से, क्यों ये प्रदर्शन हो रहा है और सरकार क्या कर रही है इस मामले में?
देखिए, किसानों कर्ज माफी को लेकर किसान के साथ जो प्रहार जनशक्ति पार्टी के नेता है बच्चू कडू के नेतृत्व में ये विरोध प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। और ये जो विरोध प्रदर्शन है तीसरा दिन है, लगातार नागपुर में विरोध प्रदर्शन चल रहा था, लेकिन सरकार और जो प्रदर्शनकारी है उनके बीच में लगातार बातचीत चल रहा है, लेकिन बात नहीं अभी तक मानने के बाद कहीं न कहीं जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो सड़क उतर गए हैं और जो जाम ट्रैफिक पूरा जाम लग गया है। पूरा जो हाईवे है हाईवे को जाम कर दिया गया है, जिसकी वजह से लगभग 20 से 25 किलोमीटर लंबा जाम लग गया है। नागपुर हैदराबाद जो हाईवे है वहां पूरा जाम लग गया है। जो नागपुर में जो आसपास की सड़कें वहां जाम लगा दिया गया है और जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं लगातार विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। वहां पर गाड़ी जो हाईवे वहां पे गाड़ी खड़ा कर दिए है, पेड़ को काट के गिरा दिए है, जिसके वजह से लगभग 20 से 25 किलोमीटर लंबा जाम लग गया है और जितने भी सड़कें पूरा जाम करके रखा गया है। लगातार प्रदर्शनकारियों से लगातार सरकार बातचीत करने की कोशिश कर रही है, लेकिन मामला हल नहीं हुआ है। सरकार का डेलीगेशन 1 घंटे बाद पहुंच रहा है नागपुर और जो प्रदर्शनकारी है उनसे बातचीत के जरिए मामला सुलझाने की कोशिश करेगा। जी
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे जुड़ने के लिए सत्य प्रकाश। इनफैक्ट सत्य प्रकाश, हमें एक और अगर एक और जो इसके पहलू हैं इस पूरी खबर के उसको अगर आप समझा सकें, जो कि तमाम जो छोटी छोटी जो सड़कें हैं जो कहीं ना कहीं कनेक्ट भी करती हैं हाईवे जाने के लिए, उनको भी रोक दिया गया है, उनको भी ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है। ट्रैक्स जो हैं रेलवे की पटरियों पर भी हम देख सकते हैं, प्रदर्शनकारी जो हैं वहाँ पर भी मौजूद हैं। इस ऐसे में अभी हम क्या जानकारी है कि क्या लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की तरफ से, क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से कोई भी एक्शन लिया गया, जो कि ये बहुत बड़ा ट्रैफिक जाम है, आम आदमी को भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा इससे दिक्कत हो रही है?
जी हाँ, काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ा क्योंकि 20 से 25 किलोमीटर ट्रैफिक जाम हो चुका है। जो लोग ट्रैफिक फंसे हुए हैं लगभग 10 से 12 घंटे ट्रैफिक फंसे हुए हैं। और जो नागपुर का जो मेन हाईवे है, जो नागपुर से हैदराबाद का हाईवे है, छोटे रोड है और नागपुर की जो स्थिति काफी खराब हो चुकी है। फिलहाल सरकार की तरफ से कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो प्रदर्शनकारी है उनसे जल्द जल्द इस मामले को सुलझाया जाए। सरकार की तरफ से डेलीगेशन पहुंचने वाला है नागपुर और नागपुर में पहुंचकर वहां पे मीटिंग हुई है। मीटिंग के जरिए ये मामले सुलझाने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है, लेकिन नागपुर की स्थिति लगातार खराब होती जा रही है क्योंकि जिस तरह से पूरे सड़कें जाम है वहां पे कुछ भी अंदर नागपुर अंदर जा नहीं पा रहा है। और जो हाईवे है हाईवे को जाम करके रखा गया है, पेड़ गिरा दिया गया है, गाड़ियां खड़ी कर दी गई है, प्रदर्शनकारी है और रेल जो ट्रैक है रेल ट्रैक है वहां पर भी प्रदर्शनकारी पहुंच चुके हैं, प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। जी
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे जुड़ने के लिए। दैट वाज माय कॉलीग Satya Prakash getting us details on the protest in Nagpur. Now we have some more breaking news coming in right now. Viewers, following the surrender of 21 Maoists today at Junglewar College in Kanker under the Rehabilitation to Revitalization program, all the Maoists were presented before the media now. As you can see on the screens, during the press conference, IGP Sundarraj, Bastar IGP Sundarraj, Kanker Collector Mahadev Kshirsagar, and top officials from the BSF, STF, SSB, and other paramilitary forces deployed in Kanker district were present. And at the press conference, Bastar IGP Sundarraj said that the surrender of the 21 Maoists is a significant event, having inflicted significant losses on the Maoists. In fact, he also said that the force has conducted the effective operations over the past 2 years, yielding positive results. Bharat joins us live in the broadcast. Bharat, एक और बड़ी उपलब्धि फोर्सेस के लिए, तमाम सुरक्षा बलों के लिए, एजेंसीज के लिए भी जिस तरह से एक और बड़ा सरेंडर कांकेर में आज हुआ है।
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं कि उत्तर बस्तर कांकेर की अगर बात की जाए, उस इलाके पे एक बड़ी जो सरेंडर है माओवादियों की हुई है। लगातार पहली बार नहीं, इससे पहले भी उस पूरे इलाके पे जो बड़े कैडर के जो माओवादी हैं उन लोगों ने सरेंडर किया था। सरेंडर करने के बाद जिस तरीके से हालात और परिस्थितियां देखने को मिल रही है, क्योंकि कुछ महीनों के बाद जो डेडलाइन देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने दिया है 31 मार्च 2026 तक माओवाद समाप्त करने की बात कह रहे हैं, तो उसके तर्ज पर जिस तरीके से आप देख रहे हैं कि जो हमारे रिपब्लिक टीवी पे देख रहा डिस्प्ले हो रहा है, जो वेपन्स है उन्होंने हथियार जो है सरकार के समक्ष जो है समर्पण कर दिए हैं। वहीं समर्पण करने के बाद जो बस्तर के आईजी हैं पी सुंदरराज ने स्पष्ट तौर पर बताया कि किस तरीके से लगातार 2 साल में कितने माओवादी जो है मारे गए हैं। जो पोलिंग ब्यूरो की अगर बात की जाए, जो बड़े कैडर के नक्सली होते हैं, जो पोलिंग ब्यूरो कहा जाता है उन्हें, वही सेंट्रल कमेटी ऑफ मेंबर यानी सीसीएम जो बड़े पद पे काबिज होते हैं। कई ऐसे जो नक्सली हैं, जो माओवादी हैं, जो पुलिस से लड़ते हुए मारे गए हैं, वही बहुत से ऐसे माओवादी हैं जिन्होंने समर्पण किया। आज 21 माओवादिस्ट जो है उन लोगों ने आज समर्पण किया है पुलिस के अधिकारियों के बीच में बस्तर आईजी सहित जो वहाँ के कलेक्टर हैं उनके समक्ष समर्पण करने के बाद एक नई नीति देखने को मिल रही है। सरकार की जो नीति होती है, जब भी हमेशा हम देखते हैं कि जो माओवादी हैं वो संविधान को नहीं मानते हैं, लोकतंत्र को नहीं मानते हैं, उसके विपरीत रह के वो कार्य करते हैं, उनकी गतिविधियां ऐसी होती है। लेकिन अब सरकार की जो पुनर्वास नीति है उससे कहीं ना कहीं प्रभावित होकर जिस तरीके से वो समर्पण कर रहे हैं, समर्पण करने के बाद उनके हाथ पे एक स्टेचू आपको नजर आ रहा होगा, एक बुक आपको नजर आ रहा होगा। ये बुक साधारण बुक नहीं, ये संविधान है। वो संविधान को पकड़ के संविधान के तहत, संविधान के नियम के तहत वो आकर्षित होने के बावजूद वो समर्पण कर रहे हैं। तो एक बड़ा बदलाव बस्तर में देखने को मिल रहा है। ऐसे में वाकई ही जितनी तारीफ की जाए सुरक्षा बल के जवानों की उतनी कम है, क्योंकि विषम परिस्थितियों में
very important picture, in fact, that speaks volumes, as Bharat was pointing out. Thank you so much, Bharat. In fact, Bharat was just telling us that they are holding a copy of the Constitution in their hands, viewers. So that, of course, speaks volumes about the change that has been brought in and how India is getting closer to its fight against red terror. Just take a listen in to what Inspector General of Bastar has to say on this development.
यदि ये 2 साल की अवधि की बात करेगा, लगभग 450 से अधिक माओवादियों का डेड बॉडी अलग अलग मुठभेड़ के पश्चात सुरक्षा बल द्वारा बरामद किए गए थे। खासतौर पर वर्ष 2025 में जो माओवादियों का टॉप लीडरशिप है, जिसमें सीपीएम माओवादी संगठन का जनरल सेक्रेटरी बसवराजू है, सेंट्रल कमेटी मेंबर सुधाकर, रामचंद्र रेड्डी, कोसा, इस प्रकार 4 पोलिट ब्यूरो और सेंट्रल कमेटी मेंबर्स का डेड बॉडी बस्तर संभाग के अंतर्गत अलग अलग मुठभेड़ में रिकवर की गई है।
And we submit a very, very short break, viewers. But on the other side, we get you the latest from Bihar, as the Muslim appeasement politics is once again on full display. Courtesy Owaisi now, he demands a son of Muslim to get the Deputy Chief Minister post if son of Wallah can get one. Also, TMC warns of protest if SIR is misused in Bengal. BJP alleges Mamata's vote bank includes infiltrators.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-circuit.
From the Ram Janmabhoomi case to Sabrimala, from Narmada to Kaveri, where faith met law, where history waited for a verdict. Padma Shri 2025 recipient, Senior Advocate C.S. Vaidyanathan on the legal side of things this weekend only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and out the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello, welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 4 p.m. This is Shravan Sen. Let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
आरजेडी ने यहां से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है, नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath questions RJD over ticket to Shahabuddin's son, says nothing better expected from Jungle Raj government.
अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, सोनिया जी अपने बेटे को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। मैं आज दोनों को कहकर जाता हूं, बिहार में ना सीएम का पद खाली है, ना दिल्ली में पीएम का पद खाली है।
Big statement by Amit Shah in Bihar says there is no vacancy for Chief Minister in Bihar or Prime Minister in Delhi. Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood's indoctrinating women. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to have captured.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता, तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब दो। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता, तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री?
Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar, says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy Chief Minister, why not a Muslim Chief Minister? Red Terror corridor continues to weaken in Chhattisgarh. 21 Maoists surrender in Bastar. The Enforcement Directorate has uncovered a cash for jobs scam in Tamil Nadu's Urban and Water Supply Department, alleging corruption in the selection process of the officers and staff. The ED, in fact, has now written a letter to the Tamil Nadu DGP claiming appointment letters were issued by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister in public gatherings, and policemen and public servants manipulated the entire process using Hawala channels to collect bribes. The agency has proof of cash transactions and photos involving powerful individuals, revealing politicians had access to confidential exam information. Deserving students were allegedly knocked out due to this corruption, with jobs given to those who paid bribes to politicians. In fact, this letter was written by the Enforcement Directorate Chennai Zone to Tamil Nadu's DGP. Important to point out here that no FIR has been registered as yet, and officially the Enforcement Directorate cannot perhaps take on the investigation unless an FIR is actually registered. But in this letter that has now been accessed by Republic TV, there are some damning allegations that have been levelled against this particular department. It remains to be seen whether at all the DMK government is going to respond to any of the charges that have been levelled. Let me go across to my colleague Sharda, who's joining us from Chennai. Sharda, it's a sensational letter written by the Enforcement Directorate to the DGP. Anything that you're picking up from the Tamil Nadu police as to when are we to expect an FIR to be registered in this case?
Well, Tamil Nadu's police is still not reacted to the letter that the enforcement director sent to them today morning, and following which the DMK has now put in a formal letter saying that this is a letter given by the enforcement directorate to which is a political motive by the enforcement directorate, is what the DMK leader and the Minister of the Municipal Administration K.N. Nehru is stating. However, now the DMK is saying that this is an exercise that's been continued for so many years, and even under the AIADMK regime, the Anna University was the first university that was taking up the exams, and the DMK did not have any hand in it. Now the police will be investigating this particular case and will also be asking for the Minister of the Municipal Administration K.N. Nehru to appear for an investigation, but the DGP of the police still not reacted to this particular case. Also, the AIADMK and the opposition BJP has pointed out, telling that how this is not the first time that DMK has come under scrutiny, whereas this is not the first cash for jobs scam that they have come under. Earlier, Minister Sendil Balaji was also caught for the same reason. He was later dismissed, and now he is also been asked by the Supreme Court to not be the minister under the DMK regime now. And we also have to wait and see if the DGP will be taking an action very soon, or if the DMK will be giving an explanation before the FIR is filed.
As far as the DMK's response is concerned, it seems they're completely gone silent. AIADMK has raised this entire matter.
Completely true, Shravan. The DMK has been mum about this. As we try to reach out to them today, the DMK said that they do not want to respond on this particular issue until the investigation is taken down. And they completely say that this is only an option that is done by the ED to make sure that they come under the lenses of the ED, and this was politically motivated.
Thank you very much, Sharda, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking this very closely, waiting for a response to come in from the DMK government. A historic homecoming turns into a thunderous ultimatum as a 91-year-old Naga rebel leader Thungaleng Muiva lands in Ukhrul after 50 years in exile, reigniting the explosive demand for Nagaland. But in a big revelation, his top commander admits fresh arms pipelines and alliances with Bangladesh as well as Myanmar's junta, as the fragile peace just shattered. Our exclusive reporter from the heart of the insurgency.
These were the scenes when India's oldest living rebel returned home after more than half a century. 91-year-old Thungaleng Muiva is the General Secretary of the Nationalist Socialist Council of Nagaland, one of the most powerful Naga insurgent faction. It was from this same village that Muiva left in 1964, trekking through the jungles of northern Myanmar and setting up the insurgent camps with a tacit understanding with ideological camps of Maoist China.
After how many years you have seen him?
I think 30-40 years.
After 30-40 years. Where did you saw him last time?
I saw him last time at Dimapur.
At Camp Hambron.
Yeah.
After that, now you have seen him again.
This is the first time. This is the last one.
His return has reignited the Nagaland debate. A Naga flag, a separate land, and a separate constitution. That's what the demand for Nagaland is all about. The demand envisions uniting all Naga tribes under one administrative and cultural identity. Muiva's return also brings back memories of the violent past, years of conflict and bloodshed that forced the government of India to bring NSCN-IM on the negotiating table. Talks have now dragged on for more than 2 decades. Muiva's deputy Jen Atem shows no optimism.
You know, framework agreement was signed 10 years ago, and Indian government leadership is still yet to wake up. We're waiting for them to rise up from their hibernation.
If we talk about the visit of Thungaleng Muiva to Manipur, how do you see it? Do you see it just as a homecoming, or is this visit political too?
Yes, being a political revolutionary, it is political as well as social.
But the most startling revelation comes from the chief of Naga army and a relative of Muiva.
People will remember that he has visited Senapati, but they will not remember how he really started the journey. So to me, as an acquaintance with him for quite a long time, the real journey of homecoming started from the jungle, from eastern Nagaland. And that is not a very kind of pleasant journey. And starting from jungle, and then struggle went on. And after Shillong Accord, for more than 20 years, guerrilla fighting, and then reorganizing, mobilization. And from there, we started like national campaign, and after that, international campaign.
This is the biggest admission made by the insurgent group. Remains to be seen as to how the government of India will respond to these ultimatums.
Well, in fact, Thungaling Muiva made yet another public appearance earlier today in Senapati. This is what he had to say. My colleague Anirudh files this report.
Winding up his week-long stay at his hometown, Ukhrul, and his birthplace, Somdal, Thungaling Muiva, the General Secretary and Atoklonsa of the NSCN GPRN, is returning to the NSCN IM's designated headquarters at Camp Hebron. But before leaving for Hebron, the NSCN IM leader will be addressing a huge gathering in Senapati. Right now we are in Senapati, and here you can see more than 50,000 people have gathered in a civic reception hosted in honor of Thungaling Muiva. The visit of Thungaling Muiva is crucial, important, politically and socially significant. It can be mentioned that as the talks between the government of India and the NSCN-IM continues, the NSCN-IM had been asserting that the integration of the Naga inhabited areas in Assam, Manipur, as well as parts of Arunachal Pradesh remains the top agenda and something which the NSCN-IM will never compromise on. Given this, the visit of Thungaling Muiva to his hometown, Ukhrul, and his birthplace, Somdal, has been seen as a homecoming by many. But the NSCN-IM leadership had been asserting that this is not just a homecoming, and in fact, it carries a deep political significance. The Deputy Atokilonsa of NSCN GPRN, General V.S. Atem, has also clearly stated that the visit of Thungaling Muiva always carries political significance, and the visit of a political leader will always have politics. However, they have also said that they don't carry any hidden agenda. The Senapati visit, how it turns out, will be very significant, and how it will be taken by the other civil society organization of Manipur, which is demographically very, very worse, will be seen in the coming days. With video journalist Asok, I am Anirudh Dhavakat for Republic Media Network from Senapati.
My colleague Anirudh is joining us on this broadcast. The framework agreement is in complete limbo right now. Anirudh, you have spoken to the leaders of the NSCN-IM. Are they saying anything with regards to whether at all they are making any headway with regards to the negotiations with the government of India?
See, if we talk about a framework agreement, there were various demands and issues which were addressed by both the parties, the Government of India as one entity and the NSCN as one entity. However, they failed to make any progress apart from signing of the framework agreement 10 years back. And VS attempt, when we spoke to him yesterday, his dissatisfaction was quite visible as far as the talks are concerned. And if you ask any leader regarding the framework agreement, they say that the issue of the Naga national flag and the Naga national constitution is something that cannot be compromised upon. But yes, there is no clear statement as what are the other things, whether the integration of the Naga areas in Assam, in Manipur, and in Arunachal Pradesh has been addressed or not. These are many aspects where both the government as well as the NSCN actually needs to come clean, and they are only trying to beat around the bush when it comes to the issues that contains in the framework agreement. Sawan.
Well, thank you very much, Anirudh, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking it very closely. Only National News Network to be covering the big development taking place in the Northeast. In fact, shifting focus now to the other big story coming in from the Sports Ministry. In fact, 6 months after the Operation Sindoor, there was a lot of talk that was essentially going on with regards to whether at all we could have any sporting event with Pakistan. As far as the IOC is concerned, it seems that they've now buckled under pressure, indicating that India will be participating in multilateral forums along with Pakistan.
Amid the ongoing tensions with Pakistan, India has confirmed it will allow Pakistani athletes to participate in the 2030 Commonwealth Games in Ahmedabad. The centre prioritizes its sporting ambitions, recognizing that excluding Pakistan could harm its candidature. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar recently announced Ahmedabad as the host city for the 2030 Games. The event is expected to showcase India's sporting capabilities and infrastructure, aligning with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of world-class facilities and nurturing talent. The 2030 Commonwealth Games will mark the 100th anniversary of the event, originally held in Hamilton in Canada in 1930.
Six months after Operation Sindoor, for the first time ever, Masood Azhar's audio tape has now been accessed. Masood Azhar, once again, trying to carry out with the radicalization program. This after there has been a complete run out with regards to the entire process of hiring. In fact, it also turns out that in this particular audio tape, Masood Azhar is essentially trying to carry out a recruitment drive and a donation process. This is what Masood Azhar had to say inside this markaz, as what they call it, inside the markaz in Bahawalpur. This audio tape, which is of about 21 minutes, where he is largely addressing those who have joined the new module.
उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई फैलाने वाली दानिश्वर औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में बेहयाई और जुल्म फैलाने वाली सहाफ़ी औरतें खड़ी की हैं। उन्होंने हमारे मुकाबले में औरत को एक फितना बनाकर, औरत को एक तमाशा बना के पेश किया है। हम उन सारे कुफ्र के इस सैलाब के मुकाबले में अपनी ईमान वाली बेटियों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, ईमान वाली बहनों को खड़ा कर रहे हैं, और ये मुकाबला हमारी बेटियां और बहनें ही जीतेंगी।
Colonel Anurag, it seems that there is a change in the tactics, perhaps trying to avoid any further sanctions coming in from the FATF, and that is the reason why this entire donation drive that is being carried out. It is now clear a spooked Jaish-e-Mohammed chief in hiding carries out a Hamas-style functioning where they're coming up with a woman-run brigade.
Sure, what you have said it correctly, and I would like to point out that this is a desperate attempt by the authorities to distance themselves from the UN-sanctioned, UN-recognized terrorists and their activities which are going in their soil. If you see, they have taken a great U-turn where they have always been depicting Quran and other religious book for their own interest and the manipulation of that to bring down the weaker gender, as they call it, and they used to use it as a deprived class in his own society. Now they are leaning back on section and asking them. So that is and surely desperation is seen where can be seen they don't have a active cadre anymore in their activities. Now their public is also disowning them. Public is keeping themselves at distance. They don't want a part of and their jihad and any terrorist activity. And here we can see this video is coming out in public and it is being perpetrated. That means the government and army also, they all are not aware or they don't want to acknowledge the growing anger between the public and the ruling class. And they have to understand sooner or later, otherwise this class is dying. They have already been attacked by three-front war or three-front. They have been fighting and they have been losing internally. They have been losing on the border. Afghan, their all-time friends are now becoming their adversaries. In Iran, they are not sure. In Pakistan, India, they are getting beaten, thrashed every second day. So the desperate attempt by these to revive the cadre, and with the no cadre available, they are leaning back to the other section of society, to the women front, is really desperate attempt. And surely we, as an Indian, we want to say that we are all against terrorism, and we want to give the all the public of Pakistan assurance that stand up and fight against these people and these fanatics, and do not support anything what they are going to do.
Thank you very much, Colonel Anurag, for joining us on this broadcast and putting this into perspective. We'll be tracking this very closely because it seems that this is not just one address that Jaish Chief Masood Azhar has made. In fact, there are several others where basically they're coming up with a new module altogether. Shifting focus now to yet another claim that has now been made by President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, with regards to the ceasefire. But this time it comes with an admiration of Prime Minister Modi.
Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 91 people overnight, marking the deadliest day since the truce deal. The latest offensive came after Israel accused Hamas of killing a soldier and staging the discovery of a deceased hostage. Immediate and powerful strikes in the Gaza Strip. Such was the instruction from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. And keeping a close eye on the developments has been US President Donald Trump, the very leader who repeated claims of mediating and ending 8 wars. Including the Israel-Hamas conflict. Within weeks of his visit to Israel, where he received a grand welcome at the Knesset for brokering the 20-point peace deal, the fragile agreement stands violated. But Trump says nothing will jeopardize the deal.
Nothing's going to jeopardize. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated, and they understand that.
And while tension soars in West Asia, Trump has, for the nth time, reiterated claims of ending the May 2025 India-Pakistan conflict.
Big thing, these are two nuclear nations, and they're really going at it. Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, oh, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer, he's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know. But after a little while, and they're good people.
A claim that has been unequivocally denied by India time and again. And now, a deal he supposedly brokered in West Asia stands broken too.
Muslim appeasement back in this elections. Asauddin Owaisi says if 2% Mullah can become the deputy chief minister, why not a Muslim?
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages.
आरजेडी ने यहां से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है, नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम। आरजेडी ने यहां से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है, नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath questions RJD over ticket to Shahabuddin's son, says nothing better expected from Jungle Raj government.
लालू प्रसाद जी अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, सोनिया जी अपने बेटे को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। मैं आज दोनों को कहकर जाता हूं, बिहार में ना सीएम का पद खाली है, ना दिल्ली में पीएम का पद खाली।
Big statement by Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Bihar, says there is absolutely no vacancy for Chief Minister in Bihar or the Prime Minister in New Delhi. Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood indoctrinating women. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to capture.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब हुआ। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री?
Asauddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar, says if 3% Mullah gets Deputy Chief Minister, why not a Muslim Chief Minister? Red Terror Corridor continues to weaken in Chhattisgarh. 21 Maoists surrender in Bastar. After a complete breakdown in Pakistan and Afghanistan talks, Islamabad has now resorted to threatening the Taliban regime. This comes after days of talks that are basically going on in Istanbul. And now you have Pakistan's defense minister openly threatening the Taliban, saying that if they continue in the manner that they are doing, they are going to completely obliterate the Taliban regime. This comes in at a time when there have been conditions that have been put across by the Taliban with regards to the Durand line and a few other conditions that have been put across. But despite that, the Pakistanis are essentially now on the back foot. On the back foot, you have the defense minister once again trying to threaten the Taliban regime. Let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been tracking the talks that are going on. Chandrakala, with regards to the talks between Afghanistan and Pakistan, what are the details are you picking up, and why exactly are the Pakistanis resorting to literally threatening the Taliban?
Yes, absolutely. As we are aware that, of course, the talks between Pakistan and Afghanistan has failed in Istanbul. Given the fact that Pakistan has left the negotiating table, there are certain developments as to what led to the failure of this particular talks. As we know that there are certain behavior being made by Pakistan, and now the Pakistan Defence Minister is warning, has issued a warning to Afghanistan that it will be that it can completely obliterate the Taliban regime. And the fact that he has very clearly stated, I would like to mention that, he could completely obliterate the Taliban regime and their defeat and fly to the mountains of Tora Bora with the tails between their legs, and said that it would be a spectacle to watch for the people of the region. He has in fact warned, saying that if the Taliban continues, if the Afghan Taliban regime is madly hellbound upon ruining Afghanistan and its innocent people once again, so be it. So he has also warned Afghanistan that in fact, if the Afghan soil is being used for terrorism against Pakistan, then it can strike back on Afghanistan, even across border. So it's a very a warning coming in from the defense minister, the Pakistan defense minister. Earlier, we have seen that he has been engaging with this war rhetoric as far as the conflict between both the countries is concerned, and now this particular statement is being put out by the Pakistan defense minister after the talks between both sides has miserably failed for Pakistan, leaving the negotiating table, and the fact that the Taliban regime is yet to respond to the Pakistan defense minister's remark. So his remark also comes after the Taliban's remark. Of course, the defense minister's remark comes after the Taliban official has issued a warning to Pakistan as well. Of course, we know that Pakistan has been threatening Afghanistan and accusing Taliban of harboring TTP fighters, but Afghanistan has rejected such claims and saying that it has nothing to do with TTP and that Pakistan must mend ways and find peace as far as their own internal security issues are concerned. Over to you.
Okay. What is the status of the talks? Because there were some reports suggesting that the talks would continue, but it doesn't appear like there is any going back after the comments made by the same minister, at least on 2 occasions. He made a comment earlier this week, and he's following it up by saying that they will finish off the Taliban rather. Is the talks going forward at all? What do we know from Turkey, if you have any update on that?
Well, yes, what we were learning, so earlier today, what sources were saying that, of course, that after the third round of talks, the talks is currently being stalled, and there is no such negotiations or resolutions being made after the third round of talks. But yes, after the mediation being made by Turkey, they have put out. Of course, Turkey has now requested for the 4th round of talks, but there is no such developments as to if the talks will continue further. But yes, we are continuously tracking this development, because the first round of talks was also held in Qatar, which led to a ceasefire. The second round, of course, the third round, which actually led to the failure of this particular talks. But yes, after Turkey negotiated, after Turkey made a mediation for the 4th round of talks, there are certain developments that is yet to be. We are still waiting for the development to happen. If the talk will continue, or will there be a solution, a ceasefire between both the sides, a final ceasefire, of course.
Okay, thank you for that. There's an update coming in. It's coming at a time when they were attempting to speak, negotiate, but it doesn't appear that the ceasefire will last, given the statements that the Pakistan government is saying that they will finish off the Taliban, and it will not be taken well by Taliban. Let's move on now. As Pakistan and Bangladesh deepen their diplomatic military engagement, some say even terror engagement, given that Lashkar-e-Toiba Chief Hafiz Saeed's aides are in Bangladesh, there is a subtle but significant shift unfolding in South Asia's strategic landscape. Recent meetings between the top Pakistani generals and Bangladesh's interim leadership, and also the military leadership, coupled with offers like Karachi port, access, defense cooperation, suggesting a growing axis that could challenge India's eastern posture. Now, this evolving relationship revives echoes of past alignments and introduces new pressure points along India's northeastern frontier.
As Bangladesh and Pakistan inch closer in military and strategic terms, a new axis appears to be forming in India's eastern neighborhood, one that demands not just attention but calibrated counterbalance. The growing warmth between Dhaka and Islamabad, marked by high-level exchanges and symbolic gestures, is not merely diplomatic. It carries undertones of coordinated intent. For India, the question is no longer whether this alignment poses a challenge, but how best to contain it. And in that equation, Myanmar emerges as a quiet but potent answer. Myanmar's geographic position is critical. It shares a long border with India's northeastern states and sits adjacent to southeastern Bangladesh. India and Myanmar have a history of joint counter-insurgency operations, particularly in the border regions of Nagaland, Manipur and Mizoram. These operations have built trust between the militaries, and recent meetings between top commanders have reaffirmed a shared commitment to regional stability. Myanmar's military leadership, despite its internal complexities, has consistently engaged with India on defense cooperation, infrastructure development, and intelligence sharing. Projects like the Calaban multimodal transit and the India-Myanmar-Thailand highway are not just about connectivity. They are strategic arteries that allow India to project influence and maintain logistical depth in the region. This partnership becomes even more significant when viewed against the vulnerabilities in Bangladesh's geography. While India's Siliguri corridor is often cited as a strategic choke point, Bangladesh has two of its own, both exposed and within striking distance of Indian forces. The first lies near Tripura border. This corridor, barely 30 kilometers wide, is flanked by Indian territory and can be accessed rapidly by units stationed in Tripura and Mizoram. The terrain is familiar, the routes are mapped, and the formations are trained for swift, terrain-adapted operations. In a contingency scenario, this corridor could be severed within hours, isolating southeastern Bangladesh from its maritime assets and logistical hubs. The second corridor is located near Rangpur and Dinajpur, bordering northwest Bengal. It connects northern Bangladesh to the rest of the country and is equally exposed. Indian formations in Siliguri and Jalpaiguri have the capability to apply pressure here, effectively boxing in Bangladesh's northern flank. These vulnerabilities are not theoretical, they are operational realities that India's Eastern Command has rehearsed and prepared for. The Indian Army's presence in the region is formidable. The Eastern Command, headquartered in Kolkata, oversees 3 corps. 3 corps in Nagaland, 4 corps in Assam, and 33 corps in Sikkim. These formations are equipped for jungle warfare, high-altitude combat, and rapid deployment. The 4th Corps, based in Tejpur, is particularly critical, with its divisions spread across Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and the Tripura-Mizoram belt. Artillery brigades, mechanized units, and special forces are embedded across these states, supported by advanced surveillance systems and integrated air defense networks. The Indian Air Force complements this posture with strategic assets deployed across key air bases in Tejpur, Jorhat, Bagdogra, and Kalakunda. These bases host squadrons of Su-30 MKIs, transport aircraft, and UAV platforms capable of maintaining air superiority and logistical support across the eastern sector. The Eastern Air Command, headquartered in Shillong, coordinates operations across the region and has conducted multiple joint drills to validate rapid response capabilities. Exercises like Prachand Prahar have showcased India's ability to integrate drone warfare, loitering munitions, and electronic warfare in high-altitude terrain, precisely the kind of environment that defines the eastern frontier. In this context, Myanmar is more than a neighbor. It is a strategic partner that can help India shape outcomes in the region. Its cooperation allows India to maintain pressure on Bangladesh's southeastern flank, secure its own northeastern borders, and counterbalance any external influence that seeks to destabilize the region. As Pakistan and Bangladesh explore deeper ties, India's answer need not be loud. It must be layered, precise, and backed by partnerships that shift the balance quietly but decisively. Myanmar fits that role, not as a proxy, but as a stabilizing force that reinforces India's strategic depth and regional posture.
And on to the news from Bihar now, ladies and gentlemen, where AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has hit out at the Indie bloc. Now, he's been at loggerheads, claiming that they've denied him the opportunity to be a part of the Mahagathbandhan alliance. Now, his father questioned them on why there's no Muslim face that was chosen for the deputy chief minister's post in the Mahagathbandhan when they have already declared a deputy chief minister, and that deputy chief minister is from the VIP party. Taking a dig at Tejasvi Yadav and also Mukesh Sahani, Owaisi asked in a rally yesterday, why can't a Muhammad's son become a become the Deputy Chief Minister. Here's what he said.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब हुआ। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री? मेरे भाई, फैसला आपको करना है। 17% है, 3% है और 14% है। 14% है तेजस्वी और आप देते हैं टिकट उनको कितना? 14 है तो 36% टिकट दिया। जो 17% है उनको क्या दिया? उनको लॉलीपॉप दिया और बोला कि बेटा चूसते रहना।
And on the show with Arnab Goswami last night on the debate, when asked a specific question, the RJD said they are not ruling out the option of having or naming a Muslim deputy chief minister. In fact, Tejasvi Yadav himself ducked a direct question, but his party says they're open to having a Muslim deputy chief minister. Here's what the NDA is saying, that it's a pattern for the opposition and has always been the same each election, given that they have to bank on the Muslim votes. Here's what the BJP and the NDA said.
ओवैसी साहब और तेजस्वी जी के बीच का ये मामला है, लेकिन ये तो इतिहास गवाह है। अब्दुल बारी सिद्दीकी सीनियर लीडर है राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के। 2015 में महागठबंधन की सरकार बनी तो तेज प्रताप यादव से भी जूनियर उनको बना दिया गया ओथ लेने में। 5वें नंबर पर उनको ओथ दिलाया गया। मुसलमानों को दोयम दर्जा की राजनीतिक नागरिकता तो लालू परिवार देता ही रहा है। उसको डराते रहो, जलील करते रहो, दंगा में झोंकते रहो, दंगाइयों को संरक्षण देते रहो, तो ये तो लालू जी की कार्यशैली है। तेजस्वी यादव उसी लाइन पर चल रहे हैं।
ओवैसी साहब जो बोल रहे हैं वो ठीक बोल रहे हैं।
हमारी समझ से ओवैसी साहब ने जो कास्ट सर्वे के आधार पर जो क्लेम किया है, तो उसको क्लेम उनका अपना हो सकता है, राजनीतिक क्लेम, लेकिन सच्चाई केवल यही है कि मुसलमानों का केवल उपयोग लालू जी करते हैं, मुसलमानों को हक देने के मामले में पीछे रहते हैं।
लोकतंत्र में किस तरीके की सोच को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य ओवैसी साहब कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि आपकी जीत नहीं होती, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि अगर आपके विधायक जीत के भी आते हैं तो वो आपका साथ छोड़ देते हैं। इस डर से आप मुसलमानों के बीच में कब तक भय की राजनीति करेंगे? और मैं एक बार फिर से मैं दोहराता हूँ, मुसलमानों के लिए मैं दोहराता हूँ कि भैया बहुत हो गया डर की राजनीति से अपने आप को इस्तेमाल करने देना, बहुत हो गया। निकली अब इन सारी चीजों से। कब तक डर के आप इसको नहीं है सत्ता में आए, इसके लिए वोट करेंगे? अरे लाइए ना, जिसको आप सत्ता में लाना चाहते हैं उसके लिए वोट कीजिए और उसकी जवाबदेही तय कीजिए।
देखिए, कौन क्या कह रहे हैं, नहीं कह रहे हैं, जनता क्या कह रही है, वो महत्वपूर्ण है। और हमारे अल्पसंख्यक भाई भी सबको जानते हैं, सबको पहचानते हैं। तो इसलिए अल्पसंख्यक भाइयों के लिए, हमारे मुस्लिम भाइयों के हक के लिए, हित के लिए कौन लड़ रहा है, ये किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं है। सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों को रोकने के लिए आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी ने आडवाणी जी का गिरफ्तार किया था। तेजस्वी जी लगातार सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। अब बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों को मदद पहुंचाते हैं। सबका चरित्र जनता को पता है।
मदद पहुंचा रहा है सांप्रदायिक
भाई, अब इसमें ज़्यादा हम कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये पता है सबको कि इस बार की लड़ाई जनता लड़ रही है, मजबूती से लड़ रही है। सभी धर्म, सभी जात के लोग तेजस्वी जी के समर्थन में।
ओवैसी साहब गलत क्या बोल रहे हैं? आप ही लोगों ने नारा दिया था कि जिसकी जितनी हिस्सेदारी उतनी भागीदारी उतनी हिस्सेदारी।
देखिए, तो हिस्सेदारी किसने कहा कि नहीं मिलेगी? किसी ने कहा? बराबर इंडिया गठबंधन, महागठबंधन के नेताओं ने कहा है कि और डिप्टी सीएम बनाए जाएंगे। तेजस्वी जी लगातार बोल रहे हैं अल्पसंख्यक भाइयों को उचित भागीदारी मिलेगी, ये हम डंके की चोट पर कह रहे हैं, इससे कोई इनकार नहीं कर सकता है।
ये बताइए, 13% यादव है तो 51 सीट, 18% मुस्लिम है तो 19 सीट,
ये सीट
भागीदारी और हिस्सेदारी के हिसाब से तो ये नहीं हुआ।
ये सीटों की गिनती मत कीजिए, जो असली लड़ाई है इसको कमजोर करने की कोशिश मत कीजिए। ये लड़ाई है जिस सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों से हमारे अल्पसंख्यक भाई अच्छी तरह समझ रहे हैं कि इस लड़ाई को ताकत देने के लिए हमारे साथ खड़े हैं और उनको वाजिब हक, उनका जो हकूक है, उनका जो सम्मान है, वो उनको मिलकर रहेगा।
Getting in some breaking news now, a former Shiv Sena leader and an Aam Aadmi Party leader, businessman Nitin Nanda was reportedly shot and he's now been referred to the PGI Chandigarh. The shooting took place reportedly during a wedding ceremony. According to doctors, he was shot several times and he also has gunshot wounds to his head. Condition reportedly stable. Those are pictures that came in from the PGI Chandigarh. He suffered injuries to his head as well, but is reportedly stable. Those are the pictures of him with the Punjab Chief Minister, Bhagwant Mann. And these are pictures of the leader of the Aam Aadmi Party who was taken to the PGI Chandigarh. That's him in the middle there. And that's picture of him in PGI Chandigarh after suffering gunshot wounds. Okay, quick alert with Lalit. Lalit, give us the details, please.
The incident is said to be reported in Anandpur Sahab during a wedding ceremony when a Aam Aadmi Party local leader and a businessman, Nitin, was being shot in the wedding ceremony. The allegations are on the former DSP of Chandigarh, Dilsher Chandel. But right now, till the investigation, no formal complaint has been filed against him. But there are allegations that the gunshot was being fired by the former DSP of Chandigarh, Dilsher Chandel. Right now, he has been referred to PGI Chandigarh, where his condition is said to be stable. But yes, if you talk about this whole incident, it has been reported in Anandpur Sahab during a wedding ceremony.
Thank you very much for those details. President Droupadi Murmu undertook a sortie in a Rafale fighter jet, the first president to do that on a Rafale fighter jet from the Air Force Station in Ambala. The sortie this morning lasted about 30 minutes and 200 kilometers. The aircraft, the fighter jet Rafale, was flown by Group Captain Amit Kehani, the commanding officer of the 17 Squadron, or the Golden Arrows, home in Ambala. And that's the squadron. The Golden Arrows is the squadron that targeted, attacked Pakistani terror targets during Operation Sindoor. Here's all about that sortie.
First, it was the Sukhoi 30 MKI in 2023. And today, President Droupadi Murmu takes the sky by storm. Flexing Operation Sindoor's power in the Rafale. The stage was Ambala Air Force Station, India's fortress in the skies. The same airbase that unleashed fire and fury on Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. And the Rafale, the same steel bird that drove Pakistan to its knees. Alongside the Commander-in-Chief, Chief of Air Staff Air Marshal AP Singh leading from the front. At the Rafale cockpit was Group Captain Amit Kehani, Golden Arrow's top gun, co-piloting the President herself. Along with this, here's another powerful picture. a big slap on Pakistan's face. This is President Droupadi Murmu posing with squadron leader Shivangi Singh. The same pilot Pakistan had falsely claimed of capturing. From Ambala, the president blunted that narrative with this sensational photograph. This was no routine sortie. This was a declaration. India's skies are sovereign and India is ready for war. Donning the G-suit, helmet in hand, sunglasses on. India's president looked every inch the sky warrior. A photo that'll go down in history. President Murmu with the pilot and the same Rafale that rewrote India's air dominance.
We're getting you the tape of Masood Azhar, Jaish-e-Mohammed chief terrorist, just escaped India's missiles by a whisker during Operation Sindoor. Now he's back and we have a tape of him where he speaks about jihad, asking women to join his jihad brigade. Jihadi Women's Brigade coming up next. Jaish-e-Mohammed. Full story on Republic.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious drills off the Saurashtra coast and multi-domain exercises involving cyber, electromagnetic and unmanned systems. The army has reportedly deployed more than 20,000 soldiers along with main battle tanks, howitzers, armed helicopters and various missile systems. Meanwhile, the Indian Air Force will soon initiate high-tempo operations known as the...
From the Ram Janmabhoomi case to Sabrimala, from Narmada to Kaveri, where faith met law, where history waited for a verdict. Padma Shri 2025 recipient, Senior Advocate C.S. Vaidyanathan on the legal side of things this weekend only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Rahul Gandhi is back on the Bihar campaign trail, but what hides behind this projection of Bonohomi is the kind of bickering that took place in the Indie bloc allies, mainly the Congress and the RJD over seat sharing, with Lalu and Tejaswi first camping in Delhi and then going back to Patna in a huff. That's our focus story. Let's begin with the headlines.
RJD ने यहां से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है, नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम.
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath questions RJD over ticket to Shahabuddin's son, says nothing better expected from Jungle Raj comment.
लालू प्रसाद जी अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, सोनिया जी अपने बेटे को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं. मैं आज दोनों को कहकर जाता हूं, बिहार में ना सीएम का पद खाली है, ना दिल्ली में पीएम का पद खाली.
Big statement by Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Bihar says there is no vacancy for the Chief Minister's chair in Bihar or for that of Prime Minister in Delhi. Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. Audio tape details Masood's indoctrination of women cadres. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to capture during Operation Sindhu.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब हुआ. अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री?
Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar, says if 3% Mullahs can get a Deputy CM, why not Muslims with 17% of the population? Red Terror Corridor continues to weaken in Chhattisgarh. 21 Maoists surrender in Bastar. Well, welcome back, friends. Let's begin with a development coming in from AFPAC, Afghanistan and Pakistan, and their peace talks, which collapsed yesterday in Istanbul after a complete breakdown. Now, Islamabad has resorted to threatening the Taliban government in Kabul. In fact, we have a statement being attributed to Khwaja Asif, the defense minister of Pakistan, who's calling names, who's abusing Taliban, and essentially expressing his frustration. What the frustration is? It is obviously that Taliban is showing a streak of independence which the Pakistani state never expected. We in fact have a soundbite. Let's listen to him.
कल शाम को ही जो है ये रैप अप हुआ सारा मामला, लेकिन सालिसों के ऊपर भी ये चीज़ यहाँ हो गई है कि क्या नीयत है काबिल की, उनकी नीयत में जो फतूर है वो सबको मालूम हो गया. हमने पूरी खलूस के साथ जो है सिंसेरिटी के साथ ये अटेम्प्ट किया है कि अफ़गानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान जो है दोनों अमन में रह सकें, एक अच्छे हमसायों की तरह. लेकिन अगर वो अपनी बागडोर जो है, अपनी लगाम जो है उन्होंने दिल्ली के हवाले कर दी हुई है, तो फिर तो जरा मुश्किल बात।
सर बेटर सेंस प्रिवेल कोई है उम्मीद के कोई बेटर सेंस प्रिवेल करेगी?
दुआ ही की जा सकती है, दबा तो इस वक्त कोई नहीं।
All right, Chandrakala joins us live for more on this from central Delhi. Chandrakala, that's like a reaction with laced with threat coming in from Pakistani defense minister. You think the Taliban are going to take this lying down, given the kind of inflexible position the Pakistanis took during talks in Istanbul?
Yes, after the talks miserably failed in Istanbul between both the sides, as we know yesterday, now the Pakistan defense minister has issued a stark warning to Taliban, saying they could completely obliterate Taliban regime. This was definitely irked Taliban. Well, we are still awaiting Taliban's response to this, to the Pakistan defense minister remarks, saying, of course, he has warned Taliban, saying that their defeat and flight to the mountains of Tora Bora with their tails between their legs would be a spectacle to watch for the people of the region. In fact, he took to his Twitter handle, of course, his in a post on X, he wrote that if the Afghan Taliban regime is madly hell-bent upon ruining Afghanistan and its innocent people once again, then so be it. Of course, the fact that this statement, which appears to have been released in response to recent remarks by Taliban.
Sorry to be interjecting. All right, we're cutting live to the International Maritime Conference taking place in Mumbai. Prime Minister is speaking there.
इसका शुभारंभ हुआ है। शिपिंग सेक्टर में हुए लाखों करोड़ रुपए के एमओयूज भी जारी हुए हैं। ये दिखाता है कि भारत के मैरीटाइम सामर्थ्य पर दुनिया का कितना विश्वास है। इस आयोजन में आपकी उपस्थिति हमारे कॉमन कमिटमेंट का प्रतीक है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के इस कालखंड में भारत का मैरीटाइम सेक्टर तेज गति और ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। खासकर साल 2025 भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर के लिए बहुत अहम साल रहा है। मैं इस वर्ष की कुछ खास उपलब्धियों का जिक्र आपके बीच करना चाहता हूं। विजिंजम पोर्ट के रूप में भारत का पहला डीप वाटर इंटरनेशनल ट्रांसशिपमेंट हब अब ऑपरेशनल हो चुका है। कुछ समय पहले ही दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा कंटेनर वेसल वहां पहुंचा। ये हर भारतीय के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। साल 24-25 में भारत के मेजर पोर्ट्स ने अब तक का सबसे अधिक कार्गो हैंडल करके भी नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। इतना ही नहीं, पहली बार किसी इंडियन पोर्ट ने मेगावाट स्केल इंडिजीनियस ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन फैसिलिटी शुरू की है और ये उपलब्धि हमारे कांडला पोर्ट ने हासिल की है। एक और बड़ा काम हुआ है जेएनपीटी में। जेएनपीटी में भारत मुंबई कंटेनर टर्मिनल फेज 2 भी शुरू हो गया है। इससे इस टर्मिनल की हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी 2 गुनी हो गई है और ये भारत का सबसे बड़ा कंटेनर पोर्ट बन गया है। ये भारत के पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में सबसे बड़े एफडीआई की वजह से संभव हुआ है। इसके लिए मैं आज सिंगापुर के अपने साथियों का भी विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, इस साल भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स के लिए भी बड़े कदम उठाए हैं। हमने 100 साल से ज्यादा पुराने कॉलोनियल शिपिंग लॉज को हटाकर 21st सेंचुरी के मॉडर्न और फ्यूचरिस्टिक लॉज लागू किए हैं। ये नए कानून स्टेट मैरीटाइम बोर्ड्स को एम्पावर करते हैं, सेफ्टी और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को बल देते हैं और साथ ही पोर्ट मैनेजमेंट में डिजिटलाइजेशन का भी विस्तार करते हैं। साथियों, द मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट में हमने भारतीय कानून को इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशन के साथ ग्लोबली अलाइन किया है। इससे सेफ्टी का भरोसा बढ़ा है, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बेहतर बनाने में मदद मिली है, सरकार का दखल कम हुआ है। मुझे विश्वास है इन प्रयासों से आपका, हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स का कॉन्फिडेंस भी और अधिक बढ़ेगा। साथियों, कोस्टल शिपिंग एक्ट को इस तरह तैयार किया गया है कि ट्रेड और आसान हो सके। ये सप्लाई चेन सिक्योरिटी को मजबूत करता है, साथ ही इससे भारत की लंबी कोस्टलाइन पर बैलेंस डेवलपमेंट सुनिश्चित करेगा। ऐसे ही वन नेशन वन पोर्ट प्रोसेस, पोर्ट से जुड़े प्रोसीड्यूर्स को भी स्टैंडर्डाइज करेगा और डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का काम भी काफी कम हो जाएगा। साथियों, शिपिंग सेक्टर के ये रिफॉर्म्स एक प्रकार से बीते एक दशक की हमारी रिफॉर्म जर्नी का कंटिन्यूएशन है। अगर हम पिछले 10-11 वर्षों को देखें तो भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में जो परिवर्तन आया है वो ऐतिहासिक है। मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन के तहत 150 से अधिक नए इनिशिएटिव शुरू किए गए। इनसे मेजर पोर्ट्स की कैपेसिटी लगभग 2 गुनी हुई है, टर्न अराउंड टाइम में भारी कमी आई है, क्रूज टूरिज्म को भी नई गति मिली है। आज इनलैंड वाटरवेज पर कार्गो मूवमेंट में 700% से ज्यादा बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ऑपरेशनल वाटरवेज की संख्या 3 से बढ़कर 32 हो गई है। हमारे पोर्ट्स का नेट एनुअल सरप्लस भी एक दशक में 9 टाइम्स इंक्रीज हुआ है। साथियों, हमें गर्व है कि आज भारत के पोर्ट्स डेवलपिंग वर्ल्ड के सबसे एफिशिएंट पोर्ट में गिने जाते हैं। कई मामलों में तो वो डेवलप वर्ल्ड के पोर्ट से भी बेहतर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको कुछ और आंकड़े देता हूं। आज भारत में एवरेज कंटेनर ड्वेल टाइम 3 दिन से भी कम रह गया है। ये कई विकसित देशों से भी बेहतर है। एवरेज वेसल टर्न अराउंड टाइम 96 आवर्स से घटकर सिर्फ 48 आवर्स रह गया है। इससे भारतीय पोर्ट्स ग्लोबल शिपिंग लाइन के लिए और अधिक कॉम्पिटिटिव और अट्रैक्टिव बन गए हैं। वर्ल्ड बैंक के लॉजिस्टिक परफॉर्मेंस इंडेक्स में भी भारत ने काफी अच्छा सुधार किया है। और साथियों, शिपिंग सेक्टर में, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स में भारत अपना परचम लहरा रहा है। भारत के सीफेरर्स की संख्या पिछले एक दशक में 1.25 लाख से बढ़कर 3 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है। आप दुनिया के किसी भी समुद्री तट पर जाएंगे तो कोई न कोई शिप होगा जहां कोई न कोई भारतीय सीफेरर आपको मिलेगा।
All right, we come out of that address by Prime Minister Modi at the India Maritime Week taking place in Mumbai, and we move on from there to Gaza, where a fragile peace is hanging in balance tonight after Israeli air strikes unleashed hell on the Gaza Strip. United States President Donald Trump, the architect of this 20-point ceasefire, hailed this as his crowning foreign policy win, and now vows that nothing will derail it, even as he threatens to terminate Hamas. But with Netanyahu's jets roaring back into action and tensions exploding across West Asia, is the president's peacemaker crown already slipping?
Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 91 people overnight, marking the deadliest day since the truce deal. The latest offensive came after Israel accused Hamas of killing a soldier and staging the discovery of a deceased hostage. Immediate and powerful strikes in the Gaza Strip. Such was the instruction from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. And keeping a close eye on the developments has been US President Donald Trump, the very leader who repeated claims of mediating and ending 8 wars. Including the Israel-Hamas conflict. Within weeks of his visit to Israel, where he received a grand welcome at the Knesset for brokering the 20-point peace deal, the fragile agreement stands violated. But Trump says nothing will jeopardize the deal.
Nothing's going to jeopardize. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East. And they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated, and they understand that.
And while tension soars in West Asia, Trump has, for the nth time, reiterated claims of ending the May 2025 India-Pakistan conflict.
Big thing. These are two nuclear nations, and they're really going at it. Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, oh, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer. He's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know. But after a little while, and they're good people.
A claim that has been unequivocally denied by India time and again. And now, almost 24 hours after the strikes, Israeli military has said that it has resumed enforcing the Gaza ceasefire agreement.
All right, friend, lots happening across the country. Let's look at that in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
IMD has issued a yellow warning for light spells of rain very likely over the next 3 hours across multiple districts in Maharashtra. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami interacted with the ITBP personnel in the border region of Munsiari of Uttarakhand. The Chief Minister joined the ITBP Jawans in chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai. BSF dog squad comprising Indian breeds, the Rampur Hounds and Mudhol Hounds showcased their operational skills as full dress rehearsals are underway at the Kevadia colony for the National Unity Day tomorrow. A total of 4 people were arrested following an encounter with the police for illegally transporting the cattle. 2 of the accused got injured during the operation. This happened in Gujarat. All right, friends, moving on. India extended invitation to Pakistan for the 2030 Commonwealth Games amidst tensions. A major controversy has now erupted and people are wondering, should we continue to have sporting ties with Pakistan? Take a look.
Amid the ongoing tensions with Pakistan, India has confirmed it will allow Pakistani athletes to participate in the 2030 Commonwealth Games in Ahmedabad. The centre prioritizes its sporting ambitions, recognizing that excluding Pakistan could harm its candidature. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar recently announced Ahmedabad as the host city for the 2030 Games. The event is expected to showcase India's sporting capabilities and infrastructure, aligning with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of world-class facilities and nurturing talent. The 2030 Commonwealth Games will mark the 100th anniversary of the event, originally held in Hamilton in Canada in 1930.
All right, at least 64 people, including 4 police officers, were killed in Rio de Janeiro in what officials described as one of the most violent anti-narcotics operations in Brazil's recent history, as well as the deadliest in the city. Here are the details.
Rio burns, Brazil bleeds. Streets turn into war zones. Drug cartels unleash total mayhem. Police under heavy fire. City held hostage. Brazil is witnessing one of its worst outbreaks of violence in years. Rio de Janeiro has turned into a conflict zone as drug cartels wage war against the government forces. In the span of just 1 hour, over 80 people, including civilians, have been killed in clashes between security forces and cartel members. The violence erupted after authorities launched Operation Containment, a massive crackdown involving 2,500 police personnel, targeting organized crime networks across Rio. Cartels that control up to 70% of city's drug trade retaliated fiercely, setting up barricades, torching buses and cars, using FPV drones and armed with explosives to attack the police units. Streets in the city's northern districts remain blocked, and residents report continuous gunfire through the night. Authorities confirm that more than 80 suspected militants have been arrested so far, though the operations are still underway. Governor Claudio Castro has accused President Lula da Silva of failing to act decisively, alleging the federal government has refused to deploy the military despite escalating casualties. The federal administration, however, maintains that the local police forces remain in control and that further action will depend on situation's evolution. As Rio burns, Brazil stands at a critical juncture, battling not just crime but a growing crisis of authority and trust.
All right, President Trump in perennial kabhi haan, kabhi na mode. Now he has ruled out a third term for himself. He's citing constitutional limits of the United States. The US president acknowledged that 22nd Amendment prevents another bid, ending speculation about a potential 2028 run. Listen in.
US President Donald Trump has ruled out seeking a third term. He said that the United States Constitution prevents him from running again after his current term ends in January of 2029. Trump ended speculation that he had previously fueled about another election bid. The 22nd Amendment of the US Constitution bars anyone from being elected as a president for a third time. Trump's supporters had suggested a loophole where he could become vice president and assume the presidency if the president resigns. But Trump called this idea too cute and wouldn't be right. With Trump turning 82 in 2028, he would be the oldest president in the history of the United States if he were to run again.
All right, now we take a short break, but coming up on the other side, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath questions RJD over ticket to Shahabuddin's son. Says nothing better expected from Jungle Raj government. And the big statement by Union Home Minister Amit Shah during Bihar campaign says there is no vacancy for the CM post in Bihar or for that of PM in Delhi.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious drills off the Saurashtra coast and multi-domain exercises involving cyber, electromagnetic and unmanned systems. The Army
Welcome back, friends. Bihar campaign is in full throttle mode now, and from Prime Minister to the Home Minister to UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath batting for the BJP and the NDA, and on the opposition side, for the first time after a gap of more than a month, Rahul Gandhi making an appearance. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines.
एडी ने यहां से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है, नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम, जैसा नाम वैसा काम।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath questions RJD over ticket distribution to Shahabuddin's son says nothing better expected from a Jungle Raj government.
लालू प्रसाद जी अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, सोनिया जी अपने बेटे को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। मैं आज दोनों को कहकर जाता हूं, बिहार में ना सीएम का पद खाली है, ना दिल्ली में पीएम का पद खाली है।
Big statement by Amit Shah in Bihar says there is no vacancy for CM in Patna or for PM in Delhi. Republic accesses 21-minute tape of Masood Azhar from Pakistan. The audio tape details Masood's indoctrination of the women cadres of Jaish-e-Mohammed. In a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to have captured during Operation Sindhu.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या आदम का बेटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकता? हमको जवाब हुआ। अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री?
Asaduddin Owaisi asks for Muslim Deputy Chief Minister for Bihar, says if 3% Mullahs can get one, why not 17% Muslims? Red Terror corridor continues to weaken in Chhattisgarh. 21 Maoists surrender in Bastar. All right, we begin this with a breaking news development coming in from the Foreign Affairs front. Russia has tested a nuclear-powered unmanned underwater vehicle. Poseidon can deliver nuclear and conventional warheads. The testing of Poseidon took place a while back, with President Putin supervising. This is a release from Kremlin. For more on this, these are the pictures of the weapon system used or tested, rather not used, tested by Russia. Nuclear-powered underwater vehicle. That's like a nuclear submarine, as can be seen in the pictures. It's a huge one. And Ishan is joining us live for more on this from New Delhi. Ishan, just a few days back, we had Russian President Vladimir Putin supervising exercises of the Nuclear and Space Command to his western borders. And now we have Russia testing a nuclear-powered unmanned underwater vehicle, and that's a big one. So it's like an unmanned submarine. What more are you getting to hear about this test?
The unmanned submarine is codenamed Poseidon by Russia. It is named after the god of the sea. Poseidon is a nuclear-powered unit and has the ability to loiter around for a very long time. It is around 20 meters long and weighs around 20 meters long and has the capability of carrying both conventional and nuclear warheads. This has advanced detection capabilities and it has advanced AI features wherein it has the ability to, once the target has been set, it has the ability to navigate on its own. Poseidon is a credible threat deterrent. NATO had been tracking its development through the years, and this is the first time we have seen the announcement of a full-fledged test of Poseidon. Poseidon is now credible deterrence against the newly developed anti-submarine warfare because it has the ability to lie in wait for a very long period of time. It has the ability to dive to a depth of about 120-200 meters.
Right.
With the ability to communicate via satellite. And this communication ability at 100 meters depth is very crucial.
Right.
Because earlier this was not available for the such underwater craft.
Right, Ishan. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. And with that, we move on to the next one, which is coming in from Maharashtra. I believe we will have a reporter live soon. And the breaking development is that the Nagpur bench of the Bombay High Court has issued an order directing that the protest site be vacated by 6 p.m. today. The bench of Justice Rajneesh Vyas passed the order while hearing a suo motu petition. The court noted that permission for the protest
flow, mobility, etc. The engagements at the Berlin Global Dialogue, along with meetings with my counterparts and ministers from the German government and some other countries, and a large number of meetings with European businesses, have shown that more and more countries and almost all businesses today want to expand relations with a resurgent, strong, decisive, democratic and aspirational India, full of youth, talent and skills, growing consumer demand, fastest growing large economy, doubling every 8 years, working towards inclusive and sustainable growth, which opens itself to large two-way opportunities for the European Union, member states and India. At the UNCTAD, very clearly, India once again demonstrated that under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we speak for the global South, we represent the voice of the less privileged, less developed or developing economies, and stand for collective action for global good, peace and prosperity. All in all, friends, I can share with you, India today values growth, rapid strides to meet the ever-growing needs of our people, and look upon the future with confidence and a spirit which is unmatched anywhere in the world. Thank you. Briefly.
We'll be brief because we are running out of...
You know, our train is running on so many tracks. I have a VC with the EU, with the New Zealand minister, where we are going next week to try and conclude substantially close negotiations for a free trade agreement with New Zealand. Before I came here, I had parliamentarians from EU who are very keen that we conclude the EU FTA. So, too many things happening simultaneously. And we have a program which I have yet to attend. And a meeting with the EPCs and industry associations later for over dinner. So brief questions pertinent to the subject at hand.
How many new chapters have closed with you?
No, this was not a negotiation round. This was a high-level engagement. So as I said, 10 chapters are closed. 4 or 5 we have substantially agreed on what has to be done. Negotiating teams do the closure, the legal wording and this and that. At our level, we don't sit with pen and pencil and do chapter closing.
सर सीबैम को लेकर भी कोई बात हुई?
बहुत विस्तार से बात हुई है और भारत ने अपने विचार सीबैम के बारे में बहुत तीव्रता से रखे.
There is no consensus on CBAM so far.
It's moving in the right direction. मैंने कहा ना ट्रेन कई ट्रैक्स पे चल रही है, वो भी एक ट्रैक है जिस पे प्रगति हो रही है.
talks with the Russia-led Eurasian Economic Union, when are they expected to start after the TOR has already been finalized?
We'll finalize and let you know. Right now we are completely busy with many other engagements.
So you've spoken about the mobility aspect as well of the India-EU FTA. Could you tell us that whether it will be on a scale which is higher than the UK FTA?
See, the mobility is required for services, for provision of services of certain type, not necessarily all. And we are addressing all the requirements that are there to be able to make the services agreement robust and fulfilling.
Sir, you said that automobile will be the major part for the EU.
I did not say that, yeah?
Who said? It was officially said that I can't remember. I think Maharashtra should
Okay.
ask your question. So, is that what shape has that taken?
Well, negotiations are in the negotiating room. You don't negotiate before the press. एक रिकॉर्डिंग कुछ चीजें तो रिकॉर्ड करके रख लिया करो तो मुझे आंसर भी नहीं करना पड़ेगा.
So, New Zealand elections next week probably.
Monday or Tuesday we are going.
And sir, any key areas of focus that you are likely to focus on with this visit, sir? With the New Zealand free trade agreement.
New Zealand is largely around the free trade agreement. This visit and investments, two areas which we are discussing.
Area specific sectors would you be talking about?
Free trade agreement तो सभी होता है ना boss.
All inclusive.
Obviously, free trade agreement is a full agreement about trade.
Any other question on Europe?
Yeah.
Today's statement from the government mentioned that ceramic, steel, auto and some EU regulations are the key sensitive issues which are stuck. Are these the only issues, sir, which are the main sticking point right now and the rest is resolved?
We made huge progress. Probably I have not seen the statement, but they may have highlighted the more relevant issues which business circles would also like to know about. But by and large, the discussions are progressing at a very good pace and in the right direction. So they might have culled out that these four are the more important issues that need to be resolved. Obviously, there are many others, but at different stages of progress, which seems to be in the right direction.
Sir, you are hopeful to meet the December deadline for the EU trade deal?
अब पुरानी बातें फिर वो रिकॉर्डर चलाना पड़ेगा. We never negotiate with deadlines. I've already said that so often that now it has become international news. Forget national news.
But we have a deadline, right?
Who said that? कौन सी deadline?
December deadline.
नहीं, आपको मैंने कई बार कहा है कि एक गाइडेंस मिलती है लीडर्स से, पर गाइडेंस डजंट मीन कि आपको जो भी करना पड़े आप करके खत्म कर दो. अच्छा डील होना चाहिए दोनों के लिए, दोनों पक्षों के लिए फायदेमंद होगा तो डील हो जाएगा. फिर दिसंबर क्यों, नवंबर में भी हो सकता है और जनवरी में भी हो सकता है और 6 महीने बाद भी हो सकता है और नहीं भी हो सकता है. तो कोई डेडलाइन नहीं, दोनों तरफ को डील अच्छा मिले तब डील हो जाएगा. आखिर ऑस्ट्रेलिया, यूएई तो 90 दिन में हो गए थे और कई बार कोई डील्स होने के बाद भी कई महीनों तक डिले हो जाता है. क्या चीज?
डील और डिले की बात हुई, अमेरिका ने बहुत तारीफ करी है, उसको क्या समझते हैं?
मैं अपने कामों में व्यस्त हूं भैया राइट नाउ. चलो, थैंक यू.
All right, that was Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, fresh from Brussels. But speaking on the India-US trade deal, remember the press conference comes in the backdrop of a very positive stance coming in from American President Donald Trump, softening of his position rather. But Piyush Goyal, absolutely firm there. He's saying what's served best is best, and whatever time it takes. It can be January, it can be November, it can be later, it can be none. What is important is that under the framework of broad guidelines given, or the guidance given by the respective leaderships. A win-win situation has to be arrived at, and for that, progress is being made in the trade talks taking place between India and the United States. Just a week back, Indian trade delegation was in Washington, D.C., and a lot of progress seems to have been made. Cautious optimism there by Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal in that press conference, but really dismissive of any deadline. Let's look at this from the point of view of Americans, because President Trump spoke on this a couple of hours back from South Korea. Let's listen to him.
Ended 8 wars in 8 months, and in many instances, trade has played a big part in getting those wars ended. On top of it all, tariffs now projected to reduce our deficit by $4 trillion over the next 10 years, and I think actually much more than that. That's national security, because you can't have deficits and you can't have debt all over the place. And stops inflation and strengthening the dollar and ultimately balancing our federal budget, which I think we're going to do very quickly, only because of our policy of fair tariffs. And for any company that does not wish to pay the tariff, I say, you could build your factory in America. If you build your factory in America, there are zero tariffs. But, again, going back to the wars, it's so important. If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India, and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship. Likewise, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is a great guy, and the Field Marshal, they have a Field Marshal. You know why he's a Field Marshal? He's a great fighter. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And so I know them all. And I'm reading that 7 planes were shot down. They're going at it, and they're really starting to go. And it's a big thing. These are 2 nuclear nations. And they're really going at it. And I called Prime Minister Modi. I said, we can't make a trade deal with you. No, we must make a trade deal. I said, no, we can't. You're starting a war with Pakistan. We're not going to do it. And then I called Pakistan. I said, we're not going to do trade with you because you're fighting with India. And, 2 nuclear nations. And they said, no, you should let us fight. They both said that. They're warring. They're strong people, I'll tell you what. Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, he's a killer. He's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know. But after a little while, and they're good people, and after literally 2 days, they called up and they said, we understand, and they stopped fighting. How is that? Isn't that amazing? Now, you think Biden would have done that? I don't think so.
All right, that's President Trump smoking the peace pipe even as Gaza again goes up in smoke. But that's President Trump. With that, we now slip into a short break. And coming up, on the other side, Republic accesses 21 minutes of tape of Masood Azhar indoctrinating women cadres of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And in a big message to Pakistan, President Droupadi Murmu poses with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to have captured during Operation Sindhu.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages short of kinetic conflict. China's deployed network combines long-range surveillance radars, shore-based jamming arrays, vehicle-mounted and portable emitters, and frequency-agile signal management nodes. These systems are configured to detect, geolocate, and interfere with a wide band of signals, including GPS, tactical data links, maritime communications, and airborne sensor feeds. The overlapping coverage from multiple outposts creates localized pockets of dense electromagnetic activity where transient interference or deliberate denial can manifest intermittently and unpredictably. For carrier-based aircraft executing precision approaches, low-altitude patrols, or formation maneuvers, even brief disruptions to positioning or data link can produce cascading avionics anomalies that complicate pilot decision-making during critical flight phases.
All right, moving on. India and China held the 23rd round of Corps Commander level talks at the Chushul-Moldo border meeting point on Indian side on October 25, with both sides describing the meeting as cordial and noting continued peace along the line of actual control. Essentially, things moving in the direction of normalization between India and China. Here are more details.
India and China have taken a step towards easing tensions along the disputed border. The 23rd round of Corps Commander level talks were held at the Moldo-Chushul border meeting point on October 25th. The meeting marked a significant development in the India-China relationship, coming after the 24th round of Special Representatives dialogue on the boundary question in August of 2025. The talks focused on maintaining peace and stability along the western section of the line of actual control, with both sides engaging in active and in-depth communication. Both armies agreed to continue using existing border management mechanisms to resolve issues and maintain stability. These talks are part of broader diplomatic efforts to improve ties crucial for regional stability and the $136 billion commercial relationship between India and China.
All right, again a short break, but coming up at 6. It's 6 at 6. And in 6 at 6, a big message to Pakistan. President Droupadi Murmu poses with a smiling squadron leader Shivangi Singh, who Pakistan had claimed to have captured during Operation Sindoor. She's there. And also, Trump praises Prime Minister Modi, says he is a tough guy, nicest looking guy. Also goes on to repeat the India-Pakistan ceasefire claim.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious drills off the Saurashtra coast and multi-domain exercises involving cyber, electromagnetic, and unmanned systems. The army has reportedly deployed more than 20,000 soldiers along with main battle tanks, howitzers, armed helicopters, and various missile systems. Meanwhile, the Indian Air Force will soon initiate high-tempo operations known as the Maha Gurjar military exercise, fielding frontline fighters like the Rafales and Su-30 MKIs, special mission aircraft, helicopters, remotely piloted drones, and force enablers such as IL-78 mid-air refuelers and AEW&C platforms. The Indian Navy has also deployed frigates and...
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा का राजा आर्थिक मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages short of kinetic conflict. China's deployed network combines long-range surveillance radars, shore-based jamming arrays, vehicle-mounted and portable emitters, and frequency-agile signal management nodes. These systems are configured to detect, geolocate, and interfere with a wide band of signals, including GPS, tactical data links, maritime communications, and airborne sensor feeds. The overlapping coverage from multiple outposts creates localized pockets of dense electromagnetic activity where transient interference or deliberate denial can manifest intermittently and unpredictably. For carrier-based aircraft executing precision approaches, low-altitude patrols, or formation maneuvers, even brief disruptions to positioning or data link can produce cascading avionics anomalies that complicate pilot decision-making during critical flight phases. Operational patterns observed in the region show that China integrates jamming and deceptive emissions into broader command and control frameworks that prioritize area denial and early warning collection. Radar and electronic intelligence installations on these Spratly outposts are networked to higher echelon coastal defense nodes, allowing rapid adjustments in emission profiles to counter perceived threats. These nodes can switch frequencies, alter beam patterns, and activate high-power emitters on short notice, producing conditions that can mimic sudden internal equipment failures on affected platforms. Recorded incidents of localized GPS loss, temporary data link blackouts, and degraded satellite communications reported by naval units near these outposts align with the technical signatures expected from such coordinated electronic warfare activity. For rotary and fixed-wing platforms, the most acute vulnerabilities arise when multiple sensor inputs are blended for navigation and weapon employment. If GPS or other navigation signals are jammed or corrupted, the aircraft's internal systems can get wrong position updates, show false terrain or flight visuals, and make automatic carrier landing aids give bad or no guidance. Losing the data link to the carrier cuts off real-time telemetry and recovery instructions, forcing pilots to rely on hand flying in crowded, low-margin conditions. Jammers can also produce fake radar returns that clutter displays and give crews conflicting targets at the worst time. Because modern jamming can be short and intermittent, it often looks like an ordinary equipment fault, making it hard to tell if the cause was internal failure or outside interference. China's doctrine for the South China Sea emphasizes achieving control through integrated non-kinetic measures that lower the risk of open conflict while imposing costs on adversary freedom of maneuver. Building resilient layered electronic denial zones around island outposts fits that doctrine by limiting reliable use of space-based navigation and secure data links by foreign forces. PLA exercises and publicly visible testing in the region have repeatedly demonstrated the use of electronic spectrum operations alongside conventional drills, showing operational proficiency and intent to factor spectrum control into regional deterrence and escalation management. If investigations trace the Seahawk and Super Hornet crashes to deliberate electronic interference, the incident shifts from tragic mishap to geopolitical flashpoint. Attribution would trigger immediate recalibration of US and allied force posture in the South China Sea, with expanded rules of engagement for spectrum-hostile environments. Carrier strike groups would likely deploy hardened EW countermeasures, initiate spectrum denial drills, and reclassify Chinese outposts as active threat emitters rather than passive surveillance.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. The top story today is the big message to Pakistan by Droupadi Murmu, the President of India. And as she posed with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, the big message that was sent out, Pakistan must look at this image very, very carefully. Story number 2 on the show tonight is the battle that how Trump continues to clamor to in fact vie for credit for ceasefire between India and Pakistan, while on the other hand, the Gaza truce is fragile. And also the battleground Bihar updates, viewers, as Republic TV gets you the inside scoop on the infighting and also the demand for a Muslim CM faced by OSCE. And story number 4 is how the SIR is rattling the TMC. TMC has now resorted to openly threatening the ECI, Election Commission of India. Story number 5 is the return of the rebel Naga leader Muiva. What does this really mean? We will tell you all and much more. And the last story is from Brazil, viewers. Deadly anti-drug operation has been carried out in Brazil. We will tell you all the details and get you the most compelling images from Rio de Janeiro. Let's start with the top story, viewers. President Droupadi Murmu today took a sortie in a Rafale fighter jet at the Air Force Station in Haryana's Ambala. And the Rafale jets, remember, were used during Operation Sindoor, the Indian Armed Forces operations launched against terror infrastructure in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Now, viewers, this was a message sent to Pakistan. But beyond this, there was another message. President Murmu posed today with squadron leader Shivangi Singh, the Rafale pilot who was part of Op Sindoor, and Pakistan had falsely peddled the propaganda of her being captured by Pak forces. This moment that has been captured on camera is something that Pakistan and all those who support Pakistan and their lies and their propaganda must look closely. Here's the full story.
First, it was the Sukhoi 30 MKI in 2023. And today, President Droupadi Murmu takes the sky by storm. Flexing Operation Sindoor's power in the Rafale. The stage was Ambala Air Force Station, India's fortress in the skies. The same airbase that unleashed fire and fury on Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. And the Rafale, the same steel bird that drove Pakistan to its knees. Alongside the Commander-in-Chief, Chief of Air Staff Air Marshal AP Singh leading from the front. At the Rafale cockpit was Group Captain Amit Gehani, Golden Arrow's top gun, co-piloting the President herself. Along with this, here's another powerful picture, a big slap on Pakistan's face. This is President Droupadi Murmu posing with squadron leader Shivangi Singh. The same pilot Pakistan had falsely claimed of capturing. From Ambala, the president blunted that narrative with this sensational photograph. This was no routine sortie. This was a declaration. India's skies are sovereign and India is ready for war. Donning the G-suit, helmet in hand, sunglasses on. India's president looked every inch the sky warrior. A photo that'll go down in history. President Murmu with the pilot and the same Rafale that rewrote India's air dominance.
Now, viewers, Donald Trump has elaborately praised Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. At the same time, he reiterated the ceasefire claims between India and Pakistan. But at the same time, remember, the peace in Gaza that is said to be brokered by him is hanging by a thread as Israeli airstrikes unleashed hell on the Gaza Strip. President Trump, the architect of the 20-point ceasefire, hailed as his crowning foreign policy win, vowed nothing will derail it, even as he threatens to terminate the Hamas. Here's more.
Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 91 people overnight, marking the deadliest day since the truce deal. The latest offensive came after Israel accused Hamas of killing a soldier and staging the discovery of a deceased hostage. Immediate and powerful strikes in the Gaza Strip. Such was the instruction from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. And keeping a close eye on the developments has been US President Donald Trump, the very leader who repeated claims of mediating and ending 8 wars. Including the Israel-Hamas conflict. Within weeks of his visit to Israel, where he received a grand welcome at the Knesset for brokering the 20-point peace deal, the fragile agreement stands violated. But Trump says nothing will jeopardize the deal.
Nothing's going to jeopardize. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East. And they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated, and they understand that.
And while tension soars in West Asia, Trump has, for the nth time, reiterated claims of ending the May 2025 India-Pakistan conflict.
Big thing. These are two nuclear nations, and they're really going at it. Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, oh, and he looks like you'd like to have your father, like, he's a killer. He's tough as hell. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know. But after a little while, and they're good people.
A claim that has been unequivocally denied by India time and again. And now, almost 24 hours after the strikes, Israeli military has said that it has resumed enforcing the Gaza ceasefire agreement.
And with Bihar election just days away, a political row gaining momentum in Bihar yet again. On one hand, the tensions have reportedly erupted between Congress and the RJD. While we have the inside scoop on that, how Rahul Gandhi in fact snubbed Tejasvi Yadav for a meeting. Meanwhile, Amit Shah today and the other big star campaigners for BJP made big attacks on the opposition today. In fact, Amit Shah went on to say that there is no vacancy for the position of CM in Bihar or PM in New Delhi, reinforcing that Nitish Kumar remains NDA's face for the post of Chief Minister in Bihar. Meanwhile, the battle of appeasement is also now picking up steam, it seems, as Assaduddin Owaisi has now demanded a Muslim Chief Minister face.
The Bihar elections are 8 days away. Amidst this, the political fight is gaining momentum in Bihar. Tensions have reportedly erupted between Congress and the RJD, the two key pillars of the Mahagathbandhan. Inside scoop reveals that for 3 straight days, the RJD camped in the national capital seeking a meeting with Rahul Gandhi. But it is revealed that Rahul flatly refused to give Tejasvi an appointment. Friendly fights are inevitable within the alliance in Bihar, with at least 5 Congress versus RJD contests and 4 others between Congress and CPI. As the Mahagathbandhan hangs by threads, the NDA has shown a big move of unity. Amit Shah, while addressing a rally in Samastipur, announced that there is no vacancy in either Bihar or New Delhi. He further stated that Sonia Gandhi can only dream about Rahul becoming PM.
ये गठबंधन की 2 पार्टियां, एक पार्टी लालू प्रसाद यादव जी की, लालू प्रसाद जी अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, और दूसरी पार्टी कांग्रेस पार्टी सोनिया जी अपने बेटे को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। मैं आज दोनों को कहकर जाता हूं, बिहार में ना सीएम का पद खाली है, ना दिल्ली में पीएम का पद खाली है.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also hit out at the RJD and Congress over corruption. He emphasized that Bihar has zero tolerance for those indulging in anarchy and will thwart any attempt to bring back Jungle Raj.
RJD ने यहां से जो प्रत्याशी दिया है वो अपनी खानदानी आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि के लिए इस पूरे क्षेत्र नहीं, देश और दुनिया में कुख्यात रहा है. नाम भी देखो ना, जैसा नाम वैसा काम. और बहनों और भाइयों, इसीलिए तो मैं कहता हूं, हमने यूपी के अंदर एक बात कही कि भाई देखो, अपराध और अपराधियों के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस.
Meanwhile, Muslim appeasement politics have also taken center stage in Bihar. AIMIM Chief Owaisi has stirred controversy by asking for a Muslim deputy chief minister for Bihar.
अगर मल्ला का बेटा उप मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता तो क्या मोहम्मद का बेटा नहीं बन सकता मुख्यमंत्री? मेरे भाई, फैसला आपको करना है. 17% है, 3% है और 14% है. 14% है तेजस्वी, और आप देते हैं टिकट उनको कितना? 14 है तो 36% टिकट दिया.
The stage is set and now all eyes are on the Bihar polls. Nitish versus Tejasvi, only time will tell.
Now, TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee launched a fierce attack on the BJP and the EC over the announcement of special intensive revision of electoral rules in Bengal. He alleges that the exercise was designed to exclude genuine voters ahead of the state polls. In fact, even Farhad Hakim of the TMC has openly threatened ECI, saying that we will break the legs of Election Commission. Here's the full story. After Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar announced nationwide SIR, panic has gripped the Trinamool Congress. Abhishek Banerjee has launched a fiery attack on Election Commission for the announcement of the special intensive revision. He has hit out at BJP, alleging that the exercise was designed to exclude genuine voters from the electoral roll. He further threatened protests outside the ECI office with 1 lakh people if any voter is excluded.
আপনি এসআইআর কত ক্ষমতা আছে আপনি করুন, আর আমরাও আপনাকে চ্যালেঞ্জ করছি, একটা লোকের যদি নাম বৈধ ভোটারের বাদ যায়, বাংলার ক্ষমতা কি দিল্লিতে 2023 সালের অক্টোবর মাসে ট্রেলার দেখিয়েছিলাম। আগামী দিনে আপনাদের পুরো সিনেমাটা দেখাবো। আমি আগেও যা বলেছি, আমি আজও তাই বলছি, একটা মানুষের যদি নাম বাদ যায়, একটা বৈধ ভোটারের যদি নাম বাদ যায়, বাংলা থেকে 1 লক্ষ লোক গিয়ে ইলেকশন কমিশনের অফিস ঘেরাও করবে। ক্ষমতা থাকলে অমিত শাহ দিল্লি পুলিশ আটকে দেখাক।
Kolkata Mayor Farhad Hakim, meanwhile, has now instigated violence, saying he will break the EC's legs if genuine voters are targeted. Hakim further claimed that the BJP and ECI are in alliance to bring about the CAA in West Bengal.
जो एक भी जेन्युइन वोटर का नाम अगर कटा तो हम लोग को एसआरआई का आप जितना भी करें उसका विरोध हम करेंगे। जेन्युइन बंगाल के एक आदमी का नाम हम काटने नहीं देंगे। दूसरा, जो सीआईए का नाम से जो कैंप हो रहा है, ये इलेक्शन कमीशन और इनके गांठ साठ में अगर हो रहा है तो इसका खिलाफ हम लोग जाएंगे। और सीआईए जो कर रहा है बीजेपी और आपका इलेक्शन कमीशन, इसका जो गठबंधन बन रहा है, इसका सीए, इसका खिलाफ हम लोग करेंगे। दरकार होने से उनका पांव तोड़ दिया जाए।
Amidst this, the BJP has hit out at the Mamata government, saying that their vote bank includes infiltrators.
एसआईआर एक संवैधानिक दायित्व है, संवैधानिक अधिकार है इलेक्शन कमीशन का, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी माना है। इसीलिए एसआईआर एक्टिविटी आज से नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी 8 से 10 बार हो चुकी है। पर एसआईआर के नाम पर वोट बैंक करने वाले दंगे भड़काने के काम पर, ये एसआईआर के नाम पर फिर से जो दंगा भड़काऊ और भड़काने वाली जो भाईजान कमेटी है, वो फिर से कैसे काम पर आ चुकी है।
BJP MP Shukanta Majumdar has slammed Abhishek Banerjee's statement, saying that he is trying to create a situation of panic in the state.
ये अगर देखें तो इस तरीके से एक देश के साथ गद्दारी है। तृणमूल कांग्रेस के सांसद, विधायक और नेतृत्व जो बातें कर रहे हैं, ये देश के खिलाफ बातें कर रहे हैं। ऐसा इसीलिए हो रहा है कि एक भी योग्य यानी पात्र वोटर कटे ना, और एक भी बाहर से आए लोग जो भारत के नागरिक नहीं है उनका नाम ना रहे। इसी के लिए एसआईआर हो रहा है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने स्पष्ट किया है, तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने बहुत बढ़िया सिस्टम लगाया है और एट प्रेजेंट बिहार में हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। ऐसा नहीं कि पहली बार बंगाल में हो रहा है, बिहार में एक भी कंप्लेंट नहीं है अभी तक।
As the political parties battle a war of words, all eyes are on the SIR process, which is scheduled to commence from the 4th of November. Now, a historic homecoming turned into a thunderous ultimatum as 91-year-old Naga rebel leader T. Muiva landed in Ukhrul after 60 years in exile, reigniting the explosive demand for Nagalim. Now, in a big revelation, his top commander admits fresh arms pipelines and alliances with Bangladesh and Myanmar's junta. Has the fragile peace just shattered? Our exclusive report from the heart of the insurgency.
These were the scenes when India's oldest living rebel returned home after more than half a century. 91-year-old Thuingaling Muiva is the General Secretary of the Nationalist Socialist Council of Nagalim, one of the most powerful Naga insurgent faction. It was from this same village that Muiva left in 1964, trekking through the jungles of northern Myanmar and setting up the insurgent camps with a tacit understanding with ideological camps of Maoist China.
After how many years you have seen him?
I think 30-40 years.
After 30-40 years. Where did you saw him last time?
I saw him last time at Dimapur.
At Camp Hambron.
Yeah.
After that, now you have seen him again.
This is the first time. This is the last one.
His return has reignited the Nagalim debate. A Naga flag, a separate land, and a separate constitution. That's what the demand for Nagalim is all about. The demand envisions uniting all Naga tribes under one administrative and cultural identity. Muiva's return also brings back memories of the violent past, years of conflict and bloodshed that forced the government of India to bring NSCN-IM on the negotiating table. Talks have now dragged on for more than 2 decades. Muiva's deputy Jen Atom shows no optimism.
You know, framework agreement was signed 10 years ago, and Indian government leadership is still yet to wake up. We are waiting for them to rise up from their hibernation.
If we talk about the visit of Tringalang Muiva to Manipur, how do you see it? Do you see it just as a homecoming, or is this visit political too?
Yes, being a political revolutionary, it is political as well as social.
But the most startling revelation comes from the chief of Naga army and a relative of Muiva.
We have good relation now with Meiteis, with all the community, Zomi, Kukis. They do not call us enemy, but they want to make an alliance with us. Even the Myanmar junta, they want to make an alliance with us. Even the Bangladesh, they want to make an alliance with us.
This is the biggest admission made by the insurgent group. Remains to be seen as to how the government of India will respond to these ultimatums.
At least 64 people, including 4 police officers, were killed in Rio de Janeiro in what officials described as one of the most violent anti-narcotics operations in Brazil's history, as well as the deadliest in the city. Here's more.
Rio burns, Brazil bleeds. Streets turn into war zones. Drug cartels unleash total mayhem. Police under heavy fire. City held hostage. Brazil is witnessing one of its worst outbreaks of violence in years. Rio de Janeiro has turned into a conflict zone as drug cartels wage war against the government forces. In the span of just 1 hour, over 80 people, including civilians, have been killed in clashes between security forces and cartel members. The violence erupted after authorities launched Operation Containment, a massive crackdown involving 2,500 police personnel, targeting organized crime networks across Rio. Cartels that control up to 70% of city's drug trade retaliated fiercely, setting up barricades, torching buses and cars, using FPV drones and armed with explosives to attack the police units. Streets in the city's northern districts remain blocked, and residents report continuous gunfire through the night. Authorities confirm that more than 80 suspected militants have been arrested so far, though the operations are still underway. Governor Claudio Castro has accused President Lula da Silva of failing to act decisively, alleging the federal government has refused to deploy the military despite escalating casualties. The federal administration, however, maintains that the local police forces remain in control and that further action will depend on situation's evolution. As Rio burns, Brazil stands at a critical juncture, battling not just crime but a growing crisis of authority and trust.
And that's all we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We'll be right back with the breaking developments at 6:30.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces are set to conduct joint operations across diverse terrains, from offensive maneuvers in the Sir Creek and desert sectors to amphibious drills off the Saurashtra coast and multi-domain exercises involving cyber, electromagnetic and unmanned systems. The army has reportedly deployed more than 20,000 soldiers along